Sunram. Sunram finds an OC left pocket three on the way. Tickles it twine.
Now it's Matty Bass on the drive. Bass, nice move, and Bass with an easy layup.
To the feet, Ruppel brought back down. O'Connor, though, lost the grab and down to the mat. Ruppel with a chance for a pin with 1:15. There it is.
Pick and roll, Kaloran. Hooks it underneath, and a bunny for Hannig.
Right side to Charlie Shaw. Shaw looks right, drives in, attacks the double team, and splits him for the layup.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome inside Central Cass High School. As today, it is the 2025 North Dakota High School Activities Association East Region Girls Individual Wrestling Tournament. Here today, the regular season for girls wrestling has come to a close, and right now, 8 girls in 13 different weight classes have the opportunity to keep their season alive and advance to the Fargo Dome next Thursday and Friday as a qualifier of the 2025 State Wrestling Tournament. So glad you could join us here tonight on yourliveevent.com. I'm Brady Siebels along with Brent Dick and Dan Weber. We will have all the action for you here on mats numbers 1 and 2 from the main gymnasium. We'll also keep you aware of the matches going on and results over on the South Gymnasium for mats 3 and 4. That is all coming up here. We'll also preview the brackets here, talk about the upcoming state tournament, as well as talk with a couple of head coaches. We'll talk with Seth Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley. And when we return on our Irie Insurance pre-match show, we'll talk with the coach for the Central Cass Squirrels, Travis Lamar, when we return on yourliveevent.com.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Welcome to Super Value, your neighborhood grocery store where fresh, local, and delicious meat every day. From farm fresh produce to your favorite pantry essentials, they've got everything you need to keep your family happy and healthy. Craving something special? Their homemade sausage is perfect for any meal, and don't forget their irresistible homemade Coogan. Visit them today at Ashley Super Value or shop online at ashleysupervalue.com for your favorite local treats. Ashley Super Value, you're always first at Super Value.
Wallen Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
YourLiveEvent.com, our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show continues with our Dakota Heritage Bank coaches' comments. Travis Lamar for Central Cass. And Travis, I know a long regular season, and hey, we're at the end here, individual tournament coming up today.
Yeah, you start the year off, and it seems like it's a marathon, and by the end, it's a 50-meter dash, and that's where we're at now. So everything comes down to today for individuals, and it's either time to show everybody what you got or your season's done.
I got a collection. There's some girls that definitely want to be, higher place. They want to get maybe semifinals, finals, those third place matches. Other ones I know they're hoping to kind of get in that, see if they can get in the top 8 and keep their season alive one more week.
Yeah, we got a great mix of girls. We got a lot of top-end girls that need to get some head-to-head wins so they, can get a favorable seed for next weekend. And we have some that are fighting just to get there, So, it's going to be a battle for our girls all day. Ultimate goal is getting to state and letting the chips fall kind of where they may. But, yeah, a lot of important matches here today.
Yeah, with that as well, just also briefly touch, last week getting that region dual championship as well, advancing onto the state dual tournament as well coming up. Got to be great for the girls program overall.
Yeah, it's really special for them. We went in there with the goal of a three-peat. We've won it every year since it started. We also didn't want to lose a duel to any team in the East. Our only dual losses as a team have come, to a team over at the Wisconsin Clash tournament, and then to a couple of Bismarck schools. Otherwise, we've been pretty clean in the East, and we wanted to keep it that way. Special moment for the girls, getting that region title and being able to, advance as the number 1 seed from the East.
And then with that here, what do you just want to see out of your girls on the mat here today?
Kind of the same thing, right? I just want to see them battle and compete. No quit out there. That's the great thing about the sport of wrestling is you can be down 13, you're still in a match. One big move and you can hit it, and you can finish the match and end up the victor. And getting to see our girls just realize hey, this is just another tournament. Step on the mat, control what we can control. Just go out, battle, compete, try and score points, and look for the wins when you can get them.
Travis, thanks for the time. Good luck to you and your team today.
Thanks, Brady. I appreciate it.
Travis Lamar for the Central Cast Squirrels join us here. Dakota Heritage Bank pre-match coaches comments. Still ahead in our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show. When we return, we'll talk with Hillsborough Central Valley's Seth Owens. That is when we return on YourLiveEvent.com.
Don't leave anything to chance with your home's heating system this winter. Trust Bears Home Solutions to keep your home's heating system running at maximum efficiency. From installation and maintenance to 24/7 emergency service, our team of friendly professionals are equipped to handle any heating equipment in your home. Rated the Red River Valley's top home HVAC and plumbing company. Bears Home Solutions. You need a bear in there.
I'm Molly, and I have lived here a little over 3 years now. I like the open spaces here and being able to go in and out. I like the fact that I don't have stairs or elevators. I just have most everything that I need close at hand.
For the last 25 years, Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties has been serving the real estate needs of Fargo-Moorhead and the surrounding communities. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, Carlita is ready to help you evaluate the market and make the right choice for you. Take the first step into settling into your next home by calling Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties at 701-367-5918. Experienced, confident, qualified Carlita Dietz.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Back here on YourLiveEvent.com, as you see, tournaments or the warm-up still finishing up here as we get closer to the start of wrestling action here. Our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show continues on with another Dakota Heritage Bank coaches' comments, sharing our heritage, sharing our future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Online at dhb.bank. Let's talk with Seth Owens for the Burros of Hillsborough Central Valley. Seth, I know we talked a couple weeks ago, just talked about the growth, the progress the girls have made, and hey, it's showtime for them here today.
Yeah, we finally got all 5 of our girls in. We had a bit of sickness a few weeks ago, but everybody's kind of over that, and I think we're ready to roll with all 5 of our girls today, so it should be a good day.
Yeah, just kind of talk about with that the fact that, you know, really it has been, everything's been building up to today. This is the really the time in which your season's kind of be judged about, because you want to wrestle come next weekend as well.
Absolutely, yeah. If this is make or break time for these girls, and for a lot of them, this is the first real tournament with major consequences. This isn't you go like you win, you go on the podium, you lose, you go home. It's like it is what it is. This is you win, you keep wrestling, you lose, you're done. So this is like the roadblock. You either can go past this and succeed, and go into next week with the state tournament and everything, or it's like, all right, hang up the shoes for the year and you move on. Which, not to say there's not anything to learn from those losses, but the pressure is a little bit higher stakes at this event at Regions.
You mentioned there, got the 5 girls back here ready to wrestle today. What do you want to see out of them on the mat?
I just want to, leave it out there. There's nothing after this. If you fail today, or you don't put your heart out there today, you're done for the year, and then you have to sit and think about it until next November. If they go out and leave every bit of gas from their gas tank out that they have on that mat every single time, and they wrestle tough, and they wrestle like they belong, and wrestle like they want to be here, and they want to succeed next week, that's all I can ask for as a coach, is just their maximum effort that they can give, and their excitement towards pursuing next week.
Seth Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley, thanks for the time. Good luck to your team today.
Well, thank you very much.
Seth Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley joining us here on our Dakota Bank pre-tournament coaches comments here as part of our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show. Take a break, come back with more on yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank, strong communities.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Back here, yourliveevent.com. Our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show continues. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service you deserve at Irie Insurance. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote. We'll bring Brent Dick back in here with us right now. And Brent, I know we've been following wrestling here. It seems at some point like it's been a long time. It's been the last couple of months following wrestling, but it also seems like just yesterday was that first matches of the season. Now, hey, it's the individual tournament. It's put up time here for the girls today.
Yeah, I think Coach Lamar summed it up pretty well. Beginning of the season seems like a marathon, but then you get down here to your region tournament. Now you're up to your, I guess, on your 50-meter sprint to the end. So just looking for an exciting day of wrestling here from Central Cass High School.
And then the mindset here is very differently. Back when I was wrestling, I had both of them. My first year, I was wide-eyed. I was just hoping. I was trying anything I could do to get a win to try to advance to the state tournament. Then by my senior year, that was really the advance to kind of cement my seeding there at the state tournament as well. It really is just kind of two mindsets and two different ways of kind of how to do it, just depending on kind of your grade level and where you are at in wrestling here this year for yourself.
Yeah, definitely take some adjustment. If it is your first state tournament, I know I had, going back to my days wrestling, a couple of my friends are, and this is at the state tournament, but it's kind of the same thing. You get into that big tournament atmosphere and those jitters for those first-time wrestlers, a little bit more than some of those senior wrestlers or the wrestlers that have been here multiple times to this East Region Wrestling Tournament. So, they say there's a lot on the line. This is their season right here for some of these girls. They'll continue on if they place in the top 8 and go to the state tournament next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the name of the game here, stealing a basketball reference from Jimmy V, really it is survive and advance, right? At the end of the day, you just want to make sure you're in the top 8 seeds, or it's 8 placing, and you're then wrestling next Thursday morning at the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, the good thing about placing the top 8 with these East Region tournaments is you could have a bad first-round match or a bad second-round match and still get into that state tournament. And maybe, you saw that with the, I guess when you're at with the 4 regions, or even years ago with the 8 regions, if you had that bad first-round match, your chances of making it into the state weren't as good. So kind of nice to have the top 8 advancing here. And, the wrestlers that put in the time and the work, that's going to show today.
Yeah, with that, talk about that. I was part of the 4 region system there, back wrestling in Region 2, and I think it's great having that 2 regions because it really does, like you mentioned, you can maybe have a chance if you have a bad first match, and it also just kind of seems like you earn it a little bit more because you're going to have to win a couple of matches to get into the state tournament.
Yeah, you look at some of these brackets and you just don't realize how girls wrestling has grown, and you look at your 100 pounds, your 106, 112-pound brackets, and there's a lot of pigtails here today trying to get just into the championship bracket. So, girls wrestling has grown, and it's very competitive right now in the East Region.
Yeah, and I think that's really the biggest and the best part about coming to the individual tournament today is the fact that just in 3 years, the growth that it has, the full brackets, we see the pigtail matches that we're going to have to see. Really is great to see that you hear a lot about sports on the decline. Well, not in the state of North Dakota, not in the sport of girls wrestling. It is on the up and up, and really only more participation, more good things to come for girls wrestling moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. And, we saw the first start of our tournament season was last weekend at the girls dual team tournament. So we do have some results for that we'll go over, along with our boys Southeast region and the boys Northeast region.
Yeah, absolutely. Brent teasing us there. We'll take a break. Then when we come back, we'll take a look at the state dual tournament brackets coming up next Saturday. The pairings for those released by the state of North Dakota. We'll have those for you when we return on our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show on yourliveevent.com.
At Carrington Dental Care, they treat you like family. Meet Dr. Chaz Bauer and Dr. Jay Bauer, your friendly neighborhood dentists who care about your smiles. Join their family of happy patients. Whether it's routine checkups or cosmetic dentistry, they're dedicated to making your smile shine. Join the countless families who love coming to Carrington Dental Care, trusted by our community for years. Visit them online at thecarringtondentist.com or call 701-652-2801. Schedule your appointment today.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels! Central Cass School's mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The state-of-the-art STEM Center, along with our theater, music wing, early childhood center, wellness center, and athletic complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with their academics and activities.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
The City of Hillsborough invites you to make Hillsborough your home. If you're looking for a new home or a job, check out the opportunities in Hillsborough and see what the community can offer you and your family. Enjoy a quality family life with community, education, church, entertainment, and more. For all neighbors and those driving through the region, we welcome you to come and shop with the businesses in Hillsborough. If you have questions related to services available in the City of Hillsborough, contact the Hillsborough City Office at 701-636-4620.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. Our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show continues here. Let's talk about the dual tournament results and then pairings being released. The last weekend was the region dual tournaments. Class B boys, they go the 4 regions, so they are seeded 1 through 5 with a random draw for the matchups to face seeds 1, 2, and 3. We'll run that down here in Class B boys dual action. The top seed is South Border. They are the number 1 seed. They drew against the Carrington Cardinals. The 2 seed is Velva. They will take on Pembina County North. The 3 seed is Oaks. They will take on Williams County. And then the 4-5 matchup, 4 seed is Bowman County. They will take on the 5 seed in New Salem Almont. That is your look at the Class B boys dual tournament. Class A boys, the Class A boys and girls, they go 2 regions, East, West. So East 1 faces West 4, East 2 faces West 3, and then vice versa on the other end. The in Class A boys, the WDA had their region tournament last Saturday. The EDC does not have a region tournament. They go by overall record of the regular season. In Class A boys, the top seed from the East is West Fargo Cheyenne. They will take on Williston. The other top half of the bracket, the West number 2 is Bismarck Century. They will take on East number 3, Grand Forks Central. Bottom half of the bracket, the top team out West is Bismarck High. They will take on the East number 4 in Devils Lake. And then the final first-round matchup, Fargo Davies, the number 2 seed from the EDC, will take on the 3 seed from the West in Bismarck Legacy. Taking a look at the girls' brackets, we talked with Coach Travis Lamar. They are once again the champions in the East region. They will take on West number 4 Dickinson. The other matchup in the top half of the bracket, the West number 2 Minot. They will take on East number 3 Lisbon. Bottom half of the bracket, the top team out West is Bismarck Legacy. They will take on South Border, the number 3 seed from the East. South Border, the number 4 seed from the East. And then the final one, East number 2 is Grand Forks. The Night Riders, they will take on West number 3, Bismarck High. We will have coverage on YourLiveEvent.com for the Central Cast Squirrel Girls, the Lisbon Girls, and the Carrington Boys coming up next Saturday as part of our state tournament coverage. As bring Brent back in here. I know you were covering the Region 1 or the Southeast sub-region now is up in the Northeast sub-region. I know you've been following as well, Lisbon, Central Cast, I myself as well. Should be a great dual tournament coming up next Saturday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, the South Border Mustangs region champs for that Southeast sub-region. They look dominant in winning that region, picking off Lisbon in the semifinals and then defeated Oaks. And they're back to a strong full lineup, as they had a couple of kids that were injured earlier in the season. They're back in the lineup, and South Border looking tough from the Southeast sub-region.
Yeah, absolutely. I was up in Carrington, the host Carrington Cardinals. Once again, they are your region champions for the now the Northeast sub-region, as well as Pembina County North, the 2 seed coming out of the Northeast as well. Interesting duel with Northern Lights. Ended up tying them. Ended up getting the victory on criteria number 4, which is most matches won. They had 7 to Northern Lights' 6, and then that put them in the number 2 spot. And the Grizzlies going back to the state dual tournament once again.
Yeah, Chase and I were following that on guess the coverage on that. And I think you had 2 duels that were up there that tied that went down to criteria. I also thought that was Larimore and Mayport.
Yeah, Larimore Mayport. They went to Criteria J, which goes all the way. I had to go. I don't know my numbers. I don't know how to count letters, but Criteria J, which was near fall points awarded during the match, which, as we were kind of noting, right, you can go a couple years without a criteria duel, and all of a sudden in the span of an hour we had 2.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I guess, when you're covering the Letterman's tournament up here. We didn't have an overtime match the first day, but the second day, we had probably multiple in a row there. So, yeah, just kind of how the odds play out.
One of the exciting things covering here, wrestling across yourliveevent.com. We'll take a break. We'll come back with our Crystal Sugar starting lineup when we return on yourliveevent.com.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
At Dakota Heritage Bank, we know your schedules can get hectic, and you don't always have time to get to the bank during regular banking hours. We make it easy for you with mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay services that we offer for free. This is Michelle with Dakota Heritage Bank, inviting you to do your banking with us anytime, anywhere. Just go to dhb.bank or download the mobile app for convenient on-the-go banking, serving you with locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. Minnesota Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Back here, yourliveevent.com. Reminder, the broadcast of this tournament game has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. It's time now for our starting lineup. That is brought to you by American Crystal Sugar Company. Live the sweet life. Great careers, quality products, grower-owned, crystalsugar.com. Going over the introduction of the teams here from for the East Region Individual Tournament. 4 mats here from the Central Cass High School. We will have coverage of mats 1 and 2 here in the main gym. We also keep you updated on what's going on over on mats 3 and 4 in the South Gymnasium. With 2 regions, the top 16 qualifying, or the top 8 qualifying, 8 in each region. So the name of the game, you got to pick up a couple wins to advance into the top 8. If you get into the placing rounds, you are going to wrestle at the 2025 State Individual Tournament beginning on Thursday. That is our starting line from American Crystal Sugar Company. We'll take a pause. We'll be back with our live wrestling when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
The Northern Cast Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletics, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cast Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now, or follow the Northern Cast Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year. The Northern Cast Booster Club wishes the best to all wrestlers competing here throughout the weekend. And go Jags!
See if he does it at the state.
Trevor Kittleson with a rousing rendition here of the national anthem here tonight, as we're just about ready for our first matches going on. Again, we will have coverage of mats 1 and 2. Mat number 1, the red and white and black mat in the top left-hand corner of your screen. That is mat number 1. Mat number 2 is the solid black mat with the squirrel in the middle. That is mat number 2 to the lower right. Mats 3 and 4 also in the South Gymnasium. We'll keep you updated on that as well as the tournament goes along.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I hope that Trevor does that at the state wrestling tournament. I think he did.
And I remember a couple years ago. Back when I was calling it a couple years ago, I remember him doing that as well. So mat number 2, our first competitors are out on the competition here. Mat number 1 will have couple of pigtail matches, I believe. That is Marley Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Colm going up against Davis Leducer of the Northern Lights. Mat number 2 has Bailey Renfro for the Napoleon Gacko Streeter Imperials taking on Macy Puppy of Pembina County North. Those are your first matches here on the 2025 North Dakota High School Girls East Region Tournament.
Yeah, mat number 2, they're at 100 pounds. That's Bailey Renfro, Napoleon Gacko Streeter, and Macy Pup of Pembina County North is scoreless in the first period with a minute 30 remaining.
Miller Leducer on mat number 1 just getting started here. That is a 100-pound pigtail matches. Both these are 100-pound pigtail matches. 100 pounds, one of them with more than 16 wrestlers. So you got to get a victory to advance into the bracket and try to keep your tournament alive. If you lose, you still have one more chance, but it is a lot tougher if you have to wrestle it through the pigtail rounds. As Miller for the Thunder in on a shot attempt, defended by Leducer. Whizzer position, but Miller able to get the takedown. She'll take the first points of the match. She'll lead 3-0. 55 seconds into period number 1.
Yeah, Macy Pup had a 3-point takedown and then a 1-point escape for Renfro. Pup still working on another takedown. She's up over the top. And the official in good position. Just going to a scramble over on mat 2.
So going 3 total mats here. They have 2 mats out in the gym. I guess one was used for warm-ups and whatnot. So they're going to go 3 mats here this afternoon. That is Camden Cappenman of Valley City and Cheyenne Moore of Pembina County North in a 100-pound pigtail match. We'll keep you updated as we can for the pigtail results, or all results, over on mat number 3. Out of bounds they go on mat number 1. Miller still with a 3-0 lead. She'll retain top control as they'll get a restart back in the center.
Yeah, mat number 2, Macy Pup. She's the number 4 seed in the tournament at 100 pounds. She has the 9-1 lead, started the second period. She's in the bottom position.
So final 21 seconds. Miller with that 3-point lead as we'll get a whistle, a caution.
Yeah, mat number 2, Macy Pup off the whistle, hit a nice sit-out, come back over the top, caught the head and arm of Renfro. So she has the reversal in near fall, and that should do the match. That's a win by technical decision over on mat number 2 for Macy Pup of Pembina County North.
Miller had a turn, got a count of 1, but then Leducer able to get back to her base. Miller going to try to beat it and counts. Does she get any near fall points before the end of the period? Official will talk to the scorers table, see if Miller was able to get a count of 2 before the end of the period. I'll get a 2-point near fall, so Marley Miller for Ellendale Edgley Colm. She'll take a 5-0 lead into period number 2 on mat number 1. Miller is a freshman for the Thunder at 13 and 18. Leducer for the Northern Lights, a 7th grader at 14 and 9.
We have a pigtail match at 118 pounds over on mat number 2. It's Arlie Romerman for Lisbon Bronco, seated number 8, and she takes on Addison Vandehoven of Carrington. Romerman's a freshman, 18 and 22 record. Vandehoven, an 8th grader, 22 and 19. Romerman picks up the first takedown. She has the 3-0 lead.
Miller adding on to her lead. She'll get a 3-point takedown, make it now 5-0. The winner of this matchup, they will take on, they will go to top of 21. So winner of this will take on the number 2 seed, Bria Brossard of Rugby, in the first round.
And Romerman still up 3-0, a little bit high on Vanderhoven. Vanderhoven was able to catch her leg. So Romerman trying to work back around in behind for a good in a good riding position, able to hook the leg. In a little bit of trouble yet with Vanderhoven on that inside leg.
Miller looking to set something up, drapes the arm around the back, scoots the head, throws it, gets the pinfall. So Marley Miller for Ellendale Edgley Colm, the pinfall victory over Davis Leducer. She will advance into the championship bracket. She, again, will take on the 2 seed in Bria Brossard a little bit later on here this afternoon in the first round at 100 pounds.
And Romerman able to get that cradle synced up, takes Vanderhoven back and wins by fall, and she will advance into the championship bracket as the number 8 seed, and she'll take on Isabel Erickson her next match.
Mat number 1, another 118-pound pigtail matchup. That is Jelaine Reardon of West Fargo United taking on Mallory DeVries of Central Cass. 118-pound pigtail matchup. This winner of this matchup will take on the 15 seed Aubrey Quinn between Reardon and DeVries on mat number 1.
Yeah, 124-pound, we have another pigtail match. This is Faith Nance of Valley City, a freshman, 9 and 24, takes on Isabella Christensen of Napoleon Gackle Streeter, a freshman at 13 and 20.
Reardon, a sophomore for West Fargo United at 14 and 27. West Fargo United, the combined co-op sports of all 3 West Fargo public schools, West Fargo High, West Fargo Cheyenne, and the newcomers, West Fargo Horace. Her opponent, Mallory DeVries for Central Cass, a senior at 24 and 6.
And we are scoreless in the first period. A minute 20 remains. Wrestlers locked up in collar ties just off center of the mat on mat 2.
So DeVries is the number 2 seed. It's drawn in to be one of the pigtail matchups here, as we'll get a 3-point takedown for DeVries. She'll take the first points, leading 3-0, trying to face her teammate in Aubrey Quinn in the first round.
The wrestler still in a collar tie position over on mat number 2 with 50 seconds remaining. Still scoreless in the first period.
Cross face for DeVries. She's got near fall points upcoming. 15 seconds to try to get the pinfall. Gonna try to scoop the head, see if she can get the second shoulder on the mat. Final 10 seconds. Reardon gonna have to try to fight off of her back. I'm gonna try to bridge out the other way. Reardon trying to hold on until the second period. She does so, but it is 4 points for a near fall, as Mallory DeVries of Central Cass will take a 7-0 lead into the second period.
In final 15 seconds over mat number 1, wrestler still in a collar tie, tried to snap down. Faith Nance went down to her knees, able to pop back up. She was going to turn the corner, trying to run it over. Isabella Christensen back up. As they're scrambling situation position, they'll go into the second period scoreless over on mat 2.
DeVries will start in the top position to begin period number 2, as that was her choice. Leading 7-0. She got a takedown, got some near fall. Going to see if she can do it once again here in the second period.
And going to the second period over on mat number 2, Nance choosing the bottom position. And a caution on Faith Nance over on mat 2.
Chicken wing set up for DeVries. Now going to try to run with it. Plenty of time. Readjust. Now going to run. Gets the turn. Now going to look for the fall. Reardon trying to fight off of her back once again. Plenty of time for DeVries to try to get the fall. There it is.
And we did have a fall over on mat 2. Isabella Christensen, Napoleon Gackle Streeter with the cradle on Faith Nance. And Christensen will advance into the championship bracket for Napoleon at 124 pounds.
So both mats having pinfalls are at the same time. Again, a reminder here, yourlivevent.com. We'll have the full coverage of mats 1 and 2. We'll take a break every hour at the tops and bottom of the hour as well. Then get you a reset. Take a look at our team standings and get you set up for the next action that coming up here on yourlivevent.com. Again, the top and bottom of each hour.
So Christensen, Napoleon Gackle Streeter, she'll face the number 4 seed Brianna Meyer, center cast, in that first round championship bracket at 124 pounds.
Mat number 124-pound pigtail matchup. Annika Mangy for the Kindred Vikings, a senior at 10 and 17, going up against Maddie Look of Grand Forks, a junior at 15 and 16.
Yeah, mat number 2, same thing, 124-pound pigtail, a prelim match between Lena DeFord, Mayport CG, and Madeline Jerome of Grafton. And right off the whistle, Jerome with the head and arm throws DeFord over to her back, working for a fall on mat 2.
21 total wrestlers on 124 pounds.
Yeah, it's a good-sized bracket. Good problem to have.
This is the 17-10 matchup. Mangy for the Kindred is 17 seed. Look for Grand Forks, the 10 seed. The winner of this will take on the number 9 seed, Violet Hoyles of Grafton.
So Jerome for Grafton wins by a fall. She'll advance in the championship bracket. And she will face number 5 seed Haley Ford of Valley City.
So look with the early takedown for Grand Forks. 2 penalty points issued on Claps, so it's now 3-2. We'll get a caution. Restart back in the center, and now we'll get a caution on Look. First couple are free. Third one and beyond is a 1 penalty point.
And mat number 230-pound prelim match between Chloe Courier of Fargo, senior 11 and 24, takes on South Borders Fatima Garcia Ceja, senior 5 and 11 at 130 pounds.
Look with the 1 point lead, 45 seconds, puts in a cross face. Trying to reach through. Able to belly Mangy out now. Going to try to spin behind that, see if she can get some near fall points. Mangy able to get her arm back free. Look now going to try to get a cradle. But Mangy able to work herself back to a base. Final 15 seconds. Look now, half Nelson. Grabbing at the far ankle with 10 seconds to go in the period. And we'll get a whistle, a full Nelson. And that is penalty number 3. So that's a 2-point penalty against Look to Mangy. So now she'll take a 4-3 lead with 9 seconds to go in the period.
Yeah, South Borders Garcia Ceja with the takedown. Currently working over the top on mat number 2. Has a crossface hooked up on mat 2. She has a 3-0 lead with 15 seconds remaining.
End of the period as Mangy will take a 1-point lead into period number 2. Choice to Look for Grand Forks, and she'll take the neutral position. Grand Forks, the combined team of Grand Forks Central, Grand Forks Red River, going with the Knight Rider nickname, the combination of both nicknames for Red River, the Rough Riders and Central the Knights. They go with the Knight Riders for co-op sports.
And mat number 324-pound prelim match. An update over there, Sophia Dodge, Mayport CG is wrestling Marley Stremick, a junior, 42 and 8. Stremick for Pembina County is the number 2 seed, and she wins by a fall. And into the championship bracket, she'll face Lisbon's Lila Gillespie in that first championship round match.
Look with a takedown. She'll retake the lead at 6-4. 50 seconds gone in the period. Look with a crossface. Manji reaching, able to peel it. Look now going to go transition to the other side. Under a minute now to go in the matchup. Look gets a breakdown. Now going to try for the half once again.
We're back to collar ties over at mat number 2. Still a 3-0 lead in the second period with a minute 13 on the clock between Garcia Ceja of South Border and Chloe Courier of Fargo. The wrestlers still collar tie, pushing each other back and forth just off the center edge of the mat.
Look had a chicken wing. Manji though able to get it back free. And we'll get a whistle. And we'll get a clasp once again. And that's a DQ. So look with penalty number 4 on a clasp. So that is the disqualification. And Annika Manji will advance. They're at 124 pounds.
And mat number 2 wrestlers still locked up in collar ties with under 25 seconds remaining. Garcia Ceja, South Border still up 3-0. She shoots in on a high crotch. And Chloe Courier steps around for the 3-point takedown and hits the go behind. Back in the riding position with 15 seconds remaining. A little Peterson roll by Garcia. She's back on top with the reversal now in the match score, 5-3.
Mat number 130-pound pigtail matchup from rugby. It is Courtney Slaybaugh, a sophomore at 17 and 32, going up against Lakin Capon of Central Cass, an 8th grader at 25 and 17. This 8-17 matchup, Capon the 8 seed for the Squirrels, Slaybaugh for rugby the 17 seed. The winner of this one will advance to take on the number 9 seed, Tia Hughley of Pembina County North.
And mat number 3 update, 100-pound championship round match. Lisbon's Melina Robinson, an 8th grader, 19-19, wrestles Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG. Both wrestlers returning state qualifiers here at 100 pounds. That's in the first round of championship round of mat 3. Mueller leads 3-1.
Capon with the throw to the back, the pinfall in 22 seconds for Lakin Capon of Central Cass. She will advance into the first round at 130 pounds. As we're now in the first round matchups, 100 pounds. Anna White, the top seed for in the East region at 100 pounds. The sophomore at 34 and 1, going up against Jasmine Schroeder of Carrington, an 8th grader at 15 and 15 on the year.
And 5-3 is your score in the second period over on mat number 2 with a minute 35 remaining. Wrestlers back on their feet now, out or hit the edge of the mat and go out for a restart back to the center of mat 2. 5-3. Garcia Ceja of South Border leads.
Shot attempt, White poking the head in between, over, under, and pops the head out, gets the takedown. So Anna White, the first points of the matchup, 30 seconds in. She'll take a 3-0 lead.
And Courier's down by 2 points. She drops down to a single leg. She's going to elevate this on the edge of the mat, throws down Garcia Ceja, and takes the lead. Has the 1-point lead. She's up 6-5. She catches Garcia on the hips on the edge of the mat. She's trying to walk around an armbar and extend her lead over on mat number 2, but she has the 6-5 lead for Fargo on mat 2.
White on the edge of the mat, going to try to keep Schroeder inbound, see what she can do. Try to run with it. Get a turn. High bridge here for Schroeder, and they go out of bounds. White gets a count of 3, 3-point near fall, so Anna White will take a 6-0 lead with 45 seconds to go in the first period.
And Courier has the 6-5 lead over on mat number 2 on the restart with 50 seconds remaining. She's in the top position. She spirals the far wrist, throws a half Nelson on the far side. Now she's going to try to walk this around. She wants to get those near fall to extend that lead here on mat number 2.
30 seconds to go on mat number 1. White, chicken wing, and the pinfall. Anna White for the Squirrels will advance into the second round with the 1-minute, 36-second pinfall victory over Jasmine Schroeder of the Carrington Cardinals.
And mat number 3 update, Melina Rebsum's down 2-3 to Kaylee Mueller at 100 pounds. That's 15 seconds remaining. Mueller from Mayport CG, the number 6 seed, coming into the tournament. She has the 1-point lead over Rebsum on mat 3. And you do have a reversal. You have some near fall coming to Garcia Cejas, south border, and she'll close us on out the winner as she picks up 4 near fall off the reversal. And she will advance into the championship rounds. She wins by 11-6 decision over Chloe Courier of Fargo.
With the number of 100 pigtail matchups in the 45-minute limit between matches, we're going to then move to 106 pounds, as it is Avery Jacobson for the Rugby Panthers, a sophomore at 22 and 18. Her opponent, Aurora Shelton for the Lisbon Broncos, a junior at 13 and 16. As a shot and a takedown for Jacobson, she'll take a 3-0 lead.
And mat number 200-pound action championship round match between Eden Riddle of Lemoore in Willowhagen of Fargo. Riddle is a 7th grader, 17 and 6 record. In Willowhagen for Fargo, an 8th grader, 19 and 21. 100-pound match on mat 2.
Jacobson with a turn. Has 4 points for the near fall, trying to settle in, see if she can walk Shelton's shoulder back to the mat and pick up the pinfall victory here in the first period.
Should be a good first-round match here in mat number 2. Number 8, number 9 seed. That's Riddle, number 9 seed in Willowhagen of Fargo, the number 8 seed on mat 2. And Riddle picks up the first points of the match. He's up 3-0 with a minute 10 remaining on mat 2.
Jacobson still trying to work for the fall. This is the 5-12 matchup. Jacobson is the 5 seed for the Panthers. 40 seconds to go in the period. I'm going to go the other side, see if she can get that second shoulder on the mat and pick up the pinfall victory. Bridge here by Shelton, but there's the pinfall. Avery Jacobson for the Rugby Panthers, the 1 minute 29 second pinfall victory. She'll advance to the first round, or to the second round here at 106 pounds.
Well, Riddle has both wrists spiraled, riding up over the top on Willowhagen. Gets her broke down kind of on the hip. Hagen able to get those hips back underneath her. Now base is up over on mat number 2. Riddle goes back to work on the ankle with a crossface over the top. Hagen tries to stand up, taken back down on mat 2. Riddle with the 3-0 lead.
4-13 matchup on mat number 1. Ava Crandall for the Central Cass Squirrels, an 8th grader at 4 and 13. Her opponent for West Fargo United, Isabel Baku Elder, 24 and 14 for the freshman, with the takedown and trying to look for the pinfall is Baku Elder for West Fargo United. 20 seconds gone in the period. Puts in a half, scoops the head, now trying to walk around. See if she can get that second shoulder mat. There it is, Isabel Baku Elder for West Fargo United. 28-second pinfall victory to advance at 106.
And mat number 3 update. We're all tied up going into sudden victory overtime between Rebsum and Mueller. They're tied up at 3 into sudden victory overtime on mat 3. And we're starting the second period on mat number 2. Eden Riddle has a 3-1 lead. Hagen with the escape at the start of the period. So 3-1's your score on mat 2 at 100 pounds in the second period.
Man number 1 will be Alois Jenner for South Border, Haley Davis for the Northern Lights. That is our 106-pound next matchup. The 3-14 matchup, Jenner for the Mustangs, the 3 seed at 28 and 8. Davis for the Northern Lights, a 7th grader at 12 and 13.
And Hagen down on a single leg on Riddle. Riddle trying to hang on, working some defense. She's able to get Hagen cracked down to the mat now, comes up over the top. Has the inside cradle locked up on Willowhagen. Here's Eden Riddle trying to drive this over. She scores a 3-point takedown, 6-1 lead, working on near fall on mat 2.
As there's both of our participants, Jenner and Davis. Davis for the Northern Lights, getting the headgear on, put on the ankle band, and ready to begin at 106 pounds.
And Riddle keeps that cradle locked up. She has the near fall secured, trying to work for a pin over on mat number 2.
As Davis looking for a headlock, loses the head. Jenner able to pop it out, get the 3-point takedown.
And the 4 near fall to Riddle, now with the 10-1 lead over on mat 2 with 15 seconds remaining in the second period.
Jenner with a crossface. Cradle locked up, trying to arch it back. 90 seconds to go in the first period. Plenty of time for Jenner to try to set it up right. There's the turn, and there's the pinfall. As Alois Jenner for South Border, the pinfall victory. 36 seconds to advance at 106.
And start of our third period on mat number 2, 10-1 lead for Eden Riddle of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Was a 7th grader up by 9 points on mat number 2. She's in the top position with Willow Hagan. Tried to quad pot up, broke back down to the mat by Riddle.
7-10 matchup on mat number 1. Addison Bauman for the Lisbon Broncos. Tess Gross for Napoleon Gackle Streeter at 106 pounds.
So mat number 3, they're in that third overtime. It's still tied up at 3. Repsom's in the bottom position. She hits the 1-point escape. She could win the match. If not, they have to go into that second overtime with the 30-second ride out or the escape that wins the match. That's on mat number 3.
Gross reaching through crossface. Bauman reaching at that near leg, trying to prevent a takedown. 45 seconds into period number 1. Trying to walk, still neutral position, no points awarded. Gross with a crossface, trying to reach through. See if she can lock up a cradle, see if she can get to the early points in the matchup. Out of time, official will go stalemate and no score. Back to neutral with 54 seconds to go in the first period.
The score still 10-1 over here on mat number 2. Eden Riddle in the top position, works the cradle, this time crossface cradle. She's going to try to tilt this back on Willow Hagan. Under 45 seconds remaining in the third period.
Clock ticking, 35 seconds to go in the first period. Bauman for Lisbon, Gross for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Neutral position, scoreless. Here again, the name of the game, win 2 before you lose 2. If you can pick up 2 victories, that'll put you in the top 8. That will advance you to the Fargo Dome come Thursday morning.
In that result, that ultimate tiebreaker overtime period, it was Kaylee Mueller wins 4-3 over Melina Rebsum. So Mueller advances into the championship round, second round of the championship round for 100 pounds.
Takedown for Gross, scramble. Almost into a bear hug, into a double leg there for Tess Gross. Able to beat the timer and get the takedown. It's a 3-point takedown, also got a 2-point near fall. So she'll take a 5-0 lead into the second period.
And Eden Riddle from Lemoore with the win. She advances into championship rounds on mat number 2 at 100 pounds.
Bauman in the top position, puts in a half Nelson. Able to get the turn. She's going to look for the fall and gets it. So Addison Bauman for the Lisbon Broncos was down 5-0. Top position to start, half right to the back, and the pinfall to advance at 106.
And Matt, 200-pound championship round match between Central Cass's Lauren Osmondstood. The 7th grader, 25-8, takes on Emerson Merkel of Ellendale Ledgely Colm, a 7th grader at 12-14. Wrestlers locked up in a collar tie position in the first period on mat 2.
As we hit the bottom of the hour, we'll take a break. This is the 2025 East Region Girls Individual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving to your school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
The Hillsborough Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsborough Vets Club.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
The Kindred Viking Boosters support healthy, active, competitive high school athletes. Viking athletes. Ready, focused, come celebrate their achievements. You're invited to Viking Pride. Save the date, buy your tickets, or reserve a table. Get excited for April 5th. Join friends at a new location, the Avalon Event Center. Viking Pride 2025. A feast, fun games, and a night to celebrate. They are why we boost it.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Stay prepared for the bitter cold with our heated gear line from boot and glove liners to body wraps, scarves, and more. Rechargeable Bluetooth and disposable options are available. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com, or stop in and check us out. Good luck to all the wrestlers, and go Lobos.
Lisbon Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Back here on YourLiveEvent.com, result Emma Dutt for the Central Cass Squirrels picking up the pinfall victory there in her first round matchup. As we're now wrestling here, we're going back to 100 pounds. The time limit has expired for those that were in the pigtail matches. Mat number 1, Marley Miller for Ellendale Edgley-Combe back on the mat. Going against the number 2 seed, Bria Brossard of the Rugby Panthers. On mat number 2, Osmond Stodd for Central Cass, now trailing by 2. She trails Emerson Merkel of Ellendale Edgley-Combe 7-5 with 80 seconds to go in the third period. As Brossard for the Panthers, the takedown, she'll take a 3-0 lead, 30 seconds in on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Central Cass is on the top position. She's got that half in, trying to turn that corner and get her turned over to her back for some back points. Still driving that half. Central Cass is behind 7-5 with 50 seconds left in the third period.
Yeah, this is the the 5-12 matchup on mat number 2 between Osmondstad and Merkel, with 40 seconds to go in that one, as we'll get a pinfall. Brossart for the Panthers. She'll get the pinfall victory. She'll advance to the second round at 100 pounds.
On mat number 2, Merkel from Edgley Ellendale Calm gets a 1-point escape, extending her lead 8-5. On mat number 2, they're both in the neutral position, trying to set up a takedown. Central Cass is in on the shot, trying to turn the corner. No points. There's a 3-point takedown. Osmondstad from Central Cass ties up the match. We're down to 10 seconds left in the third period.
Mat number 1, Jayla Stewart of the Northern Lions going up against Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United. That is a 112-pound championship matchup.
On mat number 2, we're going to go into overtime here. 1 minute on the clock, tied up 8-8. They're going to start out in the neutral position.
Stewart for the Northern Lions is a 7th grader at 14 and 11. Carlson is a junior for West Fargo United, 17 and 21. Carlson is the 4 seed. Stewart is the 13 seed going into this matchup here on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Merkel shot in for a shot. Osmondstad did a good job of sprawling. Merkel's in on a single leg again. Osmondstad's going to go for the throw, trying to get those hips around, and there's a 3-point takedown. They're counting back points. Osmondstad from Central Cass did a nice job of stepping through that takedown, taking her to her back for back points.
Mat number 1, Stewart with the takedown. Jayla Stewart now looking for the pinfall, and an upset early on here.
And in overtime, Osmondstad from Central Cass gets the win on mat number 2.
Carlson able to fight off of her back, gets out of bounds, but she trails 7-0 as already the 13 seed, putting the 4 seed in trouble as Jayla Stewart, the takedown, the 4-point near fall. 30 seconds to go in period number 1.
On mat number 2, we've got Carrington's Remke and versus Siri Brace Volk from Devil's Lake. That's at 106 pounds on mat number 2.
Final 10 seconds. Stewart still with a 7-0 lead. Puts in a crossface. Going to try to ride out period number 1. Grabbing at the far ankle as well, and that will do it for the first period. Jayla Stewart of the Northern Lights, a 7-0 lead going into period number 2.
On mat number 2, Volk was in on a single leg and just couldn't quite pick it up, so they're going to start out in the neutral position again.
Neutral to start period number 2. Carlson work to do, trailing by 7 after 2 minutes. And she's going to try to push the pace. 2-on-1 Russian try now. Shot attempt by Carlson. Sprawl by Stewart. Edge of the mat they wrestle.
On mat number 2, they're still in the neutral position. They're trying to get their hand control, work on their head position, trying to set up that takedown.
Carlson grabbing at the near leg. Stewart draped across, putting in a crossface. Official says we're out of bounds. Brady Storhog, and we'll get a restart back in the center. Minute 24 to go in the second period.
On mat number 2, we're still tied up at zeros. Volk is in on a single leg right now, trying to pick that up. Remke did a nice job of sprawling. She's trying to put in that crossface and turn around the corner there.
Out of bounds on mat number 1. Back to the center. A minute and 8 to go in the second period. Stewart with that 7-0 lead as we get a restart. Back on mat number 1.
In the final second on mat number 2, Remke from Carrington gets a 3-point takedown, so she'll go into the second period ahead 3-0 over Volk from Devil's Lake.
Carlson trying to push the pace here for West Fargo United. Out of bounds they go. They'll get a neutral. as official Brady Sorok just giving reminders here, trying to stay in bounds. No warnings yet, but just kind of warning of the potential. Moving forward, shot attempt by Stewart. Carlson trying to defend sprawl.
On mat number 2, Volk from Devils Lake started out in the top position. She's heavy on the head right now. Remke is trying to jump across the hips.
Stewart for the Northern Lights grabbing onto the near leg. Carlson sprawling, trying to put some distance in. Now a front headlock for Carlson. Out of bounds, edge of the mat they go, and now they go out of bounds. Back to the center with 10 seconds to go in the period.
On mat number 2, Remke from Carrington gets a 2-point reversal to extend her lead 5-0 with a minute left in the second period.
Shot attempt, Carlson trying to beat the buzzer before the end of the period. Sprawl by Stewart. And out of time for period number 2. No score in that period. Jayla Stewart of the Northern Lights, a 7-0 lead going into the final 2 minutes.
On mat number 2, Remke from Carrington was working on that crossface cradle. Volk was able to extend herself and get out of that for a second. They're on the edge of the mat there.
Stewart did get warned for stalling there at the end of the period. She'll now then take the top position as a roll by Carlson. Scramble on the mat. No points awarded yet. And Stewart able to remain in top control after the scramble. She'll stay in control. No points awarded. She'll retain a 7-0 lead. 90 seconds to go in the matchup.
On mat number 2, Remke was working on that crossface cradle. She got a little high, and right at the end of the period, Volk got a 1-point escape.
Carlson, though, a reversal to the back, and Natalie Carlson going to look for the pinfall. Got the 2 points for the reversal. Official holding the 4 for near fall, but there's the pinfall. Natalie Carlson, the 4 seed, in trouble in her first round matchup. Able to survive, gets the pinfall victory in period number 3 to advance at 112 pounds.
On mat number 2, we're going to go into the third period with Remke from Carrington ahead 5-1. They're going to start out in the neutral position. Over on mat number 3 at 112 pounds, we've got Juliette Davis from Carrington ahead 7-0 over Grace Kozowski Jr. from Breckenridge, Wahpeton.
Mat number 1, 112 pounds. 11-6 matchup. Now the number 6 seed, Madeline Crellin of Lisbon, a 7th grader at 18-20 on the season. Her opponent from Valley City, the 11 seed, Spencer Brown for the Highliners, a freshman at 11-18 on the season. Throw attempt and roll through, and Brown will get the takedown. She'll take the first points of the match to take a 3-0 lead. 40 seconds to go in the first period.
On mat number 2, Remke gets another takedown, taking an 8-1 lead. She's trying to lock up that cradle again. She's going to get a reset there on the top.
Crellin high hips, and Crowd able to get the reversal. Brings the deficit to 1 at 3-2. Brown back up to her feet, the escape point. So Brown will take a 4-2 lead as we'll wrestle neutral with 50 seconds to go in the first period.
On mat 2, Remke threw in a half Nelson, and Volk was able to roll through the first time, and Remke gets the pin with 31 seconds left in the third period.
Crellin with the headlock to the back, 3 points for the takedown and the pinfall victory. Madeline Crellin of the Lisbon Broncos, a first period fall to advance at 112 pounds. Man number 1, our next one, 112 pounds. Jalen Carrigan of Pembina County North. And her opponent, Scout Friedrichs for the Lisbon Broncos.
On mat number 2, At 100 pounds, Grace English from Carrington versus Camden Kappenman from Valley City.
Shot attempt as Frederick's able to get the 3-point takedown. She'll get the mat return. She'll lead 3-0, 20 seconds into the matchup. An 8th grader at 8-17 for the Broncos. Kerrigan for the Grizzlies, 19-16 on the season.
On mat number 2, English from Carrington gets the 3-point takedown. She's in the top position. She's got the crossface cradle in right now. She's going to try and roll her back for some near fall. There's some near fall points on mat number 2. English has got the head in the side there, got the knee in the side, trying to stretch her out, get those shoulders down. There's the pin. English from Carrington gets the pin with 39 seconds left in the first period at 100 pounds.
Fredericks for the Broncos, still a 3-0 lead, 45 seconds to go in the first period. Trying to ride tough on top. Trying to switch to the other side. But Kerrigan able to crowd stay close and gets the reversal. Cuts her deficit to 1 at 3-2 with 30 seconds to go in the period. Out to the side. Now switch sides. Fredericks, though, able to get back up to her base only momentarily. Kerrigan with a breakdown. Now going to try to run the half once again.
On mat number 2, 112 pounds, Audrey Muser from Rugby versus Elizabeth Ornes from Devil's Lake. Ornes gets the 3-point takedown. She's trying to get that crossface cradle locked up. She's got it locked up, going to try and tip her back up. Muser was able to break the grip there, so they're going to start out with Ornes at the top. Got a referee timeout. Headgear on mat number 2.
Kerrigan will start in the the top position, to begin period number 2. Fredericks looking for the escape or potential reversal. Kerrigan grabbing at the near leg. 20 seconds to go in the second period. Able to break the grip, trying to spin behind, and there's the reversal. Upper lead now back to 3 at 5-2.
On mat 2, Ornes starts out in the top position. She's got the chicken wing in, got her broken down to the mat. She's going to run that around the head. Looks like she's got the wrist.
Kerrigan back up to her feet. Double leg and gets a reversal once again. Back to a 1-point matchup. She trails 5-4. A minute to go in the period.
And on mat 2, Ornes from Devil's Lake is working on that 2-on-1. Muser is getting up to her base.
Half Nelson for Kerrigan to the back and the pinfall. Galen Kerrigan for Pembina County North, the pinfall victory. She will advance at 112 pounds.
On mat number 2, Ornes has still been working on, she's working on that half Nelson. Almost got her turned over. And there they're counting back points. She's got that far wrist. That's getting pretty tight. Gonna try to get her weight back to the center.
Mat number 1, this is the 5-12 matchup. The 5 seed, Taya Laidlaw for the Fargo Stingers, a senior at 28-12. Her opponent for Hillsborough Central Valley is Crystal Magnuson, a junior at 12-10 for the Burros.
On mat number 2, Ornes from Devil's Lake is ahead 7-0 going into the second period.
Laidlaw, front headlock. See if she can throw something here. Magnuson back up to her feet. Reshot attempt by Magnuson. Laidlaw snap down, looking to spin behind. Still neutral position. 40 seconds into the matchup. And there, Laidlaw able to spin behind, get the takedown. She's got a 3-0 lead, 50 seconds gone in period number 1.
On mat number 2, Ornis from Devil's Lake gets another 3-point takedown. She's in the top position. Working on that cross-face cradle again. She's got her broken down to the mat.
50 seconds left in the first. Laidlaw for the Stingers with a 3-0 lead. Magnuson, though, back up to her feet. Front headlock for Laidlaw. Snap down. Magnuson grabbing at the near leg. Laidlaw still in control. Official Brady Storhog will let it wrestle throughout this sequence. Out of bounds they go. No change. So Laidlaw will stay in top control. 27 seconds to go in the period.
On mat number 2, Ornis throws in a tough power half and gets the pin with 54 seconds left in the second period at 112 pounds.
Magnuson sit out off the whistle, 20 seconds. Staying close. Grabbing at the near leg. Laidlaw, though, will put in a half Nelson and get some near fall points out of this sequence. Final 10 seconds. Magnuson roll through, does get the reversal, but Laidlaw will take it. She gets the 4-point near fall before that, ups her lead to 7-2, and that'll do it for the first period. Taylor Laidlaw of Fargo with a 7-2 lead after 2 minutes.
On mat number 2, 118 pounds, Alyssa Nitschke from South Border versus Mally McLeod from Devil's Lake.
Magnuson will start in the down position to begin period number 2. Off the whistle, a sit out for the Burrow Junior. Laidlaw, though, puts in a chicken wing. Now going to see if she can use it. 15 seconds gone in the period. Magnuson trying to work herself back up to a base. Still a 5-point lead for Laidlaw.
On mat number 2, Nitschke got in on a nice double leg right to her back and gets the pin with 1:11 seconds left in the first period. Nitschke gets the win from South Border.
Still a 5-point lead for Laidlaw, but Magnuson back up to her feet and gets the escape point, 7-3. Minute 10 to go in the period.
On mat number 2, 118 pounds, Aubrey Quinn from Central Cass versus Mallory DeVries from Central Cass.
Out of bounds on mat number 1, stays a 4-point matchup. Now under a minute, 57 seconds to go in the second period.
On mat number 2, Quinn tries a headlock and misses it. Still got the head without the arm. DeVries is trying to come out the backside. No points.
Laidlaw extends her lead on mat number 1, now makes it 10-3 with 25 seconds to go in the second period.
On mat number 2, still no points awarded for a takedown. DeVries is trying to come around the side. And there DeVries gets the 2-point takedown.
Final couple of ticks. Laidlaw gets a mat return, will ride it out, and a 10-3 lead going into the final period there on mat number 1.
We've got potentially dangerous on mat number 2. They're going to get a fresh start with Quinn starting in the bottom position. Quinn is a senior with a 15-14 record. DeVries is a senior as well with a 25-6 record. There's a caution on mat number 2.
Always interesting how the coaches handle it and when two wrestlers are going up from the same thing. For Central Cass, both DeVries and English with, both DeVries and Quinn with two of their teammates on the coaches bench there. Just kind of letting them ride it out or wrestle it out here in the first round at 118 pounds there on mat number 2. Laidlaw still with a 7-point lead, 10-3 as we wrestle in period number 3 on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, DeVries is still in the top position. Just 5 seconds left in the first period.
Get a stalemate on mat number 1, excuse me. 54 seconds to go in the third period. Taylor Laidlaw for Fargo with a 10-3 lead. Just trying to ride it out in advance at 118 pounds.
Over on mat number 3 in the South Gym at 124 pounds, Kendra Garcia from Carrington has had 9-0 over Lily Scarrud from West Fargo United.
Final 30 seconds. Sit out by Magnuson. Needs to try to hit something. Final 20 seconds. Laidlaw, though, able to stay close, stays in control. Just wants to ride it out. Final 15 seconds and try to pick up a victory at 118 pounds.
On mat number 2, DeVries is getting back points. Trying to secure that pin. Quinn was able to roll through, so DeVries gets a 4-point takedown to extend her lead 7-0 with a minute left in the second period.
So Taylor Laidlaw for Fargo will advance with a 10-3 decision victory over Crystal Magnuson at 118 pounds. As then we'll move to our next matchup here, also at 118 pounds. Jocelyn Boyer for Northwood, a sophomore at 9-8, going up against Bethany Schuldeis of Valley City, a freshman at 28-13. This the 6-11 matchup. Schuldeis the 6 seed for the Highliners. Boyer the 11 seed for the Thunder.
DeVries from Central Cass on mat 2 has that chicken wing in. Rolled her to her back, getting back points. And there's the pin. Mallory DeVries from Central Cass gets the pin over Aubrey Quinn.
Boyer, Schuldeis still neutral position. 35 seconds gone in the period. This 118-pound first-round matchup. Update, South Gym. South Porter's Veda Hoffman has a 3-0 lead over Jaden Greer of Fargo as they wrestle in the first period over on mat number 3. Under a minute to go on mat number 1, still neutral position.
On mat number 2, 124 pounds, Isabella Christensen from Napoleon versus Brianna Mayer from Central Cass.
Schuldeis with a shot on mat number 1. Boyer with a sprawl. Trying to put in a crossface. Grabbing at the far ankle is Boyer. Has Schuldeis bellied out. Schuldeis grabbing at the leg. Trying to hold on. Boyer crossface. Seeing if she can spin behind. Trying to get the first points of the matchup. Final couple ticks of the clock. Crossface by Boyer. Schuldeis trying to hold on. See if she can last. Not give up any points before the period. And that'll do it. They stay neutral. Boyer and Schuldeis will go into the second. No score.
On mat number 2, Brianna Mayer from Central Cass gets the 3-point takedown. She's trying to get Christensen broken down to the mat. Grabs that near leg, got the wrist. She's going to work on that 2-on-1. Now Mayer's trying for the cradle. There she's got some back points. Oh, nope, no back points. We got the 1 count and didn't get the 2. There, Mayer gets the half Nelson in. She's getting some back points now.
Boyer trying to get on the scoreboard, able to do so, gets the escape point. Jocelyn Boyer for Northwood, the first points of the matchup with an escape point. 35 seconds gone in the second period.
Mayer was able to get a 2-point near fall right at the end of the first period to extend her lead 5-0 going into the second period. Mayer's going to be in the down position to start the second period at 124 pounds.
Halfway gone on mat number 1. Boyer with a 1-point lead. She's in on a shot attempt. Schultheis with a sprawl. Reshot attempt by Boyer, looking to get the takedown and extend her lead.
Christensen from Napoleon tried a headlock and almost got it, but Mayer was able to roll through. Mayer gets the 2-point reversal. So Mayer's in the top position right now, trying to work on a half Nelson.
Boyer with a 4-0 lead. Schultheis, though, able to get the reversal. Cuts into the deficit in half. 4-2 she trails.
Mayer kept going side to side, throwing the opposite side half. Finally got one sunk in, and she's getting back points right now on mat number 2. And there's the pin for Mayer. 1:03 left in the second period. Mayer gets the pin over Christensen from Napoleon.
End of the second. Boyer with a 4-2 lead as we'll go to the final 2 minutes. And she'll have choice. She'll stay neutral. See if she can get another takedown here.
Over on mat number 3, 124 pounds, Mariah Rejos from Devil's Lake versus Brianna Edwardson from Devil's Lake.
Still neutral. Schultheis needs a takedown. She trails by 2. Trying to set something up. Shot attempt. Reshot by Boyer. Scramble. 90 seconds to go in the match. Both wrestlers trying to stay close. Neutral position. No points awarded.
On mat number 2, 124 pounds, Avery Davidson from Northern Cass versus Hannah Larson from Northwood.
Schultheis with a cradle right to the back. Bethany Schultheis for Valley City going to look for the fall and gets it. Bethany Schultheis for the Highliners gets the third period pinfall, 4:55 to advance at 118 pounds.
Davidson from Northern Cass gets the takedown and then a 4-point near fall. So early on in the first period, she takes a 7-0 lead over Larson from Northwood. Davidson from Northern Cass still heavy on the head on mat number 2. Keeping Larson broken down to the mat. She's got the arm bar now.
Mat number 1, Haley Ford of Valley City, an 8th grader at 18 and 15. Her opponent is Madeline Jerome of the Grafton Spoilers, a sophomore at 5 and 5 on the season.
Davidson tried to get Larson to her back, but Larson was able to roll through. Davidson comes back with a crossface, working on that crossface cradle. Davidson on mat number 2 has got the cradle locked up, trying to work on that pin. Larson does a nice job of breaking that grip and getting back to her base.
Ford able to get the first points of the matchup. She'll take a 3-0 lead. Jerome up to her feet looking for an escape point. We get a stalling warning called on Ford, and so she'll cut Jerome, give the escape point 3-1.
Davidson was in on a double leg and does a nice job of taking to her back right at the end of the first period here.
Autumn Roberts of Fargo, you're to the south gym, please.
And we're going to have a tech fall on mat number 2, Davidson from Northern Cass over Larson from Northwood.
As we're at the 2 o'clock hour, we'll take a break. This is the East Region Girls Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
If you're ready to save time, aggravation, and money, the team at Weber Insurance is here and ready to make the process as painless as possible. Weber Insurance makes sure you find the best insurance because their agency is 100% independent. They have the freedom to shop the marketplace and find the best possible combination of cost and coverage. Talk with Dan, Leslie, or Carol to get a quote started today, or go online to weberinsurance.net. Call, click, text, or stop in at Weber Insurance, locally owned in Castleton.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
Successful teams need a place to practice when the weather doesn't cooperate or the teams just need an extra swing. The Mayport Youth Center provides that option for the Mayport CG School District, summer baseball and softball teams. The Mayport Youth Center is an indoor facility that includes batting cages and field turf. In the winter, the facility is home to the Mayport Ice Dog hockey team. Good luck to the Mayport CG Patriots from the Mayport Youth Center.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller and USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough.
Hey, welcome back here, liveevent.com, as we're here at the East Region Girls Individual Wrestling Tournament from Central Cass, North Dakota. And I should say Central Cass High School in Castleton, North Dakota. We'll take a look at your American Crystal, trying to find our scoreboard sponsor here. So thought I had it on mine. Yeah, there it is. Your Tim Kazed Sea Sail scoreboard, your Golden Harvest scoreboard. So we'll go over that real quick. Starting out with your top 10 teams in your still too early to call team race at the East Region Girls Tournament. Yeah, tied for 8th place is Valley City, Grand Forks, and Fargo with 6 points. In 6th is West Fargo United with 8 points, tied with Rugby. 5th place South Border with 12 points, Lisbon 14 points, Pembina County North with 15.5 points in 3rd place. 2nd place is Carrington with 16 points, and defending champs Central Cass Squirrels with 20 points. Those are your top 10 teams in the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. You're still in the championship rounds, up at 130 pounds over here on mat number 2, and then mat number 1 we're at 124 pounds. Mat number 3 also at 124 pounds in the championship rounds.
On mat number 2, we have Taryn Gores from Northern Lights ahead of Lydia Wolf from South Border, 3-2 with 1:20 left in the second period.
Yeah, mat number 1, 124 pounds. It's Haley Ford of Valley City, an 8th grader, 18-15 record, taking on Madeline Jerome Grafton, a sophomore with 5-5 record. Ford has the 11-2 lead. She's in the top position in the third period with under 20 seconds remaining.
On mat number 2, 130 pounds, Gores gets a 3-point takedown. She's in the top position. They're on the edge of the mat. Gores brings her down to the mat again. Gores has a 6-2 lead over Wolf from South Border. Wolf gets the 1-point escape.
And that's a final over on mat number 1. Haley Ford wins by 9 points. Major decision victory for Ford, 11-2 over Madeline Jerome Grafton.
On mat number 3 in the South Gym, 124 pounds, Violet Hoyles from Drayton is ahead 3-0 over Annika Mangi from Kindred. On mat number 2, we're at the end of the second period. And Gores from Northern Cass gets a last-second takedown. Gores is ahead 9-3 going into the third period.
And mat number 1, we have the number 2 seed, Marley Strimick at 124 pounds, taking on Lila Gillespie of the Lisbon Broncos. Strimick opens up with a 3-point takedown in the top position, working underneath, trying that ball and chain tilt. She has it hooked up on the backside. Now goes to the chopping purchase, working a chicken wing. And she rolls through with the chicken wing, picks up near fall on mat 1.
On mat number 2, they're both in the neutral position, trying to set up a takedown. Wolf gets called for stalling, and Gores gets a 1 point for that. So Gores is ahead 10-3 with 1:20 left in this third period. On mat 2, Wolf was able to get a 3-point takedown and take Gores to her back, getting some back points right on the edge of the mat.
And Strimick has a 6-0 lead over on mat number 1. She's in the top position, working a leg Turk on the edge of the mat.
Wolf from South Border gets the pin. Wolf was behind 6-10 in the third period and throws her to her back and gets the pin.
That was a nice win for Lydia Wolf over there on mat number 2, come from behind. Mat number 1, Strimick still has a 6-0 lead. That's in the first period with 15 seconds remaining. In mat number 3, 124-pound championship round match between Drayton's Violet Hoyles, a freshman, 25-14. She's up 6-0 over Annika Mengi, a senior from Kindred. That match just went final over on mat 3.
On mat number 2, 130 pounds, Deegan Kirschman from Valley City versus Kenzie Jost from Carrington.
And Gillespie and Stremick on mat number 1 start the second period. Stremick down on a single leg. Gillespie sprawls out, trying to work a crossface over the top, see if she can turn the corner. Stremick's able to catch an arm, throws her down, picks up the takedown and some near fall, up 9-0 over on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Kirschman gets a 3-point takedown. Kirschman's got Jost broken down to the mat.
Here's Stremick still working for a fall in the center of the mat over on mat number 1. She has a 9-0 lead with 4 near fall coming her way. Still 55 seconds remaining in the second period.
On mat number 2, Jost from Carrington gets a 1-point escape. They're both in the neutral position, tied up right now, trying to set up a takedown.
That's a win by fall for Marley Stremick of Pembina County North. She'll face number 7 seed Violet Hoyles in the quarterfinals at 124 pounds.
On mat number 2, we're down to 44 seconds left in the first period. They're going to start out in the neutral position with Kirschman ahead 3-1.
And mat number 3, Stremick's teammate Tia Hughley is wrestling Leica Capone, a Central Cass. Capone, an 8th grader, 26-17 record, is up 3-0 over Hughley on mat 3.
On mat 2, Deegan Kirschman gets the pin over Jost from Carrington with 28 seconds left in the first period.
Our new matchup over on mat number 1, Jocelyn Carpenter of Devil's Lake takes on Alyssa Hoyles of Drayton. That's still scoreless between Carpenter and Hoyles on mat number 1. Drayton, a new addition to the girls wrestling ranks.
On mat number 3, Lake and Capon from Central Cass is ahead 7-0 over Tia Hughley from Pembina County North. On mat number 2, Fatima Garcia Sija from South Border is wrestling Sarah Novak from Grand Forks.
And Hoyles hooks up a half Nelson, working for a quick fall over on mat number 1. She gets it for Drayton. And that's a win by fall, and advancing into the championship rounds at 130 pounds.
On mat number 2, Novak gets the 3-point takedown. She's in the top position. She's got an arm bar locked up, trying to get that far wrist. Gonna run around the head now. Taking her time. She's got her over for back points.
So Alyssa Hoyles for Drayton, number 4 seed. She'll take on Lydia Wolf. Wolf with the upset over Taryn Gores earlier on mat number 2. Wolf was the number 12 seed, so it's Wolf and Hoyles in the quarterfinals at 130 pounds.
On mat number 2, Sarah Novak from Grand Forks gets the pin with 1 minute left in the first period.
And mat number 1, 130-pound action. That Shayla DeBlair, Grand Forks, takes on Lena Claros of West Fargo United. DeBlair with the 3-point takedown, has a cradle locked up, squeezing the elbows together over on mat number 1, working for a pin.
On mat number 2, 136 pounds, Alicia Sheriff from West Fargo United versus Emily Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley.
And the pinning combination readjusted by DeBlair, and she wins by fall over on mat number 1 at 130 pounds. So Shayla DeBlair, number 2 seed, advances into the quarterfinals.
On mat number 2, we had the headgear come off, so we're going to get a fresh start in the neutral position. We're at 136 pounds on mat number 2.
And DeBlair will take on the winner over on mat number 3. That's matches between Riley Lighton of Fargo and Leah Dahl of Devil's Lake. Lighton is the number 7 seed, Dahl the number 10 seed. That's your matchup on mat number 3. Still scoreless in the first period.
Sheriff from West Fargo United is in on a single leg, and they end up going out of bounds on mat number 2, so we'll get a fresh start again, center of the mat.
Yeah, mat number 1, 136-pound action between Grace Lamar, Central Cass, a junior, 17-9, takes on Anna Holzelton, a freshman from Fargo, at 6-26. And Lamar is the number 3 seed at 136 pounds.
On mat number 2, they're still in the neutral position, trying to set up their takedown. Working on the wrist control right now.
Grace Lamar with the 3-point takedown, in control in the top position. Good riding position here for Lamar. She's up 3-0 over on mat 1.
Sheriff from West Fargo United in on a single leg, but Smith was able to turn the corner. Smith gets the 3-point takedown. There was a little scramble there, but Smith was able to stay in control. She's got the half Nelson in, but Sheriff gets the 2-point reversal.
And Lamar working for a fall. She has the head scooped, stretches out the arm, making that T on top, working for a pin on mat number 1 with 20 seconds remaining here for Grace Lamar to work for a pin on mat 1.
On mat number 2, we're going to end the first period with Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley ahead 3-2.
And the win by fall for Grace Lamar advances to the quarterfinals as the number 3 seed. And Lamar will face the winner between Chanel Volk of South Border and Addison Zubke of Napoleon Gacko Streeter in the quarterfinals.
On mat number 3, 130 pounds, Riley Litton from Fargo versus Leah Dahl from Devils Lake. Dahl is ahead 5-0.
A new matchup on mat 1 is, we just talked about that, between Chanel Volk of South Border, a 7th grader, 11-16, Addison Zubke of Napoleon Gacko Streeter, a freshman, 22-19. Zubke, the number 6 seed.
On mat number 2, we've got a tight one down there. Sheriff from West Fargo United is ahead 5-4 over Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley. They're in the neutral position trying to set up their takedown.
Here, wrestlers off the edge of the mat, near edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart over on mat number 1 with 1:39. They're still scoreless in the first period.
On mat number 2, we've got potentially dangerous, infraction. Smith is going to get a 1-point infraction penalty.
And here's Chanel Volk, has the in a cow catcher position. She had Zupke down on her hip, but now Zupke hits a body lock and takes Volk straight to her back. And the win by a fall as the official down there and slaps the mat for Addison Zupke. She will take on Grace Lamar in the quarterfinals.
On mat number 2, we had a scramble there. Smith ends up with a 3-point takedown to take an 8-5 lead. 30 seconds left on mat number 2. They're on the edge of the mat. And Sheriff gets a 2-point reversal and near fall points. Sheriff's trying to get that pin locked in. Okay, on mat number 2, they went out of bounds, and Sheriff gets a 4-point near fall to take an 11-8 lead with 6 seconds left in the second period.
And mat number 1 up to 142 pounds, championship round match between Liam Glynn, a freshman from Ellendale Edgeley Calm, 15-13. She's wrestling Emma Johnner, a senior from Grafton, at 9-11. It's at 142 pounds. Match just underway. Wrestlers in the collar tie position.
We're going to go into the third period on mat number 2 with Sheriff from West Fargo United ahead 11-9 at the 136-pound weight class. Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley will start out in the down position.
A matchup on mat number 3 at 130 pounds. Dahl for Devils Lake still up 9-0 over Riley Lighton. The winner of that takes on Shayla DeBlair of Grand Forks in the quarterfinals at 130 pounds.
On mat number 2, Sheriff takes Smith back down to the mat. Smith's trying to base up. Sheriff has the half Nelson in. Smith tries to roll through.
Score 3-0. Emma Johnner of Grafton. And now 3-1 as Johnner hit with a technical violation for a full Nelson. Glim with 1 point on the board. 3-1's the score on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Sheriff from West Fargo United is ahead 11-10 with just 1:10 left in the third period.
Well, mat number 3, that final result is Leah Dahl of Devils Lake wins by major decision over Riley Lighton of Fargo 9-0. Dahl, the number 10 seed with the minor upset. She advances to the quarterfinals on mat number 3.
On mat number 2, they're both tying up, trying to get hand position. Sheriff hits a headlock, takes Smith to her back. They're counting back points, 30 seconds left in the third period.
And Liam Glenn with the reversal ties it up at 3 over on mat number 1.
So Sheriff on mat number 2 gets the 3-point takedown and 4-point near fall. And Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley comes right back with a reversal. Sheriff is ahead 18-12 with just 10 seconds left.
You're back to the center at the start of our second period, still tied up at 3 points apiece between Emma Johnner Grafton and Liam Glenn.
We've just got 3 seconds left here on mat number 2. Sheriff is going to start out in the down position.
And now 6-3 score. Glenn working for a fall for Ellendale Edgley Combe over on mat number 1. She has the head scooped. It's the reverse half, has the arm in the pin for Glenn of Ellendale Edgley Combe. She advances to the quarterfinals at 142 pounds.
And Sheriff from West Fargo United gets the win over Smith from Hillsborough Central Valley.
A new match out here at 142 pounds. There's Veda Carblin for the Broncos, steps on the mat. She takes on Lanaya Proctor of West Fargo United. Proctor, freshman, 16-15 record. Veda Carblin, a junior, at 15-26 for Lisbon. That's the number 5 seed, Lanaya Proctor.
On mat number 2, 136 pounds, Melody Kabat from South Border versus Emerson Schwab from Lisbon. Kabat gets warned for stalling on mat number 2.
It's a quick 3-0 lead for Proctor, West Fargo United, over Carblum over on mat number 1. She's in the top position. They're off the center edge of the mat. Now works at chicken wing on the near side.
On mat number 2, they're still in the neutral position, trying to set up something. Schwab's in on a single leg.
And Proctor able to get Carblum over to her back, working some near fall. She readjusts. Carblum back to belly down for near fall on the way for Proctor. Up 7-0 over on mat number 1 with a minute remaining.
Schwab from Lisbon was in on a double leg. She was able to stick with it, gets a 3-point takedown. Now she's got the power half in, trying to turn that corner. Schwab's got a lot of down pressure there, trying to get that power half over.
There's a 1-point escape for Carblum and a headgear adjustment, breaking the action over on mat number 1.
And Schwab gets the pin with 15 seconds left in the first period.
That's going to the radio guy down there. All right, back here in action over on mats number 1 and mat number 2 in the main gymnasium. 7-1's the score at the end of the first period over on mat number 1 between Proctor and Carblum. Proctor with the lead.
On mat number 2, 136 pounds, Molly Carr from West Fargo United over Jasmine Yabare from Carrington.
And we're going to the second period, 10-1 score. Proctor up by 9. She scores a takedown the final 10 seconds of the first period. 10-1 score on mat number 1. Here's Carblum with the body lock. She gets Proctor over to her back and working for a fall. Here on mat number 1 is Veda Carblum. Proctor able to get belly down. She gives up 4 near fall. 10-8 is the score.
On mat number 2, Ybarra gets a 3-point takedown and lets her up for a 1-point escape. So Ybarra is ahead 3-1 with a minute left in the first period. Ybarra gets another takedown on mat number 2 to take a 6-1 lead.
And Carblum hits another head and arm. This time she has Proctor in a better pinning combination. She tied up the score at 11 apiece. She'll have 4 near fall coming at least, working for a pin in a minor upset here at 142 pounds. Proctor gets back, belly down, 4 near fall for Carblum.
And Ybarra gets the pin on mat number 2 with 45 seconds left in the first period.
And now Carblum with the 4 near fall, up 15-11. She's in the top position over on mat number 1 with 35 seconds remaining.
On mat number 2, 142 pounds, Glavana Lima from Grand Forks versus Ava Chemnitz from Pembina County North.
Carblum working another pinning combination. He has a half Nelson with 15 seconds remaining. It's buried in deep. She has Proctor going over and picks up a swipe from the official. She'll readjust a little bit. Proctor trying not to give up any more points at the end of the period on mat number 1. Proctor able to score the reversal. Closes the score now within 2 points, 15-13 in favor of Carblum.
On mat number 2, Chemnitz shot in on a fireman's, but Lima was able to counter that and get the 3-point takedown. She takes a 3-0 lead with 1:10 left in the first period. Over on mat number 3, 142 pounds, Naomi Miller from Kindred versus Macy Tunyum from South Border.
And mat number 1, started the third period. Carblum with the 2-point lead. She's in the top position and a caution on Proctor. Proctor jumps the whistle. Still 15-13 in favor of Veda Carblum, up by 2 points.
On mat 2, Lima from Grand Forks is still ahead 3-0. She's in the top position.
And Proctor was able to catch Carblum hanging her head over with the cradle. Still no points given up by Carblum yet. Carblum belly down on the mat. Proctor's going to hip heist into this pretty hard over on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Lima is still in the up position with just a few seconds left.
Well, Carblum able to stay belly down. Proctor steps around behind her for the 2-point reversal. We're tied up at 15 over on mat number 1. Proctor in the top position.
On mat number 2, we're going to go into period 2 with Lima from Grand Forks ahead 3-0.
And Carblum hits a Peterson roll and we're trying to work a reversal. Still no points given up. Now the 2-point reversal for Carblum with under a minute remaining in the third period. She's up by 2 points, 17-15.
On mat number 2, Lima's going to start out in the down position.
Proctor tried to hit the roll on Carblum. Carblum comes back trying to work a tilt. She has 35 seconds here to ride on top at the 2-point lead. Carblum readjusts her hips, trying to get back behind the arms and the elbows. Now works a half Nelson, walking this around. It's pretty tight. She catches the far wrist. She has Proctor going over. And she'll hang on to win this one by 2 points, 17-15. Carblum for Lisbon with the upset of the number 5 seed, Lanaya Proctor, West Fargo United in the first round.
On mat number 2, Lima sinks the half Nelson She's got her rolled over on her back, and there's the pin. Lima from Grand Forks gets the pin over Chemnitz from Pembina County North.
After that pin, we will step away and take a word from our sponsors. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted badass outlaws and the most powerful late models on the planet. The World of Outlaws Kings Late Model.
The World of Outlaws Late Model Series is coming back to Ada in 2025. Mark your calendars for Saturday, June 28th.
The North Border Eagle Sports Boosters mission is to cultivate an environment that inspires students, athletes, coaches, parents, and communities to collectively create a positive and spirited atmosphere for all athletic programs. Search for North Border Eagle Sports Boosters on Facebook if you'd like to become a member or for more information today. The North Border Eagle Sports Boosters wishes the Eagles the best of luck in the tournament. Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson County make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson County ensures every deduction is maximized, every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon. Whether you're local or driving through Carrington, make sure to stop into the Prairie Inn restaurant. They have the best breakfast and coffee, but they also have some of the best dinner and supper entrees too. The Prairie Inn is your breakfast, dinner, and supper headquarters. Stop in and you can sink your teeth into some tasty sandwiches and soups. Take a trip through the Express Line Salad Bar with hot entree and, of course, the delicious pies and desserts. Located right by the roundabout in Carrington. Call 701-652-3976.
Looking to sell your equipment or needing an upgrade? Purple Wave Auction has you covered. From construction to agriculture and fleet, we make it easy for you to sell, bid, or buy. Always online and always no reserve. Take the next step and register for free today at purplewave.com. It's time to experience the easiest and most straightforward way to buy and sell equipment with Purple Wave Auction.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
If those winter blues have you feeling a little more blue than usual, Credible Mind from Trail District Health Unit can help. Here's Trail District Health Unit Director Brenda Stallman with more information.
You can pick any topic known to the behavioral health world and find good evidence-based resources to help you identify if there is a problem with yourself or with someone that you care about and get some good advice on where to go with it from that.
Visit Trail District Health Unit's website to access Credible Mind and improve your mental health today.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com, as we continue on our 2025 North Dakota High School Activity Association East Region Girls Individual Wrestling Tournament. Let's take a look at our team scores on our Golden Harvest Tim Kazette Seed Sales Scoreboard. Reminder, give Tim a call today, 701-430-0877. Right now, the Squirrels of Central Cass, they are the top team in the team standings, 28 points. Carrington second at 20 points, a half point ahead of third place Pembina County North. Then it's Lisbon in fourth place at 18 points, and South Border rounds out the top 5 at 16 points. That's your top 5, and that's a look at your team scores on the Golden Harvest Tim Kazette Seed Sales scoreboard. As we come back here, mat number 1, Violet Heen of the Lisbon Broncos. She trails Miley Christensen of Valley City 3-1, as now it's 6-1 as Christensen with another takedown. She'll look to ride out the final couple ticks of the clock, and she'll take a 5-point lead into period number 2.
Yeah, mat number 2, Lisbon's Alexis Ranke, a junior, 15-11. She's the number 8 seed. She takes on the number 9 seed, Claire Lathrop of Breck Wap. Both are returning state qualifiers right now. Lathrop up 8-1 in the third period.
Gamma Wrestling here, our first round of the East Region Tournament. 13 weight classes here in the state of North Dakota. We're at 148 pound matches being called right now here on mats 1 through 3.
Now, Ranke had a head and arm locked up on Lathrop. Lathrop was able to bridge through after Ranke picked up the takedown. So 8-4 is your scored over on mat number 2. Ranke in the top position with a minute remaining to close the gap. She's down by 4.
Heen for the Broncos, still trailing by 5 as Christensen in the down position. High hips trying to see if she can tack onto her lead. In the down position, staying close as we'll get a 2-point reversal. So Christensen now ups her lead 8-1. Also near fall points upcoming in this sequence. Christensen just trying to stay there, see if she can get some points. Got the reversal, got the 4-point near fall. Can she try to get the pin? As now front headlock, spin behind. And a mat return remains in top control. She now leads 12-1. An 11-point lead with 40 seconds to go in the second period.
Final 5 seconds in the third period. 8-5 is the score. Lathrop dinged with a stall, but not enough here for Ranke as she'll go down by a score of 8-5. So Claire Lathrop for Breck Wap will advance to the quarterfinals, the number 9 seed.
Christensen with a turn has the 4-point near fall secured in a tech fall, but wants the pinfall, and she gets it. Miley Christensen for the Valley City Highlanders, the second period pin to advance at 142 pounds. Next up on mat number 1, it's 155 pounds. Aubrey King for Fargo, a senior at 26-8. Going up against Kindred's Ida Berg, a sophomore at 5-11. That 155 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 2, 148-pound championship round match between Emerson Falady of Central Cass, a junior 11-15, wrestling Gabby Hunter, an 8th grader of Devils Lake, 11-18 record. See Falady in the tournament, if I can find her.
Mat number 1, it's the 5-12 matchup. King for the Stingers of Fargo. She's the 5 seed. Berg for the Vikings, a 12 seed.
Yeah, Falady, the number 7 seed. Gabby Hunter, number 10 seed. Over on mat number 2. They're working an arm spin or a shoulder spin. That was Falady, but Hunter able to flatten out and spins around for the 3-point takedown. Hunter takes the early 3-0 lead on mat 2.
No change, neutral position, but a shot attempt here by King. Turn the corner, get the takedown. She'll take a 3-point lead, 3-0, with 40 seconds to go in the first period.
Gabby Hunter with the 3-0 lead. Works up over the top. And Falady able to get a little bit of hand control. She passes the wrist over her head. gets to her feet, turns the hips away for a 1-point escape. 3-1's the score on mat 2.
Get a restart back in the center. 25 seconds to go in the first period. King for Fargo with a 3-0 lead. Off the whistle, able to go mat return or a breakdown. Go to the far ankle, bring that down. Now tries to work up, wrist control. 15 seconds to go in the period.
We have the final 5 seconds in the first period remaining. 3-1's the score. Gabby Hunter of Devils Lake has the 2-point lead over Emerson Filady of Central Cass going into the second period.
End of the first on mat 1. King with a 3-0 lead. Going into the second period. She'll have choice. She will choose the top position.
In mat number 355-pound action, championship round between Charlie Liedel of West Fargo United, senior 17 and 16, takes on Cora Hardley of Grand Forks, a junior at 6 and 9. Liedel is up 3-2 on mat 3.
So King able to get a breakdown off of the whistle. Now looking for a turn in top control.
In mat number 2, with a minute 40 remaining, wrestlers locked up in a collar tie. Little leg pick attempt, or knee pick attempt by Gabby Hunter. Lady backs up, still pushing each other around. Now a head and arm here by Hunter. Hunter's going hard on it, edge of the mat on mat number 2.
40 seconds gone in the period. King still with a 3-0 lead. See if she can set something up in top position. Forearm to the head, and now a power half lock. Now she's going to go out to the side and try to run with it. Still has a minute to try to get the turn. Berg trying to defend. King still running with it. Trying to get the near fall, not quite at the angle. Now at the angle, official accounting. As King going to look for the fall. Plenty of time, 50 seconds to try to get it. Scoop the head. And there's the pinfall. Aubrey King for Fargo, a second period pin at 155 pounds to advance in the into the second round.
Filady picks up a takedown. She's up 5-3. Works an armbar in the top position. Try to run this around, and she has Hunter going over to her back. And good pinning combination here for Emerson Filady, and she advances by fall on mat number 2 over Gabby Hunter.
Mat 1, 155, Gabriela Martinez for West Fargo United. Going up against Taylin Boder of Central Cass. This is the 7-8 matchup. Martinez for West Fargo United, a sophomore at 7 and 6. Boder for the Squirrels, a freshman at 16 and 10.
And mat number 355 pounds, Charlie Liedel, West Fargo United. And Cora Hardley of Grand Forks. 3-2 still the score in the second period with a minute remaining on mat 3.
Boder with the headlock, got the trip. 3-point takedown, gonna look for the pinfall. High bridge. Boder now gonna adjust, scoop the head, see if she can get the fall. Has the 4-point near fall locked up. But the 10 seed for the Squirrels wants the first period pinfall. Martinez trying to bridge, seeing if she can fight off of her back. Boder trying to get that second shoulder on the mat. A minute to go in the period. Bridge once again by Martinez. High bridge, able to belly herself out. But Boder does get a 4-point near fall. She'll take a 7-0 lead as Boder now in on a half Nelson. Looking to run with it. More near fall points upcoming. 40 seconds to go in the period. Bridge again by Martinez, trying to fight off her back once again, able to get to her base. It is another 4-point near fall, 11-0, and Martinez with the reversal. Has to get to work. She trails 11-2, 30 seconds to go in the period.
And a win by fall over on mat number 2. Aubrey Bolson of Breck Wap pins Opal Hackle of Rugby. Good scramble there into that pinning combination by Bolson. And she wins by fall at 155 pounds on mat 2.
Martinez with the pinfall for West Fargo United, so the 7 seed got a scare, but does pick up the victory, advance. She'll take on the 2 seed Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake in the second round.
And mat number 270-pound action between Reagan Kuhn of Napoleon Gackle Streeter, a freshman, 7-13, takes on Aubrey Coonsey of Central Cass, a 7th grader, at 10-10. A matchup at 170 pounds on mat number 2 with a minute 35 remaining in the first period. Leg attack by Coonsey down on the single leg.
Another 170-pound matchup. Lexi Zubke of Napoleon Gackle Streeter on mat number 1. She's going up against Central Cass's Isabel Dutt. Zubke, an 8th grader for the Imperials, 10-17 on the season. Dutt for the Squirrels, a senior at 5-15. This the 7-10 matchup. Winner will get Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks.
And 3-0 the score on mat number 2 with the minute 7 remaining in the first period. So it looks like Aubrey Coonsey up 3-0 with the takedown. She's in the top position for Central Cass. She works a half Nelson. Has it buried in deep. Has Kuhn going over to her back. No near fall given up yet by Kuhn. Good pinning combination put together by Coonsey. Has the half Nelson buried almost elbow deep. Stretches the far arm out. Has near fall coming her way on mat 2.
Still no score on mat number 1 between Dutt and Zubke. 11 wrestlers here at 170 pounds, so first win matchup here. Vital to try to get you into the advancing into the state tournament.
So Coonsey for Central Cass with that half Nelson pinning combination wins by fall. She's the number 6 seed, and she'll advance into the quarterfinals, taking on Maya Sanchez of West Fargo United.
Final couple ticks of the clock. They'll stay neutral, and Dutt and Zubke will go to period number 2 in a scoreless tie.
And mat number 2 at 250 pounds. Sabrina Haas of Napoleon Gackle Streeter, senior, 4-5, takes on Sophia Peterson, a freshman, at 7-17 from Fargo. And mat number 3 update, 170-pound championship round match between Jocelyn James of TGU Towner Titans, a junior at 5-14, wrestling Southboarders Ashlyn Michelson, an 8th grader, at 5-18. James up with the 3-0 lead on mat number 3.
Dutt with the opening points of the matchup there in period number 2. She gets an escape. She'll take a 1-0 lead. 90 seconds to go in the first period.
At 8-9 matchup over on mat number 2, Sophia Peterson Fargo, number 8 seed. Haas for Napoleon Gackle Streeter, the number 9 seed. Wrestlers on their feet, trading collar ties, pushing each other back and forth just off the center of the mat.
Minute 10 to go in the period. Zubke Dutt still neutral position. Collar elbow tie, battle for position, seeing if a shot lines up here. Halfway gone in the match.
The wrestlers still pushing each other around. That's Haas going into Peterson with collar tie snap down by Peterson. Final 30 seconds of first period, still scoreless on mat 2.
Get a restart, and we'll wrestle back in the center of the mat. Zubke trails by a point. She did choose the top position, so Dutt will have choice going into period number 3. As collar and elbow tie-ups once again snap down. Attempt by Zubke. It stays neutral. 30 seconds to go in the period. Hand fighting, collar ties. Neutral position. Shot attempt here by Dutt. Sprawl by Zubke. Dutt reaching at the near leg. Pivotal point of the matchup here. Can either wrestler get a takedown? Zubke cross face, looking to spin, see if she can get points before the end of the period. Dutt reaching at that near leg, trying to hold on. Out of the period, no change, will stay neutral. Going into period number 3.
We're still scoreless in the second period with a minute 45 remaining between Sabrina Haas of Napoleon Gackle Streeter and Sophia Peterson of Fargo. Peterson in the top position, working up over the top. Sticks the forearm in the back of the head of Haas. Haas belly down on the mat.
Dutt has choice. She'll choose the top position. Zupke up to her feet. Mat return by Dutt, but a clasping issue there by official Trevor Kielsen. Then we'll get the stoppage. So now we'll get a technical violation. 1 point to Zupke, and we're tied up at a point apiece. 1:44 to go in the third.
It looked like a stall warning going against Sophia Peterson on mat number 2. She's in the top position on the restart with 1:15 remaining in the second period, still scoreless.
So Dutt now trying to get a turn with 90 seconds to go in the matchup. This 170 pounds. Up to her feet is Zupke, and the escape point, it's 2-1. Lexi Zupke for Napoleon Gackel Streeter now with the lead, as Dutt for the Squirrels, 70 seconds to try to get a takedown.
Well, Haas and Peterson still scoreless. Peterson has the crossface and the screwdriver hooked up. She has Sabrina Haas on her belly in the center of the mat, trying to run this around her head and dip her over for some near fall with 30 seconds remaining in the second period. And Peterson Peterson able to roll over Haas to her back. Haas rolls through, gives up 2 near fall in the process. 2-0 lead for Peterson on mat number 2.
Zupke looking for a headlock. Dutt trying to defend, pops the head out, gets the takedown. So Isabel Dutt for the Squirrels now with a 4-2 lead. 25 seconds to go in the period. Zupke up to her feet, out of bounds they go, no change. Dutt will stay in top control with a 4-2 lead, 19 seconds to go in the match.
As Zupke's teammate Sabrina Haas in the top position at the start of the third period. She's down by 2 points, wrestling Sophia Peterson. Peterson took the 2-0 lead with near fall at the end of that second period.
Zupke up to her feet, and she'll give up the escape point. Zupke with 1, needs a takedown, and in 5 seconds. Zupke trying, seeing if she can get a takedown, snap down attempt, out of time, and Isabel Dutt for the Central Cass Squirrels will get a 4-3 victory. She will advance in the championship round at 170 pounds.
And still 2-0 is the score. Sophia Peterson able to hit a hip heist and clears the hip, spins around the backside of Sabrina Haas. With the 2-point reversal, she has the 4-0 lead. She's in the top position. Haas tries to post the outside leg. Peterson able to break her back belly down over on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, 190-pound matchup. Alexa Taylor for Grand Forks going up against Angelique DeLong of the Northern Lights.
And mat number 3, 190-pound action. Championship round match between Amelia Adams, Hillsborough Central Valley, and 8th grader. 1-2 record. Wrestling Jillian Parker of Carrington, a junior, 6-11. Parker has the 12-3 lead over on mat number 3.
Taylor for the Knight Riders, a sophomore at 3-8. DeLong for the Northern Lights, a freshman. Her first varsity matchup of the season right now.
Yeah, 1 point for Haas, but here's Peterson trying to expose the shoulder. No near fall given up. 4-1's the score. Sophia Peterson, the number 8 seed, up by 3 points with 10 seconds remaining in the third period on mat number 2.
No score. Mat number 1, Taylor and DeLong are neutral position here at 190 pounds.
Well, that result, the number 8 seed Sophia Peterson wins by decision, 4-1 over Sabrina Haas and Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Peterson now faces the number 1 seed Catherine Sullivan of Grand Forks in the quarterfinals.
So with 259 weight classes, so we have our first state qualifier then as Sophia Peterson for Fargo, our first state qualifier there on mat number 2. Taylor DeLong still neutral position. Final 20 seconds of the first period. Collar and elbow ties. Seeing if something opens up here at 190 pounds. 5 seconds. Break apart now back. Collar ties. DeLong looking for a snap down, but out of time. And so we'll go to period number 2. No score at 190 pounds.
We're back to 100 pounds. This is another prelim match on mat number 2 between Melina Rebsum from Lisbon wrestling Bailey Renfro of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Melina Rebsum for Lisbon was defeated by Kaylee Mueller in that ultimate tiebreaker over in the South Gymnasium by a score of 4-3. She's back out here trying to stay in the tournament, wrestling on mat number 2, scoreless in the first period.
Here's a turn by Taylor. She's going to look for the fall. Has some near fall points locked up. Alexa Taylor for Grand Forks gets the pinfall. So a second period pinfall victory for Alexa Taylor of Grand Forks. She will advance at 190 pounds.
And here's Rebsum, had a single leg shot on Renfro. She runs it out of bounds, back to the center for a restart with 32 seconds remaining in the first period over on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, 100-pound pigtail wrestleback as Cheyenne Moore of Pembina County North will take on Willow Hagan of Fargo. For these matches, a loss and your season comes to a close. Win and you survive for at least another round to try to make it into the state tournament. 30 seconds gone. Moore and Hagan still neutral position.
And we're going into the second period. Melina Rebsum for the Broncos in the bottom position, still scoreless with Renfro of Napoleon Gackle Streeter off the whistle. A chop of the arm by Renfro. Goes to the crossface cradle, trying to walk this around and lock her hands together. Rebsum trying to stretch out on the bottom position on mat 2. Renfro has that cradle locked up on Rebsum. This is tight cradle pinning combination. And the win by fall for Bailey Renfro of Napoleon Gackle Streeter on mat 2.
Hagan with a takedown and a 3-point near fall. So Willow Hagan for the Fargo Stingers now a 6-0 lead. 35 seconds to go in the first period. Hagan looking for some more near fall points. Has the head scoop, going to look for the fall. Moore trying to fight off of her back, does so, but surrenders 4 more near fall points. So Hagan with a 10-0 lead. Out of bounds they go. They will give Moore 1 point for the loss of control, so we'll start neutral. But Hagan has a 10-1 lead with 12 seconds to go in the first period.
And now we're back up to 118 pounds over on mat number 2. That's between Jelaine Reardon of West Fargo United and Crystal Magnuson of Hillsborough Central Valley. So that's another prelim match. That's at 118 pounds on mat 2. Magnuson with the quick 3-0 lead.
So after one period, Hagan with a 10-1 lead. Start of the second period, as they'll start neutral position to begin this second 2 minutes.
And Magnuson now works an armbar on the near side. More of the, I guess, has the chicken wing, and she does have that far wrist caught. She tried to drag her over the knee, not working. She'll readjust back around, riding behind Jelaine Reardon.
.30 seconds gone on mat number 1. Neutral position as they'll break apart, circle themselves back to the center. Hagan, an 8th grader for Fargo at 12 or 19 and 22. More for the Grizzlies, a senior at 11 and 11.
And now 3-2's the score. Reardon with the reversal has the down by 1 with under 10 seconds remaining. A 3-2 lead for Crystal Magnuson in bottom position. Reardon running a half Nelson. Magnuson tries to stand up and counter it. Reardon drags her down to the mat as time expires. And a full Nelson technical violation. So 4-2's the score. Magnuson up 4-2 with 1 second remaining in the first period.
40 seconds to go in the second period. We get a stalling warning called on Moore as they go out of bounds. And a restart back to the center. Hagen still with a 10-1 lead as we wrestle with 35 seconds to go in the second.
So mat number 318-pound prelim match between Addison Vanderhoven of Carrington, an 8th grader, 22 and 20, wrestling Mally McLeod of Devils Lake, a junior, 19 and 13. McLeod is up 7-0 in the second period with 1:15 remaining.
Final 10 seconds. Moore was looking for a throw. We'll get a stalling warning called on Hagen now, so both wrestlers have been warned. Hagen with a double leg attempt. See if she can get some points for the period. There's 3 points to the back. See if she can get some near falls. And we'll get a 4-point near fall, and that will result in a tech fall. So Willow Hagen of Fargo, she keeps her tournament alive with the 17-1 tech fall victory for the Fargo Stingers.
It's still 4-2 lead for Crystal Magnuson and Hillsborough Central Valley. They're in the second period, minute 15 or minute 16 on the clock. They go back to the center for a restart in the neutral position off the whistle on mat number 2.
£118 pigtail matchup. Kira Kazette for Hillsborough Central Valley. She'll go up against Addie Mack of Rugby. Kazette, a freshman, now at 11 and 12 on the season. Mack for the Panthers, a 7th grader at 9 and 35.
And Reardon in the top position with the 3-point takedown. It was 5-4 and a 2-point reversal for Magnuson. She had a nice shoulder spin off the bottom position. And now Reardon with the head and arm has Magnuson going to her back, working for a fall on mat number 2 is Jelaine Reardon of West Fargo United.
Mat number 1, Kazette for Hillsborough Central Valley, able to spin behind, and Kira Kazette will get the takedown for the 3-0 lead.
And with that head and arm combination, Jelaine Reardon wins by a fall over Crystal Magnuson. So Reardon stays in the tournament on mat number 2 for West Fargo United.
Kazette with a cradle, trying to lock it up. And there's the pinfall. Kira Kazette for the Burros. She will advance. She improves to 12 and 12 on the season, keeps her tournament alive at 118 pounds.
And wrestlers checked in over on mat number 2, new matchup. And that looks like it's Maddie Luke, a junior of Grand Forks, 15 and 7, takes on Jaden Greer, a 7th grader of Fargo, 24 and 16, 124-pound prelim match on mat number 2. That one just underway in the first period.
121 pigtail matchup. It's Emily Larson of Northwood going up against Lily Skarud of West Fargo United.
The wrestlers locked in collar tie position over on mat number 2 between Look and Greer. Still scoreless with 1:35, and the clock has stopped over on mat number 2.
And Skarud with the turn. Going to look for the pinfall, see if she can keep her tournament alive. Plenty of time to try to settle in. Larson for Northwood going to have to try to fight off of her back. 80 seconds to go in the period.
Those table workers able to get that clock started now with 1:10 remaining in the first period. Still scoreless on mat number 2 between Maddie Look of Grand Forks and Jaden Greer.
Skarud with the pinfall victory. Lily Skarud for West Fargo United. She advances in the tournament at 124 pounds. Up next at 130 pigtail matchup, Courtney Slaybaugh of Rugby and Riley Litton of Fargo. That is your next matchup.
And under 30 seconds remaining in the first period between Maddie Look of Grand Forks and Jaden Greer of Fargo. Still scoreless. A knee pick attempt by Look as she goes in. At the end of the period, final 15 seconds, trying to score in the first period on mat 2. And wrestler scrambling it out. There is a three-point takedown. This is going to Jaden Greer off to the scramble. Look had the single leg. Greer took her down to the mat, scrambled on top. She leads 3-0 on mat 2.
Slaybaugh with a single leg. See if she can get the takedown. Does so. So Courtney Slaybaugh for Rugby, the first points of the matchup. 3-0 lead with 1:30 to go in the first. See what you can do in the top position. Head in the shoulder, see if she can get that arm. Has it now. What can she do with it with 1:10 seconds to go in the period? Slaybaugh looking for a breakdown. Able to remain in top control with 1 minute to go in period number 1.
And Jaden Greer, with that score at the end of the period, has the 3-0 lead in the second. She's in on a single leg shot on Maddie Look of Grand Forks. Look able to sprawl out. Greer not giving up on the shot. Maddie Look trying to turn the corner. Body lock by Jaden Greer. She takes her down to the mat. Look ends up on top of her. Scrambling here for the takedown on mat 2. Greer with another 3-point takedown has the 6-0 lead.
Under 30 seconds. Let's see if she can get her first points of the matchup. Slaybaugh grabbing at the near leg and will get a potentially dangerous called. And a restart back into the center with 22 seconds to go in the period.
And Jaden Greer with the half Nelson has this buried in deep, tries to drag Look over, and a full Nelson called. As Greer let go of that far wrist, went around with the full Nelson on mat 2. 6-1 score on mat number 2.
We get a caution called on Slaybaugh. Fisher Trevisan will then explain what the caution was for, and then we'll get the restart. 15 seconds. Litton trying to get some points before the end of the period, and she'll get a reversal right to the back. Riley Litton for Fargo, seeing if she can get the pinfall. 5 seconds to try to get it. Slaybaugh going to have to try to fight off her back. Can't do so. Riley Litton the pinfall at 157 for Fargo to advance at 130 pounds.
Layton's teammate Jaden Greer in control on mat number 2. Another, looks like potentially dangerous call. 6-1 lead for Jaden Greer of Fargo. She's in the top position in the second period with the 13 seconds remaining.
Back to 100 pounds and into the quarterfinal round as Lauren Osmondstad of Central Cass going against Macy Pup of Pembina County North.
And mat number 3, 124-pound action, leader to 4, Mayport CG, a freshman. 3-19 takes on Lila Gillespie of Lisbon Broncos, a junior. 6-22. That's a prelim match on mat number 3, 124 pounds.
Pup, the 4 seed for Pembina County North. She's had to go the hard way. She was in one of those pigtail matches, so she's already wrestled twice today. This is her third matchup, 2-0 on the day, with defeating Renfro of Napoleon Gackel Streeter and Carl Bloom of Lisbon. Osmondstad with a victory over Emerson Merkel of Allendale Edgley Coleman, her first round matchup. This is the 4-5 matchup. Pup, the 4 seed. Osmondstad the 5 seed. They're at 100 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 224-pound, another prelim match between Sophia Dodge, Mayport CG, a 7th grader. 2-13, wrestling Madden Jerome of Grafton, a sophomore, at 5-6.
Under a minute. Pup and Osmondstad still neutral position, no score. 35 seconds to go in the period. Neutral position, collar, elbow, ties. See if something opens up for either wrestler.
And Jerome hit the takedown, the go behind, and then that was followed up by Sophia Dodge with the Peterson roll. Not able to catch the head for some near fall, but picks up the reversal. Now 1 point escape going to Jerome. 4-2 is the score over on mat number 1. Or excuse me, on mat number 2 in the first period. Ankle pick by Dodge. That's followed up by a reshot by Jerome, and she picks up another takedown. 7-2 lead for Madeline Jerome of Grafton on mat number 2.
End of the period, no score on mat number 1. As the flip goes to Osmondsad with choice. And she'll choose neutral. We'll go both up to start period number 2.
And mat number 324-pound action update there. Lila Gillespie is up 3-1 over Lena DeFord to Mayport CG. That's a prelim match. That's in the first period, under 10 seconds remaining. And the pinning combination hooked up by Madeline Jerome of Grafton, and she'll win by fall on mat 2.
As we get our quarterfinal matchups here getting called and going on to the mat. A win in the quarterfinal, you are guaranteed to be a state placer. As then the worst you could do would be 6th place. So a victory in your quarterfinal, and you are guaranteeing yourself the opportunity to wrestle at the Fargo Dome next Thursday. As a scramble, it leads to a throw as Osmondstad with a throw right to the back. 3 points for the takedown. Going to try to get some near fall points. Has 4 locked in. Can she try to keep her foot in bounds? And they go out of bounds. But it is a 7-point move for the Squirrel as Lauren Osmondstad with a 7-0 lead. A minute and 8 to go in the second period.
And mat number 2, here at 100 pounds, we have Anna White of Central Cass, defending state champion, up 3-0 over Lamore's Eden Riddle. It's quarterfinal action on mat number 2.
So White locks herself into the semifinals. Who will join her in the semifinal matchup? Right now, Osmondstad of Central Cass with a 7-0 lead with 45 seconds to go in the second period.
White with the quick first period foul over Riddle. She'll advance to the semifinals at 100 pounds.
As we get injury time here on Osmondstad, as our injury time is brought to you by Bank North. Bank North has been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what values-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. Bank North, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
And mat number 200-pound action consolation round match this time between Camden Kappenman of Valley City, a 7th grader, 10-21, wrestling Marley Miller, Elmdale, as they call him, a freshman at 14-19. That's 3-0 lead for Miller with the takedown. Minute 25 remaining in the first period over on mat 2.
So she'll get looked at, get water. And they'll cut it with 45 seconds, so half the injury time used by Osmondstad. And we'll get a restart back to the center. Osmondstad with a 7-2 lead over Macy Pup of Pembina County North with 35 seconds to go in the second period.
So Miller's up 3-0 with 50 seconds remaining in the first period. And in the top position has both wrists spiraled, working in the top. Now throws in a half Nelson over on mat 2.
Final 15 seconds. Pup riding on top. Puts her arm through, see if she can lock something up here in the final couple ticks of the clock. We'll get red. We'll get Osmondstad warned for stalling. That's her first stalling warning. Final couple ticks of the clock, and we'll go to the final 2 minutes. Lauren Osmondstad of Central Cass, a 7-2 lead over Macy Pup of Pembina County North. As Pup with choice, she'll say, let's go in the top position.
So Miller still up 3-0 at the end of the period. She goes into the second with the 3-0 lead over on mat number 2, 100-pound consolation round match.
So Pup for the Grizzlies with a 5-point deficit. See what she tries to do. Shows the top, see if she can get some turns. 20 seconds gone in the period. Osmondstad trying to work herself back up to a base.
A new matchup on mat number 2, or excuse me, with that matchup on mat number 2. 3-0 lead for Miller. She works another, trying to turn the corner for another takedown. Kappenman able to catch her head. Miller not able to clear it at the moment, but she still has the 3-0 lead. Still in the scramble position with a minute 30 remaining on mat 2.
Pup getting a turn, put in a chicken wing, trying to spin behind the head. A minute to go. Looking for the fall. Osmondstad going to have to try to fight off of her back with 55 seconds to go. Osmondstad trying to work herself back to a base. She does so, but it's a 4-point near fall. And we're tied up at 7.
An update from mat number 3. That was Lila Gillespie for the Broncos. She wins by fall at 124 pounds, stays into the tournament in the consolation rounds.
So 7-7 as we wrestle with 30 seconds to go. Macy Pup for the Grizzlies was down by 4. Was down by 7 at one point. It was a 1-point stalling warning right before the turn for Pup. So it is 7-7 with 15 seconds to go in the third period. Osmondstad, though, able to defend. Out of bounds they go. They'll say no change.
It's a win by fall for Marley Miller over Camden Kappenman of Valley City at 100 pounds on mat number 2.
Central Cass coaching staff, they wanted the escape point. Official Trevor Kittleson says no change. We'll get a restart back in the center. 9 seconds. Pup and Osmondstad all tied up as Pup going to try to ride it out and force overtime. She does so and will go to overtime. Osmondstad for the Squirrels, Pup for the Grizzlies. All tied up going into overtime in the quarterfinal round. Winner to the semis, winner secures a spot in the state tournament. Collar elbow ties, see if a position opens up here. 1 minute on the clock. First wrestler to score is the winner. Shot attempt, double leg. Osmondstad trying to counter with a headlock. They'll still wrestle neutral position. Pup trying to free the head, arm. There's the takedown. And Macy Pup for Pembina County North. She advanced to the semis. She is a state qualifier at 100 pounds.
And mat number 206-pound quarterfinal match between Taryn Raisler of Kindred trying to return to the state tournament for the Vikings, a sophomore at 20-2, wrestling Elena Gushis of Carrington, a 7th grader, 19-19. Raisler up 3-0. She turks the leg and works on a tilt, up 5-0 over on mat number 2 at the minute 20 remaining at 106 pounds.
100-pound quarterfinal matchup, as it will be a battle of Patriots as Evie Satrom and Kaylee Mueller battling each other.
And Raisler, the number 1 seed at 106 pounds in the East region, wins by fall. And she advances into the semifinals, securing that top 6 place finish.
Mueller for the Patriots, a freshman at 17-5. Satrom, a 7th grader at 16-7. Out of bounds they go. Mueller will be the green ankle band. Satrom is the red ankle band there on mat number 1. Satrom the 3 seed, Mueller the 6 seed.
Here, mat number 206-pound quarterfinal action. Avery Jacobson of Rugby takes on Isabel Baku-Elder of West Fargo United. Baku-Elder, the number 4 seed. Jacobson, the number 5 seed.
Neutral position on mat number 1. See if something sets up here between Patriot teammates. Halfway gone in the period. See if something can open up here. 100 pounds. Teammates, obviously very familiar with each other. Winner of this matchup advances to the state tournament. Loser going to have to come through in the wrestleback round and pick up at least one more win.
And Baku-Elder takes the first points of the match. She's up 3-0 with the takedown. Off the whistle, Jacobson trying to clear the hips. She's still in the bottom position. A little bit of a scramble going on right now with Baku-Elder over on mat number 2.
Mueller with the takedown for Mayport CG. Take a 3-0 lead. She'll look to do something in the top position. Roll attempt by Satcham. Mueller able to stay close. Stays in control. Puts in a leg. Now we'll get it back free, and that'll do it for the first period. Kaylee Mueller for Mayport CG, a 3-0 lead going into the second.
Here's Avery Jacobson. She scrambled and was able to get around on top of Baku Elder, working for a fall. And that does it. That's a win by a fall for Avery Jacobson, the number 5 seed, over the number 4 seed, Isabel Baku Elder. So Jacobson into the semifinals, securing the top 6 place finish. And over on mat number 3, 106-pound quarterfinal match between Addison Booman and Charlotte Croston. Croston is up 7-0 in the first period on mat 3.
So to start the second period, still a 3-0 Mueller lead. As it was Mueller choosing the top position to begin period number 2. Has a crossface, also reaching through, trying to set something up here in the top position with a 3-0 lead.
And mat number 2, 106-pound consolation round match between Lisbon's Aurora Shelton, junior, 13-17, and Ava Crandall, an 8th grader for Central Cass. Crandall with a 5-15 record. Scoreless in the first period, but Crandall with the double leg blast through on Shelton. Shelton able to scramble out of that, gets back up to her feet over on mat number 2.
As Satcham with a reversal, so cuts into her deficit. She trails by 1 at 3-2. Off the whistle, stand-up attempt by Mueller, but Satcham with a mat return. Mueller gets a reversal as well as 1 point for a collapse. So with 3 points for Kaylee Mueller in that sequence. So up her lead now to 6-2. Out of bounds they go, and a restart back in the center.
Shelton has the 3-0 lead. She picked up the takedown and now working the near side of the mat, through and a half Nelson. Shelton has Crandall broke belly down. Now Crandall back up to her base, works underneath with the crossface, trying to set up this screwdriver on the edge of the mat, keeps her toes in bounce on mat 2.
Satcham with a reversal. Back to a 2-point matchup. Mueller trying to get those points back. Able to face Satcham. Out of bounds they go, no change. So Mueller will stay in the down position with a 2-point lead. 16 seconds to go in the second period.
So Shelton scores the near fall at the end of the period, up 7-0, going into the second on mat number 2, 106-pound consolation round match.
Restart with 15 seconds. As Mueller up to her feet. Satcham going to look for a mat return. Final couple ticks of the clock. Out of bounds they go with 6 seconds to go in the second period.
And mat number 3, 112-pound quarterfinal action. Ava Lightsey, a south border, has the 6-2 lead over Jocelyn Corbel of Fargo.
Satcham able to ride out the period, so she'll go to the third period trailing by 2 with choice. She'll choose the down position. Needs 2 points here. She trails her teammate Kaylee Mueller 6-4.
And Ava Crandall has Shelton on her back over on mat number 2, trying for the come from behind win for the 8th grader from Central Cass. So Shelton in a little bit of trouble. She had the 7-0 lead, but she's caught by Crandall on her back over on mat 2. And that's the win by fall for Ava Crandall of Central Cass.
Mueller able to get a breakdown, but Satcham now trying to work herself back to a base. 30 seconds gone in the period. Satcham able to face Mueller, grabbing at the near leg. Mueller crossface, able to belly Satcham out. Final minute to go here at 100 pounds in a quarterfinal.
So mat number 2, 112-pound quarterfinal match between Central Cass's Emma Dutt, an 8th grader, 20 and 15, wrestling Natalie Carlson and West Fargo United junior at 18 and 21.
Get a restart back to the center with 55 seconds to go. Mueller still with a 6-4 lead for Mayport CG. Satcham up to her feet. Standing switch attempt, grabbing at the near leg. Trying to suck that in. Mueller trying to defend, trying to stay in control with a 2-point lead. Puts in a cross face, has Satcham bellied out. 30 seconds to go in the match, and we'll get a stalemate with 31 seconds to go.
So Natalie Carlson, the number 4 seed for West Fargo United, wrestling Emma Dutt of Central Cass, the number 5 seed on mat 2. Dutt trying to turn the corner, score the first points of the match. Carlson able to reach over, grabs her head, prevents that 3-point takedown. Now she's going to hip heist back around, captures the back leg on Dutt, working for the takedown on mat 2.
Scramble drill on mat number 1, and we'll get a stalemate and no change. So Satcham now 14 seconds. She trails by 2 against Kaylee Mueller. Battle of Mayport CG wrestlers at 100 pounds in a quarterfinal.
Carlson able to secure the takedown, but Emma Dutt able to pass that wrist over her head, cleared her hips, and has an inside cradle locked up. Has the 2-point reversal. 3-2 is the score over on mat number 2.
Mueller able to ride it out, and she will pick up the 6-4 victory. Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG. She's a state qualifier. She advances into the semifinals with a 6-4 victory over teammate Evie Satcham here at 100 pounds.
And that's the end of the first period. 3-2 lead for Natalie Carlson going into the second period, wrestling Emma Dutt of Central Cass.
100-pound wrestleback matchup. Matchup between the 12 and 13 seeds. It's Emerson Merkel for Ellendale Edgeley Colm. It's Josie Carlbloom for the Lisbon Broncos. That's your consolation matchup at 100 pounds.
And mat number 3, 112-pound quarterfinal action between number 4 seed, or number 3 seed, Juliet Davis of Carrington, takes on the number 6 seed, Maddie Krellen of the Lisbon Broncos on mat number 3. Krellen opens up with a 3-0 lead over on mat number 3.
Carlbloom with a shot attempt. Merkel, though, able to counter defends with a takedown right to the back. And Emerson Merkel for the Thunder going to look for the pinfall victory. Plenty of time to settle in. There it is. Emerson Merkel, the pinfall victory in 37 seconds for the Thunder. She will advance at 100 pounds. As Carlbloom will see her season come to an end.
And Dutton Carlson still wrestling it all over here on mat number 2. It's a minute 10 remaining in the second period. Carlson throws Dutton over to her back, working on some near fall and a pinning combination hooked up now by Natalie Carlson over here on mat number 2.
106 consolation round on mat number 1. Haley Davis for the Northern Lights. Siri Bryce Volk for the Devils Lake Firebirds.
In the near fall awarded, 9-2 lead now for Natalie Carlson over Emma Dutt at 112 pounds.
Davis with a front headlock. Looking to spin behind, does so, gets the takedown.
Over on mat number 312-pound quarterfinal action, Maddie Krellen now up 9-2 over Juliet Davis on mat number 3 at the end of the first period.
Bryce Volk looking for the stand-up, but then Davis able to get a mat return. Crossface by Davis, looking to spin behind the head, see if she can get some near fall points. Able to belly Bryce Volk out. Looking for the turn. Bryce Volk, though, able to get back to her belly. Able to turn face Davis and grabs the near leg.
We're going into the third period. 9-2 lead for Natalie Carlson over here on mat number 2. She's in the top position off the whistle. Dutt with the stand-up. Carlson goes to the far ankle, breaks her back down. Dutt with the sit-out. Carlson follows her back around on mat number 2. 9-2 score.
Davis retains a 3-0 lead. Final 30 seconds of the first period. Bryce Volk up to her feet, gets the escape point.
With the minute 30 remaining in that third period, Natalie Carlson still in control on top. Has Emma Dutt broke belly down. Dutt trying to scoot those hips up underneath her and get some momentum. Carlson keeping the pressure on her. Now Dutt able to tripod up. Tries to sit out. Carlson catches her and rides her back around on mat 2.
Davis was looking for a headlock but ran out of time, and so we'll go back to period number 2 as Haley Davis of the Northern Lights a 3-1 lead over Devils Lake's Siri Bryce Volk. As Bryce Volk back in the start neutral position, begin period number 2. As Dutt with a 9-2 deficit going into the final 30 seconds. Davis extending her lead now 8-1 over on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Carlson from West Fargo United is ahead of Emma Dutt 9-2. 16 seconds left in the third period.
Davis grabbing at the leg, looking to remain in control, and does so. It's a mat return, and so Haley Davis will retain that 8-1 lead with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the second period.
On mat number 2, Dutt is in the down position trying to get an escape here. And at 112 pounds, Natalie Carlson from West Fargo United defeats Emma Dutt from Central Cass 11-2.
Davis with a cross face on mat number 1. See if she gets some near fall points here. Final 30 seconds of the second period.
Over on mat number 3 in the South Gym, Brandy Weigel from Napoleon Gackle Streeter versus Jayla Stewart from Northern Lights, 112 pounds.
Final 10 seconds of the second period. Davis riding tough, looking to remain in top control right out the second period. Bryce Volk up to her feet, but out of time, and so Haley Davis for the Northern Lights. A 7-point lead as we go into period number 3.
Also at 112 pounds, mat number 2, Jalen Kerrigan from Pembina County North versus Elizabeth Ornis from Devils Lake.
That 112-pound quarterfinal matchup. Again, winners of the quarterfinals, they are guaranteed to be state place or state qualifiers. A loss in the quarterfinal round, and then, well, you're going to have to come back and win one more in the wrestleback round.
Kerrigan from Pembina County North gets a 3-point takedown on mat number 2.
Bryce Volk in the top position. That was her choice to start period number 3. .85 seconds to go. Siri Bryce Volk for Devils Lake. Got to try to find something here. She trails by 7.
Mat number 2, Ornis from Devils Lake gets a stand-up, but Kieran again was able to bring her back down to the mat.
Davis was warned for stalling. That's her first warning as there's a minute remaining in the third period. She's trying to hold on to an 8-1 lead and keep her tournament alive at a 106-pound wrestleback matchup. Bryce Volk with a cross face. Can she spin behind the head? Looking for some near fall points. High bridge by Davis. And it's a 2-point reversal.
On mat number 2, Ornis gets another escape. She's trying to clear her hips, get that hand control, and they call a stalling on Kiernan. So going into the second period, Kiernan is ahead 3-1.
Davis, final 20 seconds of the match, just looking to ride out, pick up the victory. Reaching at the near leg. Bryce Volk able to face Davis. 10 seconds to go in the period. As Haley Davis, she's just going to try to stay right there, ride it out. And she'll pick up the 10-1 victory. Haley Davis for the Northern Lights. She'll keep her tournament alive.
Matt 2 Ornis from Devils Lake starts out the second period in the top position.
As we wrestle along here, we'll take a break. This is the 2025 East Region Girls Individual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
This is Dustin Nagel with Dakota Heritage Bank. We're a family-owned community bank where decisions are made locally. At Dakota Heritage Bank, we can assist you with all your banking needs, including checking and savings accounts, credit and debit cards, loans of all types, and more. We offer free mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay services. Just go to dhb.bank or download the mobile app for convenient on-the-go banking with Dakota Heritage Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
The City of Hillsborough invites you to make Hillsborough your home. If you're looking for a new home or a job, check out the opportunities in Hillsborough and see what the community can offer you and your family. Enjoy a quality family life with community, education, church, entertainment, and more. For all neighbors and those driving through the region, we welcome you to come and shop with the businesses in Hillsborough. If you have questions related to services available in the City of Hillsborough, contact the Hillsborough City Office at 701-636-4620.
Back here, yourliveevent.com, as we continue on with our 2025 East Region Girls Individual Wrestling Tournament. Mat number 1, Mallory DeVries of Central Cass. She's got a 3-0 lead over Cadence Opperspach of Grand Forks, looking for the pinfall. Over on mat number 2, Spencer Brown of Valley City has a 7-2 lead against Grace Kozowski as they wrestle in period number 2. And then over in the South Gym on mat number 3, it's Alyssa Nitschke of South Border and Bethany Scholdice of Valley City, scoreless early on in the first period there. As DeVries will get the pinfall for Central Cass. So Mallory DeVries for the Squirrels. She will advance to the semis. She will be a state qualifier at 118 pounds. Taking a look at our team scores on our Golden Harvest Tim Kazette seed sales scoreboard. Central Cass once again the top team in the standings at 50 points. Second place is Pembina County North at 33.5. South Border third at 32 points. Lisbon is fourth at 28.5. And Carrington rounds out the top 5 at 26 points. That's a look at your team scores on the Golden Harvest Tim Kazette seed sales scoreboard. Give Tim a call today, 701-430-0877.
On mat number 2, Spencer Brown is ahead 8-2 over Kozowski from Breckenridge Wahpeton.
Mat number 1, this is a consolation matchup. Wrestle back at 118 pounds. It's Brooklyn Ponzer of Oaks and Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass. 30 seconds into this first period.
On mat number 2, Kozowski's on the top position. And that ends the second period at the 112-pound weight class, mat number 2.
$50 seconds gone. Erickson and Ponzer in the neutral position. Right there in that inner circle of the mat. Feeling it out, seeing if an opportunity opens up with now a minute to go in the period. They'll break apart. Come back together. Collar and elbow tie. Trying to set something up, but to no avail.
On mat number 2, Kozowski was in on a nice single leg, was able to turn the corner and gets the 3-point takedown. So she is behind 5-8 right now.
Under 30 seconds, shot attempt here. Erickson was reaching at the near leg, but Ponzer able to get it back free. It stays neutral. As we'll get a whistle and blood time on mat number 1. Again, our blood time is from Bank North. You can visit them online today at banknorth.bank.
On mat number 2, Brown from Valley City gets warned for stalling, and that gives Kozowski a 1 point. 1 point, so Brown is ahead 8-6. Kozowski's in the top position on mat number 2. Brown tries to sit out, but Kozowski is able to defend that and get her down to her base.
Update mat 3, Alyssa Nitschke of South Border now with a 4-0 lead with 20 seconds to go in the second period against Bethany Scholdice. That a 118-pound quarterfinal.
Kozowski from Breckenridge Wahpeton lets Brown up for a 1 escape, shoots in right away on a single leg. Brown has a nice sprawl and is able to spin around to get the 3-point takedown to take a 12-6 lead with 10 seconds left in the match.
Still working on Brooklyn Ponzer on mat number 1 as it looks like a cut right to the eye. So it looks like they're going to have to put the head wrap around the head. And so they're going to work on that as they'll continue blood time on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Spencer Brown wins that match 12-6.
Again, thanks for joining us here on YourLiveEvent.com. A reminder, tomorrow we'll be up in Grafton as the Boys East Region Tournament from Spoilerland up in Grafton. We'll have that for you, YourLiveEvent.com. Wrestling starts at 10 a.m. We'll have it for you with our pre-match show at 9:30 coming up tomorrow morning for the 2025 East Region Boys Individual Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
On mat number 2, 118 pounds, Taya Laidlaw from Fargo versus Victoria Sanchez from Valley City. Mat number 2, they're both in the neutral position. Trying to get hand control there.
And stay tuned to starting Thursday morning is the state tournament here from the Fargo Dome. We'll have coverage for YourLiveEvent.com, covering all the usual YLE schools of Lisbon, Carrington, Hillsborough Central Valley, Thompson, as well as Northern Cass, Kindred, and the like here on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll have coverage for you as well following the Lisbon and Central Cass girls, as well as the Carrington boys Saturday for the 2025 state dual tournament. All that coming up from the Fargo Dome right here on YourLiveEvent.com.
On mat number 2, we've got a blood timeout. Bank North has been trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what values-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. We're going to get rolling again here on mat number 2.
As well as on mat number 1, final 10 seconds, Ponzer and Erickson, no score. Final 5 seconds of the period. Head position, hand fighting, and that'll do it for the period. As we'll go to period number 2 in a scoreless tie.
Sanchez from Valley City is able to get the 3-point takedown. She's got the 2-on-1 locked up, able to bring Laidlaw back down to the mat. Laidlaw's up again on her feet, trying to get that escape. And a break in the action. Looks like we got some more blood time at banknorth.com.
So Erickson will start in the top position to begin period number 2. That was her choice after a deferred from Ponzer. We'll see what Erickson can do in the top position. 15 seconds gone in the period. 2-on-1 wrist control here for Erickson. Seeing if she can get a breakdown. See who can get the first points of the matchup here. Ponzer staying tough in the top position, or in the down position, excuse me. Seeing if she can build herself back up. Trying to get an escape point of her own. Erickson, arm across, forearm across the head, but then loses it. Roll attempt by Ponzer. Erickson able to follow, stays in top control, puts on a crossface. Ponzer looking for a sit-up, but Erickson again able to fend, remains in top control. Halfway gone in the second period. Erickson now bellies her opponent out. Reaching through, seeing if she can lock up a cradle. Ponzer, though, grabbing at the arm, able to throw it by. Now going to look for a reversal and points of her own. 40 seconds to go in the second period. Erickson reaching at the near leg, still in top control. I'll let them wrestle this out here with 30 seconds to go in the period. As out of bounds they go, no change. Back to the center with 30 seconds to go in the second period.
On mat number 2, Sanchez from Valley City is able to get a 2-point near fall to extend her lead to 5-0 with 20 seconds left in the first period. She's got the legs in right now, trying to pull her across and get some more back points.
Mat 1, the walk back to the center. Off the whistle, Ponzer stand-up attempt. Erickson, though, able to defend, bring her right back down. 20 seconds to go in the second. Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass in a scoreless tie. See if she can ride out the last couple seconds of the period. Sit out attempt here by Ponzer. Erickson follows, remains in control. Going to try to ride out the final couple ticks of the clock. And we'll go to period number 3. No score between Brooklyn Ponzer and Isabel Erickson here on mat number 1. A wrestleback match at 118 pounds.
Starting period number 2 on mat number 2. Sanchez is in the top position. We've got a warning caution on green. False start.
So now Erickson will start in the down position, see if she can get an escape in her first points of the matchup. Instead gets a reversal. 2 points for Isabel Erickson. She gets the first points of the matchup. 15 seconds into the third period.
Sanchez was able to run that chicken wing across the head and get the 2 back points, but then we had Laidlaw has a nosebleed. So another Bank North blood timeout.
Stalling warning called here on Ponzer. That's her first warning. And she's got to get moving here. She trails by 2 with 70 seconds to go in the matchup. Erickson looking to advance here for Northern Cass. Pick up the victory. Victory in this consolation round puts you then in the blood rounds, where a win puts you into the state tournament. Under a minute to go now in the matchup. Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass. Just looking to ride it out and pick up the victory. As now Erickson will get dinged for her first stalling warning. So both wrestlers have been warned once. Next one will be a point for each one. Final 30 seconds of the match. Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass looking to pick up the victory. Under 20 seconds. Erickson reaching at the arm. Gets a turn. Near fall points upcoming. Erickson now going to look for the fall, and there it is. Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass picks up the third period pinfall victory. She will continue on at 118 pounds.
Okay, we're through the blood timeout on mat number 2. Sanchez from Valley City will start off in the top position. Sanchez has a 7-0 lead, just getting going in the second period. Sanchez has got that chicken wing and the wrist again. So she's going to set that up.
118-pound, another consolation matchup. It is Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gatco Streeter and Aubrey Quinn of Central Cass here at 118 pounds.
On mat number 2, Sanchez runs around the head. Gets a 1 count for back points. And we've got 2 near fall. Sanchez extends her lead 9-0, and we've got another Bank North timeout.
3-point takedown here for Christensen. Gets her first points of the matchup. 40 seconds in. Christensen, a junior for the Imperials at 21 and 22. Quinn, a senior for the Squirrels, now at an even 15 and 15 on the season. Christensen with a leg hooked, also reaching through with a half Nelson. See if she can get the turn here. Quinn trying to keep that head up, sit out, knee slide attempt. Able to fall though is Christensen, keeps that half Nelson, now going to go out to the side and see if she can run with it. Quinn trying to defend, trying not to go over to her back. Final 30 seconds of the period. Knee slide by Quinn. Edge of the mat, Christensen. And out of bounds they go. And we'll get a restart back to the center with 25 seconds to go in the first period.
Over on mat number 3, 124 pounds, Lily Scarrood from West Fargo United versus Jaden Greer from Fargo. Greer is ahead 7-0 in the second period.
Christensen able to retain top control with 10 seconds to go in the period. 5 seconds. Christensen will just ride it out. Reach through the arm, wrist control, and she'll go to the second period, a 3-0 lead for Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackle-Streeter.
On mat number 2, Sanchez from Valley City is in the top position. She's got Laidlaw broken down to the mat, working on that chicken wing again.
3 minutes on the clock, or 2 minutes on the clock to start period number 2. Christensen that 3-point lead. She'll start in the top control to begin the period.
Sanchez was running that chicken wing around the head, and Laidlaw was able to sit up and get a 2-point reversal.
Christensen still trying to lock up that half Nelson once again. Now going to go out to the side, see if she can run with it. Knee slide by Quinn. Post in the leg, now trying to get back on all fours. Now palms back down to her knees. Christensen still with that half Nelson attempt. 40 seconds gone in the second period. Now going to go off to the other side and reach through with the half Nelson. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go in the period. We'll get a whistle and a potentially dangerous called. And we'll get a restart back to the center with 1:08. Back to the center, bottom wrestler set, top wrestler on, off the whistle. Breakdown attempt by Christensen, able to get Quinn to her belly. Halfway gone in the second. Quinn trying to get a stand-up on all fours. Christensen will hook an ankle. Put in a crossface as well, 45 seconds to go.
In the South Gym, 124 pounds. Madeline Jerome from Grafton has a 7-0 lead versus Isabella Christensen from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter.
Final 10 seconds of the period. Quinn crossface, spin behind, get the takedown. Aubrey Quinn for the Squirrels, the takedown at the end of the period, and she'll take a 4-3 lead into period number 3. She has choice, and she'll choose the top position. Bottom set, top on, off the whistle. Stand-up attempt by Christensen, up to all her feet. Quinn was looking for a throw, and instead, Christensen throw by and get a reversal, 5-4, but then Quinn up to her feet, and mat return by Christensen. She has a 5-4 lead. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in the period. Crossface by Christensen, trying to spin behind, or spin around the head, looking for some near fall points. Now a chin drop attempt. Quinn to her belly, trailing by a point. Quinn able to face, grabbing at the near leg, seeing if she can get back up to her feet.
On mat number 2, Sanchez from Valley City goes into the third period with a 9-2 lead over Laidlaw from Fargo.
Quinn up to her feet, up to all fours. Mat return by Christensen. Got a count of 1 on the near fall attempt. Now she's going to put in a half. Going to look to run with it. Under a minute to go. Elise Christensen trying for some near fall points here. Quinn trying to fight off of her back, trying to bridge through, rolled through. Christensen trying to stick her. 35 seconds to go in the period. As Quinn gonna have to try to fight off of her back, can't do so, and Elise Christensen for Napoleon Gackle-Streeter. The third period pinfall to pick up the victory at 118 pounds.
On mat number 2, Laidlaw is on the top. She's got Sanchez broken down to the mat. She's been trying the half Nelsons, putting a lot of pressure on the head. We've got a warning stalling on Sanchez. That's the first warning.
124-pound quarterfinal matchup. It is Haley Ford for Valley City, an 8th grader, 19-15 on the season. Her opponent is Brianna Mayer of Central Cass, a senior at 27-7. This 124 pounds. This is the 4-5 matchup. Mayer is the 4 seed. Ford is the 5 seed.
Laidlaw from Fargo still in the top position, throwing in those half Nelsons, trying to power half, and there's a big crossface. She's going to get warned for that.
Minute 15 to go in the first period. Still no score between Ford and Mayer. As they'll have blood time once again on mat number 2 from Bank North. Again, banknorth.bank. Under a minute to go in the period. Snap down attempt here by Mayer. Ford, though, able to get her back free, and they'll circle themselves back to the center of the mat.
On mat number 2, we've got 24 seconds left in the third period at 118 pounds. Laidlaw from Fargo is going to start in the top position. She's going to come around the front and look for a throw. Sanchez has got the single leg. And stalemate.
Mayer for the Squirrels with the takedown. She'll take a 3-0 lead.
On mat number 3, 130 pounds, Alexis Schneider from Napoleon Gackle Streeter versus Lake and Capon from Central Cass.
Mayer will start in the top position to start period number 2 with a 3-0 lead. See if she can put on a half. Mayer will get her head back free, but Mayer with a breakdown has Ford bellied out.
Mat number 2, 118 pounds, Julene Reardon from West Fargo United versus Kiera Cassette from Hillsborough Central Valley. They're both in the neutral position on mat number 2. Both got a collar tie, trying to get a takedown set up here.
Ford able to walk herself back to her base, but then broken right back down by Mayer with a minute and 5 seconds. Mayer chicken wing grabbing at the far wrist as well. Going to see if she can get a turn. Halfway gone in the period. Mayer trying to set it up. Take her time if you can do it right. Tough to try to fight out of it.
On mat number 2, they're still in neutral position. A lot of pushing and pulling here.
Mayer now trying to run with it, making sure keeping it legal. Ford, hip down, not trying to go over. 30 seconds to go in the second period.
Reardon's trying to spin around, but Cassette has the leg, and Reardon gets a 3-point takedown. Reardon's going to run for the crossface cradle right on the edge of the mat. And there's some near fall points.
Mayer into a half Nelson, runs with it, gets some near fall points. Final couple ticks of the clock. Ford able to survive to the second period, but give Brianna Mayer 4 points on the near fall. She'll take a 7-0 lead.
And Reardon gets the pin on mat number 2 with 10 seconds left in the first period at 118 pounds.
Neutral to start period number 3. As Mayer shot attempt, scramble, pumps the head out. Brianna Mayer now with 3 more points. Upper lead 10-0. 20 seconds into the third period.
On mat number 2, 124 pounds, Avery Davidson from Northern Cass versus Mariah Roas from Devil's Lake.
Mayer with top control, 80 seconds. away from a semifinal berth at 124 pounds.
On mat number 2, they're in the neutral position, working on that first takedown.
$50 seconds. Mayer with a crossface, seeing if she can get some near fall points once again. Trying to walk around the head. Ford trying to defend, keeping the hip down. Try not to go over. 35 seconds to go in the third period. Mayer going to try it once again. See if she can spin behind, get the turn, and extend her lead.
On mat number 2, on the edge of the mat, Rejos was warned for stalling. 50 seconds left in the first period. They're both still trying to set up that takedown. Rejos heavy on the head, trying to spin around. Keep on spinning. Davidson's doing a good job of countering it, and they're back to the neutral.
Mayer with the turn, scoop the head, and that will do it for the third period. It's a 4-point near fall. So Brianna Mayer for the Squirrels, a 14-0 major decision victory. She's off to the semifinals at 124 pounds.
On mat number 2, Davidson tried a double leg. Reyes was able to counter that, and now they're in the neutral position. Davidson in on a tried a fireman's carry. Now she's switching to a double leg. Reyes is doing a good job of sprawling. And that's the end of the first period, tied at 0.
On mat number 1 in a 124-pound matchup, this is a wrestleback matchup. Lila Gillespie of the Lisbon Broncos, Annika Mangy of the Kindred Vikings. That is your 124-pound wrestleback matchup on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Reyes starts in the top position. Davidson has a stand-up, gets a 1-point escape, so Davidson takes a 1-0 lead.
Gillespie with the early takedown was looking for a cradle. Mangy, though, able to break the grip, work herself back to a base. Halfway gone in the first period. Gillespie now with a cross face. Trying to reach through, see if she can get the cradle locked up once again.
Mat 2, Davidson was in on a single leg and ran out of mat space. They went out of bounds with no points.
40 seconds to go. There's the cradle. There's the arch back as Gillespie looking for the fall. 30 seconds to try to get it. Mangy for the Vikings going to have to try to fight off of her back. 25 seconds to try to get the pinfall for the Lisbon Bronco. Knee in the side, head in the temple. See if you can get the second shoulder to the mat.
Mat number 2, Davidson in on a fireman's carry again. She switches to a single, but they go out of bounds again. That was a nice shot by Davidson.
Final 5 seconds. Mangy just trying to survive for another period. Final second, and Mangy able to keep one shoulder up, but Gillespie will get a 4-point.
Mat number 2, Davidson in on another single leg right on the edge of the mat. She's going to try and turn that corner, swim to a double. Steps across, and there's a 3-point takedown right on the edge of the mat. So Davidson was in on several shots and wasn't able to finish with the takedown, but this time she does with 11 seconds left in the second period at 124 pounds.
Gillespie with a 9-0 lead for Lisbon. 45 seconds into the second period. Trying to lock up a cradle, see if she can get it once again. Has the arms locked, now going to try to arch it back. Loses the grip. Mangy able to get herself back to her belly with 50 seconds to go in the second period.
Mat number 2, 11 seconds left in the second period. Davidson's ahead 4-0. Davidson will be in the top position. She's going to try that crossface cradle. Going to try and tip it back. And ran out of time. So Davidson will take a 4-0 lead going into the third period.
Final 30 seconds, now make it 20 seconds of the second period. Lila Gillespie for the Lisbon Broncos, a 9-0 lead. Puts in a Farmer with the throw. Near fall points upcoming. As Mangy going to have to try to fight off of her back one more time. Can't do so. Lila Gillespie for the Lisbon Broncos, the second period fall at 124 pounds to keep her tournament alive.
On mat number 2, they started in the neutral position.
Mat number 1, 130-pound quarterfinal. It is Lydia Wolf from South Border, Alyssa Hoyles of Grafton. That is your 130-pound quarterfinal on mat 1. Hoyles spin behind, get the takedown. She's got a 3 points. She's a junior now at 35-8 on the season. Wolf for South Border, a sophomore at 13-16.
On mat number 2, Davidson gets another 3-point takedown to extend her lead 7-0.
Mat number 1, this is a 12-4 matchup here. Lydia Wolf, the upset over Taryn Gores in the first round. And Hoyles with the victory over Jocelyn Carpenter of Devil's Lake. There's the 4 seed.
Davidson's able to take Reyes to her back, right on the edge of the mat.
Hoyles with the pinfall for Grafton there at 107.
And Davidson gets the pin with 17 seconds left in the third period at 124 pounds.
As we approach the bottom half of the hour, we'll take a break. This is the 2025 East Region Girls Individual Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Benedictine Mission Coordinator has a great move-in special. For a limited time, you can save $5,000 when you move in. That's $1,000 off your first 4 months of rent, and the $1,000 move-in fee is waived. Your rent at Benedictine Mission Coordinator covers 3 meals a day, home and yard maintenance, indoor access to Essentia Health Clinic and Benedictine Therapy Services, and much more. To schedule an appointment, call Benedictine Mission Court at 218-784-5250. Save $5,000 with this move-in special.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger, Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Hey, welcome back. This is YourLiveEvent.com. We're live from Central Cass High School with the North Dakota East Region Girls Wrestling Individual Tournament. Top 8 place winners advance to the state tournament. We're in our first round consolation matches and quarterfinal round here on Your Live Event. Inside the main gymnasium, we have mats number 1 and 2. And over in that south gymnasium, they're wrestling one mat. That's mat number 3.
Over on mat number 2, 130 pounds, Kelsey Newman from Carrington versus Tia Hughley from Pembina County North. Hughley is ahead 6-4 at the 130-pound weight class.
I'll give you a quick rundown here for our Tim Kazed seed sales scoreboard and go with our top 10 teams in this update. At number 10, we have 2 teams tied for 10th place with 22 points. This is a Rugby and Napoleon Gackle Streeter. West Fargo United in 8th place, tied with Valley City with 28 points. And then we have Grand Forks in 7th place with 29 points. 6th place, Devils Lake with 30. Lisbon in 5th place, 31.5 points. Carrington in 4th with 33. South Border in 3rd place with 37 points. Pembina County North in 2nd place was 47.5 points. Then defending East Region champions, Central Cass Squirrels in 1st place with 63 points. That is your Tim Kazed seed sales Golden Harvest scoreboard.
We're just starting the third period on mat number 2 at 130 pounds. Hughley from Pembina County North has a 6-4 lead, and they're in the neutral position.
Mat number 1, 136 pounds. The Central Cass's Grace Lamar Jr. at 18-9, wrestling Addison Zubke of Napoleon, the freshman, 23-19. That match in the first period with 1:25 on the clock.
On mat number 2, they got a scramble going there. Still no points. Newman's got a hold of that leg. Hughley's trying to come around. Still no. There's 3 points. 3 points for Hughley. And they're counting back points. And there's the pin for Hughley from Pembina County North. With 54 seconds left in the third period.
Yeah, Grace Moore working for her own fall on mat number 1. She has a head and arm in that headlock position. She has 40 seconds to work for a pin on Addison Zubke of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Lamar is the number 3 seed in the tournament, trying to make a return back to the state tournament, returning state place winner for Central Cass.
Wrestlers, watch for mat 4 in your division and the varsity division as a JV has now.
On mat number 2, 130 pounds, Kenzie Jost from Carrington versus Fatima Garcia Seja from South Border.
It sounds like they're firing up mat number 4, so we should see some activity on mat number 4 as well. Mats 3 and 4 over in the South Gymnasium. And Grace Lamar wins by fall over Addison Zibke. Lamar advances to the semifinals at 136 pounds.
On mat number 2, they're still in the neutral position, trying to set up a takedown. They both got the collar ties. Jost goes in on a single leg and gets the 3-point takedown.
Now mat number 136-pound quarterfinal action between Olivia Lindstrom of Devil's Lake takes on Jasmine Ybarra, senior from Carrington. Ybarra with a 33-8 record. She's the number 2 seed in the tournament. Lindstrom the number 7 seed.
Jost from Carrington on mat number 2 locks up a cradle. Got her on her back, getting the back points on the edge of the mat, trying to get that pin, and there's the pin. Jost from Carrington gets the pin with 54 seconds left in the first period at 130 pounds.
And back to the restart in the center of the mat over on mat number 1 between Lindstrom and Ybarra. Wrestlers locked in a collar tie, center of the mat, little elbow pass by Ybarra. Lindstrom steps around, circles away from that, going back to the collar ties. Another slide by attempt by Ybarra, not able to get it over on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, 136 pounds, Schmidt from Oaks versus Kubat from South Border. Schmidt has a 2-6 record, and Kubat has a 12-17 record.
Ybarra with the takedown, under 50 seconds remaining. She goes right away to an arm bar, has that far wrist caught up, walks it around the head, working for a fall for the Carrington Cardinals here on mat number 1. Ybarra had it locked up, now readjusting, scoops the head over on mat number 1. She'll have near fall coming her way. She stretches out the far arm, trying to work for more with the pinning combination on mat 1. And the win by fall for Ybarra into the semifinals is she'll face Grace Lamar of Central Cass.
On mat number 2, Kubat has the headlock locked up, trying to get better positioned. Schmidt is able to belly down and get back to her base. Kubat takes a 7-0 lead with 45 seconds left in the first period.
Your matchup now on mat number 1. Looks like a consolation round match at 136 pounds. And that's Valerie Acosta of Valley City taking on Molly Carr, West Fargo United. Acosta of Valley City right away walked out there with a headlock, scored the takedown with a minute 36 remaining in the first period.
Kubat on mat number 2 was able to throw that half end, turn her to her back, trying to get that pin. And there's the pin with 2 seconds left in the first period. Melody Kubat from South Border over Schmidt from Oaks.
Yeah, mats number 3 and 4 are fired up. Now with mat number 3, Anna Holzelton of Fargo taking on Chanel Volk of South Border. And then mat number 4 is Veda Carbon, the Lisbon Broncos, has the 3-0 lead over Lois Schneider, the Central Cass Squirrels. Right now, Carbon on a vision quest, kind of trying to make her way into the semifinals for Lisbon on mat 4. That's the win by a fall for Acosta of Valley City over Molly Carr on mat number 1.
Man number 2, 142 pounds, Brinley Hartshaws from West Fargo United versus Liam Glynn from Ellendale Edgeley Column.
Schneider over on mat number 4 Now up 4-3 over Veda Carblum in the first period.
Hartsock from West Fargo gets a three-point takedown. Glenn is in on a double leg. She still doesn't have the escape. And no change.
Yeah, Matt, number 142-pound consolation round match. Lanaya Proctor, West Fargo United, and Felicia Haas of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. It's in the first period, minute 45 remaining in the first period. They're scoreless on mat 1.
Glenn had a nice scramble there and just wasn't able to get that escape or get a reversal. They're going to start out. She'll be in the down position. She's trying to stand up again.
Proctor grabs the takedown. She has the 3-0 lead with a minute 20 remaining in the first period. Has the crossface locked up, working underneath the legs on the backside, trying to cradle up Felicia Haas. She's locked her hands together and just tried to ease her back across her knee and score some near fall on mat 1.
Glenn has faced Hartsock and trying to get that leg to pick it up. Hartsock's very heavy on the head.
So Haas doing a good job hand fighting underneath. Here Lanaya Proctor has that cradle, just not able to roll back Felicia Haas. Now Haas belly down, stretches out. Proctor attacks the arm, goes for the arm bar here on mat 1.
On mat 2, Hartsock gets that cradle locked up, turns her to her back, trying to get the pin. She's lifting that leg. And that's the end of the first period. Hartsock gets a 4-point near fall to take a 7-0 lead after 1.
And wrestlers still going at it on mat number 1 with 15 seconds remaining. Felicia Haas caught the head of Lanaya Proctor, trying to toss her, pull her over her hip, not able to get her. Proctor doing a good job defending, tried to clear that wrist around her head at the end of the first period. 3-1's the score between Proctor and Haas, and a 3-point takedown awarded at the end of the period for Proctor. Now 6-1's the score.
Glenn will start off in the top position from Edgley Ellendale Calm, and she's got Hartsock broken down to the mat, trying to get that wrist control, working on the power half. Glenn's putting a lot of forward pressure on, trying to keep her down to the mat. And Hartsock gets a 2-point reversal and some back points. And there's the pin for Hartsock with 1:16 left in the second period.
And 9-1's your score between Proctor and Haas over on mat number 1. Lanaya Proctor in the top position, working the near ankle, or should say on the far ankle. Goes back to that crossface cradle, trying to lock it up on Felicia Haas. Haas still fighting. Hand fighting underneath with Proctor on mat 1.
At 142 pounds on mat number 2, Ava Chemnitz from Pembina County North versus Violet Hen from Lisbon. Over on mat number 4 in the South Gym, Naomi Miller from Kindred is tied 3-3 versus Kendall Kovar from Carrington at 142 pounds.
And Proctor working for the fall. She was able to get that cradle locked up on Haas. Has her turned over and slapping the mat just as Haas is trying to bridge out of it. So Nia Proctor for West Fargo United, winner by fall on mat number 1 at 142 pounds.
Still no score on mat number 2. They're still in the neutral position. Both working for that takedown. They got the collar ties in.
And new matchup coming out on mat number 1. Webley Knocklin of Fargo takes on Claire Lathrop of the Breck-Wap Storm. Knocklin, returning state place winner with 38-3 record for Fargo. Claire Lathrop, returning state qualifier for Breck-Wap, a sophomore at 14-20.
We're down to 30 seconds left on mat number 2. Still no score. They've both been tied up, trying to work on their wrist control, shooting in here and there.
And still no score on mat number 1 with 1:20 remaining in the first period. Wrestlers locked up in the collar tie. Nochlin, two-time returning state runner-up for Fargo at 155 pounds, wrestling 148 this year, along with Claire Lathrop. Nochlin, the number 1 seed in the tournament.
On mat number 2, Chemnitz from Pembina County North in the last few seconds was able to get a takedown and a 3-point near fall to take a 6-0 lead going into the second period.
And doing a little bit more hand fighting over on mat number 1. Still scoreless in the first with 40 seconds remaining. Wrestlers lock back in, wade into each other with collar ties on mat 1.
Hain from Lisbon's in the top position on mat number 2, trying to get Chemnitz broken down to the mat.
In final 20 seconds on mat number 1, they're scoreless. Little snap down by Lathrop. Nochlin was able to fight out of that. They go back to the center for a restart after they went off the edge. And just trading collar ties on mat 1, still pushing and shoving.
Hain's got a lot of forward pressure on mat number 2, trying to get Chemnitz broken down to the mat.
There was no takedown at the end of the period. Nochlin with the attack, not able to score. Going into the second period scoreless. Nochlin in the bottom position to start second period.
On mat number 2, Hain gets warned for stalling in the top position. We're going to have a restart. Both whistles on both mats went off at the same time.
So off the whistle on mat number 1. Nochlin tries to stand up. Good mat return by Claire Lathrop. Keeps Nochlin broke belly down on the mat. Works over the top with a crossface. He's a handful right now for that returning state runner-up. Webelin Nochlin, the number 1 seed in the bottom position.
On mat number 2, Chemnitz tried for a Peterson, wasn't able to get it. Now she's up off the mat, standing up, trying to get a reversal. And Hain gets called for clasping, so that'll be a 1 point. So Chemnitz will take a 7-0 lead with 23 seconds left in the second period.
And a double leg shot, drives her out of bounds. Webelin Nochlin with the escape, 1-0. And have a double leg blast set up. She blasts it out back to the center for a restart on mat 1.
Chemnitz is up on her feet again, trying to get her hands free. And there's a one point stalling and 1 point escape.
Yeah, updates over from mats number 3 and 4, both quarterfinal matches. On mat number 3, Madalena Chibaturanu of Carrington is tied up with Catherine Russell of Valley City at 4 apiece. And then mat number 4, 142-pound quarterfinal, is Giovanna Lima of Grand Forks and Miley Christensen. They're also tied up at 0. That's scoreless in the first period on mat 4.
On mat number 2, Chemnitz is trying to lock up a far side cradle.
Well, Nochlin takes control of this match in the top position with that takedown up 4-0 at the end of the second period. She's in the top position, spirals the wrist, breaks down Claire Lathrop to the mat on mat 1.
Hain's able to get a 1 point escape with 1:15 left in the third period. They're in the neutral position.
So off the restart at the beginning of the third period. Lathrop with the stand-up. Nochlin returns it back to mat. Spirals wrist, has a half Nelson locked in the far side. Puts a little bit of downward pressure with her head. Now steers the armbar, walks it around the head of Claire Lathrop and working a pinning combination on mat 1 here for Webley Nochlin.
On mat number 2, 30 seconds left in the third period. Chemnitz has a 9-1 lead right now over Hain from Lisbon.
Nochlin had the armbar, picked up her forward near fall.
Hain gets a nice headlock. She's got her on her back. Looking for the pin right on the edge of the mat. And they stop the action. 4-point near fall. 1 point illegal hold.
And Nochlin with the win by fall. Locke went back to the armbar, and she wins by fall over Claire Lathrop. Lathrop, a handful the first 2 periods. Nochlin takes charge in the third and wins by fall on mat number 1. Number 1 seed advancing to the semifinals at 148 pounds.
Hain from Lisbon's trying for that headlock again. She's running out of time. Hain has a nice headlock to try and come back, and lost control of that headlock. Ends up losing 11 to 8.
In mat number 1, new wrestlers out on the mat. Emerson Falady of Central Cass and Regan Ulmer of South Border. 148-pound quarterfinal matchup. Ulmer the number 2 seed. Falady the number 7 seed. Ulmer in on another double leg shot. Falady steps around trying to hit the go behind on Ulmer. Ulmer returns it back to the mat for the 3-point takedown. Now 6-1's the score over on mat number 1 with 1:22 remaining in the first period.
On mat number 2, 148 pounds, Clara Steffes from Lemoore, Litchville, Marion versus Lexi Ray from Grand Forks.
Ulmer has half Nelson, or an armbar on the far side. She walks this around. She has this tight on Falady of Central Cass. Takes a peek up. Will pick up the near fall. Comes back around, resets. Up 10-1.
On mat number 2, no score yet. They're both in the neutral position. They're both tied up, pushing and pulling. On mat number 3, 155 pounds, Ava Carlblum from Lisbon is ahead 3-0 over Carly Liedall from West Fargo United. Mat number 4, 142 pounds, Lima from Grand Forks is behind Christensen from Valley City, 9-0.
And Ulmer goes back to another pinning combination. This time has the half Nelson. The power half rolls over Emerson Falady of Central Cass. Falady's able to roll through, but Ulmer picks up the 2 near fall, has the 12-1 lead in the first at the end of the first period on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Ray's able to get the 3-point takedown and is still in the top position. Steffes is trying to base up and get a stand up here. Just 15 seconds left in the first period on mat number 2.
And in the second period, Ulmer with the stand-up attempt. Falady able to return her back down to the mat. Off the whistle at the start of the second period. 12-1 lead for Regan Ulmer of South Border in the bottom. Now stands up, clears the hip for the 1-point escape. 13-1 score, Ulmer in the lead.
On mat number 2, Ray starts out in the bottom position. Steffes is trying to keep her down to the mat. Looking for that far cradle.
And a break in the action with the 1:15 remaining in the second period. 16-1, or I should say that's a win by technical decision for Regan Ulmer of South Border. 16-1 technical decision over Falady. Ulmer into the semifinals.
Steffes still has control on mat number 2 in the top position, trying to get her broken down to the mat. She's got the leg lift up. She's got warned for stalling. She's got to try and bring her down to the mat. And she brings her down to the mat and has her broken down, looking for that power half again.
Say mat number 1, quarterfinal matchup at 155 pounds. Gabriela Martinez, West Fargo United, a sophomore at 8-6, takes on Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake, a sophomore at 16-9. This matchup just underway with a minute 40 remaining and scoreless in the first period on mat 1.
Steffes from Lemoore Litchville Marion is on the top. She is trying to get that power half sunk in. Heavy on the head there. She's got it locked up now, and she's got some back points. She's trying to get, and she gets the pin with 7 seconds left in the second period. So she comes from behind to get the win there at 148 pounds.
And still scoreless in the first period at 155 pounds between Jaylee Jetty and Gabriela Martinez of West Fargo United. Jetty, a returning state qualifier for Devils Lake. She's working for the takedown and near fall. She will pick up 3 near fall. And the takedown, she has a 6-0 lead, going to work again on top. Here's Jaylee Jetty, chops the arm, goes to the arm bar on mat 1.
On mat number 2, 155 pounds, Aubrey King from Fargo versus Aubrey Boson from Breckenridge, Wahpeton.
Jetty has the arm bar. She's walking around, able to get the Martinez, the shoulders down to the mat. She will have some more near fall. Good bridge by Martinez. Gets back belly down. 10-0 lead for Jetty. Picking up more near fall. She throws Martinez back over to her back on mat 1.
On mat number 2, they're still in the neutral position, tied up.
That score 13-0 in favor of Jaylee Jetty on mat number 1 going into the second period.
Over on mat number 3, 155 pounds, Ida Berg from Kindred is versus Opal Hackle from Rugby. Hackle has an 8-3 lead. Mat number 4, period number 2, Cheyenne Helen from Central Cass is tied at 0s with Sophia Bentz Hilliard from Larimore.
And they win by technical decision, 17-0. Jaylee Jetty, Devils Lake advances to the semifinals at 155 pounds.
On mat number 2, Boson is able to get a 3-point takedown right on the edge of the mat, and she's got her broken down to the mat. King's trying to stand up. Boson's doing a good job of keeping the weight on. Grabs a single leg coming around and no change.
And matchup on mat number 1, 170-pound quarterfinal action. Maya Sanchez, West Fargo United, a senior 20-18, takes on Aubrey Coonsey of Central Cass, 7th grader. Sanchez with the takedown opening things up. Minute 45 remaining in the first period. She goes to the near ankle, breaks Coonsey belly down on the mat.
Aubrey Boson from Breckenridge Wahpeton is in the top position to end up the first period with a 3-0 lead.
So Sanchez for West Fargo United, the number 3 seed. He's in the top position on mat number 1. Now goes to a crossface. She's been working a couple of pinning combinations on Coonsey. Coonsey's been able to defend, but this time that crossface and the screwdriver, she'll pick up near fall on mat 1.
On mat number 2, King gets a nice stand up, and Boson gets warned for stalling for not getting her down to the mat fast enough, and she ends up getting her down now.
Sanchez picks up the 4 near fall. She has a 7-0 lead, working another pinning combination. More near fall on Aubrey Coonsey on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Bosun from Breckenridge Wahpeton is still in control, trying to keep King down to the mat. Working on that 2-on-1, trying to get some back points here. Coming around the head, trying to keep that locked up. King's fighting pretty hard, no back points yet. And no back points. She got a 1 count, but didn't get the 2 count. She's going to throw in that half Nelson right now. She's got the far wrist. And she's going to go to the power half. And back to the crossface.
And Maya Sanchez, West Fargo United, that's the result from mat number 1. She advances to the semifinals, winner by technical decision over Aubrey Kunze of Central Cass.
Bosun's getting some more back points on mat number 2, looking for that pin. Gets the 4-point near fall and comes back around to start again. Bosun takes a 7-0 lead with 18 seconds left in the second period.
So mat number 1, battle of teammates in the quarterfinals between Nevaeh Buffett, the number 3 seed, wrestling her teammate Lillian Ulster, the number 6 seed. In the quarterfinals, 190 pounds, wrestlers locked up in a collar tie.
We're going to move on to period number 3 on mat number 2, 155 pounds, with Bosun having a 7-0 lead over King.
And mat number 3, 170-pound quarterfinal match between Cora Ulster, the junior from Lisbon, a 24-15 record, wrestling Carrington's Nevaeh Sorensen, a junior, at 25-13. It's 170-pound quarterfinal action in the first period, scoreless. Buffett scores the first takedown. She's up 3-0 over her teammate Lillian Ulster. On mat number 1, works a power half on the edge of the mat. And mat number 4, 190-pound quarterfinal action. That's Nevaeh Hipsack of Central Cass, a sophomore, at 16-13. Wrestling Kara Williams of West Fargo United, a sophomore, 24-14. That's scoreless in the first period. And wrestlers called out with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. 3-0 lead for Buffett.
Over on mat number 2, Aubrey King has a knee brace on, and she re-injured that knee. So they're going to start the third period in the neutral position on mat number 2, 155 pounds. Bosun from Breckenridge Wahpeton is ahead 7-0.
After the first period, Nevaeh Buffett of Lisbon has the 3-0 lead over her teammate Lillian Ulster. Ulster in the top position on the restart of the second period. She goes to the far ankle, not able to break down Buffett, who gets up to her feet and clears the hips for the 1-point escape. 4-0 lead for Nevaeh Buffett on mat 1.
On mat number 2, they're still in the neutral position, trying to get something set up here. King tries for the ankle pick, but just missed it by a little bit. Down to 50 seconds left on mat number 2.
We're down to a minute 12 remaining on mat number 1. 7-0 lead for Buffett. She scores another takedown. So she's up 7-0 over Lillian Ulster. Goes to the power half. Has the forearm dug to the back of the head. And the half Nelson underneath the left arm. Still 7-0 in the second period.
On mat 2, Bosun was able to get another takedown to extend her lead to 10-0 with 20 seconds left in the third period.
Here's Nevaeh Buffett, has the half Nelson, has Ulster going over on the edge of the mat. Works the pinning combination in the win by fall for Nevaeh Buffett. She'll advance to the semifinals on mat number 1 at 190 pounds.
And at the same time on mat number 2, Boson gets the pin with 5 seconds left in the third period.
All right, new matches out on mat number 1 and mat number 2. Looks like mat number 1 is Ava Gullison of Central Cass at 250 pounds, taking on Rihanna Kula, a junior of Fargo. That's quarterfinal match at 250 pounds on mat 1.
And on mat 2 at 170 pounds, Isabel Dutt from Central Cass versus Kaya Wiley from Grand Forks. Wiley gets the 3-point takedown right on the edge of the mat.
Update from that mat number 3, 170-pound quarterfinal match. Cora Ulster of Lisbon with the win by fall over Sorensen of Carrington. So Ulster into the semifinals at 170 pounds.
And Wiley from Grand Forks gets the pin over Dutt from Central Cass with 1:25 left in the first period.
So Gullison and Kula on mat number 1. That's still scoreless in the first period. Minute remaining. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Little pushing and shoving going on mat number 1. And Gullison locks up the headlock, head and arm on Kula, takes her over to her back. You're at 250 pounds, trying to make it into the semifinals for Central Cass. And works this pinning combination with 30 seconds remaining on mat 1.
On mat number 2, 190 pounds, Alexa Taylor from Grand Forks versus Sky Kopp from Grand Forks.
So Kula still trying to fight off her back and took the leg, but not able to do it. So Ava Gullison into the semifinals for Central Cass with the win by fall on mat 1.
Kopp gets the 3-point takedown on mat number 2. Kopp's got her broken down to the mat, getting some near fall points. Didn't get the 2 count, so no near fall points there.
So we've come back around to the lightweights now. Mat number 1, 100-pound consolation round match. I believe this is the blood round, so the winner of these matches will place in the top 8 in this on these consolation rounds coming up. So this is Grace English of Carrington, a 7th grader, 23-22 record, takes on Fargo's Willow Hagan, an 8th grader at 21-22. That's a 100-pound consolation round match on mat number 1.
And Kopp gets the pin at 190 pounds on mat number 2.
And still scoreless on mat 1. With 1:12 remaining, that's in the first period. Wrestlers on their feet, working back towards the center of the mat. And mat number 3, update, 250 pounds. Jalen Forey from Pembina County North has a 2-0 lead over Miley LaFontaine and Northern Lights, and that match just going final on mat 3.
On mat number 2, 100 pounds, Marley Miller from Ellendale Edgley Calm versus Eden Riddle from Lemoore Litchville Marion.
And still scoreless on mat 1 with 30 seconds remaining. The English in the top position, trying to turn the corner on Willow Hagan in this situation. Hagan's able to double up on the legs, keeps English off of her. Now Hagan stands up, pushes English away. The wrestlers stood up back to their feet on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Riddle was trying to jump across and get that takedown, but wasn't able to do it. Miller did a nice job of defending that. They're back in the neutral position looking for that takedown. They're both tied up on mat number 2, trying to get something set up down there.
Well, mat number 1 started the second period, still scoreless. Grace English in the top position for Carrington. Works a crossface as Hagen tries to stand up. She's able to break her back down. Hagen with another stand-up attempt. English chops the arm, keeps Hagen down on the mat on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Miller tried for the headlock and didn't quite get it. We're going to go into the second period tied at 0.
And English has a cradle locked up on mat number 1 on Hagen. Hagen still hand fighting, able to clear the hands back to belly down, but English goes back to the crossface. Now sticks in a half Nelson on mat number 1, still scoreless in the second period.
Mat 2, Riddle starts out in the top position, and Miller's able to face her and grab a single leg. Still no change. Miller's looking for that reversal.
And mat number 4, 250-pound quarterfinal match between Anna Thorpe, Ellendale Edgeley-Combe, and the number 2 seed Ella Sad of the Lisbon Broncos. That's scoreless in the first period on mat 4.
We had a stalemate on mat number 2, so we'll get a fresh start here with Riddle on the top. Miller does a nice sit out.
Well, English continues to work the head on Willow Hagen, goes back to the crossface in the cradle. Hagen defends it once again in a stall warning, this time on Willow Hagen. Here with Grace English continuing to work these pinning combinations, not able to secure anything yet. Still scoreless in the first period on mat 1.
Marley Miller had a hold of that single leg, but Riddle was able to grab the ankle and get control again.
Oh, you go into the third period scoreless in the neutral position to start the third. Little elbow pass by Hagen. English circles back in. Hagen drops down to a single leg. Nice big sprawl by English, heavy on the hips, and she scores the go behind, and the three-point takedown goes right away to the crossface cradle on mat 1.
And Riddle on mat number 2 has the crossface cradle in as well, but she's in a little trouble. She got a little high. Miller's trying to come out the back door, and there's a 2-point reversal for Miller.
So English still working that crossface on Hagen. She has a lead of 3-0. Hagen's been warned for stalling in the second period.
And that's the end of the second period on mat number 2. Miller from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe takes a 2-0 lead into the third period over Riddle from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
So English in this top position continues to work up around the head and arms on Willow Hagen, goes back to the crossface cradle attempt. Hagen able to lock onto the wrist, trying to pass it overhead and build up to her base. He's able to do that, but English rides her back out to the or out of bounds, back to the center for a restart on mat number 1.
Riddle's got that far half in, but she's a little high. Miller's trying to come out the back door. Miller's got the single leg, trying to pick that up. Still no change in control. Riddle's got the control.
And Hagen with the stand-up attempt. English able to return it back down to the mat on mat number 1. She has the 3-0 lead with 15 seconds remaining in the first period, or excuse me, in the third period. She's up 3-0.
So on mat number 2, she scissored the head and was able to get a point there, so she'll take a 3-0 lead.
English your winner, 3-0 decision over Willow Hagen. So she advances into the top 8 on mat number 1. Grace English making her way to the state tournament for Carrington.
On mat number 2, Miller's still on the top. with the control, trying to work on a cross-face cradle. Riddle decided to start in the neutral position.
Mat number 1, 100-pound consolation now match between Alyssa Ross, West Fargo United, and Lauren Osmondstead of Central Cass. So Osmondstead in that bottom position. Ross was able to catch her over the top in the 3-0 lead for Ross over Osmondstead in the first period.
Miller has a 5-0 lead on mat number 2. And Riddle pins her with 2 seconds left. Riddle comes from a 5-0 deficit, throws a headlock, and gets the pin with 2 seconds left in the match.
All right, with that win by fall for Riddle, we're going to go ahead and step away here on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll take a break, come back for more action from the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Central Cass High School.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
Your local Castleton agents, Scott Kramer and Tyler Wesleyan, wish the Squirrels the best of luck.
You can buy the quarter, half, or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half, or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half, or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half, or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Austin Reed with Dakota Heritage Bank. At Dakota Heritage Bank, we have a strong background in ag and business lending, but we can also help with any auto, recreational, personal, or home loans, including home equity lines of credit. If you're in need of a loan, visit us at one of our locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing our heritage, sharing our future.
What's going on today?
I've got a planter in the shop, and I had the guys from Agassiz Precision Ag come over and do an inspection.
You upgrading systems or working on maintenance?
Both, actually. We walked some fields last summer and found areas where we can improve. So we are installing Delta Force and some new opening discs.
I bet we're in the same boat. I should give them a call.
Yep, they'll come out and look over the planter with you and put a plan together. They are the guys I go to for answers.
Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Call 701-636-2119 or planter.com.
Blood rounds continue here on YourLiveEvent.com. Again, win this match, you are a state qualifier. You are going to wrestle Thursday morning at the state wrestling tournament at the Fargo Dome. Lose this match and your season comes to a close. Here from Central Cass, we've got coverage on the main mats, on mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium here. Mats 3 and 4 in the South Gymnasium. We'll keep you updated on that situation as well here. Let's take a look at our Golden Harvest Tim Cassette seed sales scoreboard. Again, you can give Tim a call today, 701-430-0877. Team scores once again, Central Cass extending their lead right now as they have a 30 math-wise. 28.5 point lead over Lisbon. Central Cass, top team at 104 points. Lisbon, second place team at 75.5 points. Then it's Grand Forks in third at 66. Pembina County North, fourth place at 60.5 points. And the Carrington Cardinals, they round out the top 5 at 59 points. Let's look at your team scores on the Golden Harvest Tim Kazette Seed Sales scoreboard. Mat number 118-pound blood round matchup. Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass is going up against Cadence Opperspach of Grand Forks. That match just about getting underway. Over mat number 2, it's Mally McLeod of Devil's Lake going up against Taylor Ladlaw of Fargo. Ladlaw with a 3-0 lead. As that match just gone final, as Ladlaw picks up the victory, she will wrestle in the state tournament there for the Fargo Stingers. South Gym mat number 3, Jalen Carrigan of Pembina County North trails Hayden Lloyd of Northwood 3-0 in the second period. And on mat number 4, Scout Fredericks of Lisbon and Jocelyn Corby of Fargo scoreless in the first period. As mat number 1, Opperspach with the takedown early on to take a 3-0 lead over Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass.
So mat number 2, it's Maria Rojas of Devil's Lake and Madeline Jerome of Grafton. It's 124-pound consolation round match. That's scoreless in the first period. Jerome grabs the head on Rojas, tries to throw her down. Rojas able to duck back around behind for the 3-point takedown. And 3-0 lead for Maria Rojas of Devil's Lake.
Erickson was looking for a stand-up, now trying to face Opperspach. .40 seconds to go in the first period. Erickson up to her feet, grabbing at the near leg, see if she can get on the scoreboard. We'll get a stalemate called, and we'll get a restart back to the center. 32 seconds to go in the first period.
Yeah, mat number 2 still 3-1 score. Jerome able to get the escape back to the center of the mat. Rojas works up over the top, trying to hit a snap down and drag Jerome down. Jerome drops down to a single leg. She's pushing in on Rojas. Mat number 2 action. Rojas steps back around with another takedown, up 6-1.
Erickson able to get onto the scoreboard on mat number 1. She gets a reversal. Now looking for a turn, trying to get the pinfall victory. Final 5 seconds. Opperspach going to try to fight off her back. She can't. And Isabel Erickson for the Northern Cass Jaguars. She's going to the state tournament with a first period pinfall at 124 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 4, 112-pound action. Update Scout Fredericks of the Lisbon Broncos, the Underland product. Wrestling Jocelyn Corbel of Fargo. Fredericks up 3-1 at the end of the first period on mat number 4.
Erickson with the victory for Northern Cass at 118 pounds. We now move to 124 pounds. Violet Hoyles for Grafton going up against Jaden Greer of Fargo. This 124-pound blood round matchup.
124-pound blood round matchup on mat number 2. Rojas of Devil's Lake up 7-3 over Madeline Jerome of Grafton. Jerome stands up on the edge of the mat trying to clear the hands. Rojas drags her out. Back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Hoyles for the Spoilers. She's a freshman at 26-15. Greer for the Stingers, a 7th grader, 26-16. That on mat number 1. Winner goes to the state tournament.
And mat number 3, 118-pound action. Bethany Scholdice of Valley City, the freshman, 29-14, wrestles Jelaine Reardon of West Fargo United, the sophomore. That's match just underway on mat number 3.
Neutral position, collar and elbow ties on mat number 1.
Rojas throws over Madeline Jerome to her back, works some near fall. She has 4 coming to her. 11-3 lead for Maria Rojas of Devil's Lake on mat number 2 in the second period.
Front headlock from Hoyles. Greer picking up the near leg on a single leg. See if she can finish the takedown attempt. Hoyles, though, able to get the leg back free, and we'll get a whistle as I'll let Greer readjust the headgear. Neutral position with 52 seconds to go in the first period.
And mat number 4, 112-pound action update. Scout Fredericks, the Lisbon Broncos, now up 6-1 over Jocelyn Corbel at the end of the second period on mat number 4.
In the center, circling around that inner circle, Greer and Hoyless at 124 pounds, 30 seconds to go in the period. Hand fighting. See who can grab wrist control. Back to a collar and elbow tie, 20 seconds to go. Shot attempt. Hoyless, Greer looking to defend. Hoyless into a double, picks her up, brings her down for the takedown as Hoyless with the first points of the matchup. 10 seconds to go in the period, she leads 3-0. Greer, though, up to her feet, trying to walk the corner, stay in bounds, turn face, get the escape point. Final couple ticks of period number 1 as Violet Hoyless will take a 3-1 lead into the second period against her opponent, Jalen Greer of Fargo.
Yeah, the final 10 seconds of period number 2, and the win by fall for Maria Rojas of Devil's Lake going to the state tournament. Your winner on mat number 2.
Neutral to start period number 2. Hoyless and Greer. Collar elbow ties, battle for position. Hoyless got the takedown in the first period. Greer did get an escape. That's how we get to a 3-1 score. Snap down attempt. Snap once again by Hoyless. Battle for wrist control as they circle the center of the mat. Break apart, come back together. Minute 20 to go in the second period. Still a 3-1 Hoyless lead.
Mat number 224-pound consolation round match. Lila Gillespie of Lisbon Broncos wrestling South Borders Veda Hoffman. Gillespie in on a double leg shot. She's trying to turn the corner. See if she can walk this around. Hoffman is able to catch her head and now stops the double leg shot by Gillespie on mat 2.
Shot, reshot, and eventually Hoyless will able to break the grip of Greer, and it stays neutral through that sequence. It's still a 3-1 matchup. 40 seconds to go in the second period. Back to a battle for head position. Collar elbow ties between the two wrestlers.
And Gillespie able to secure that takedown. She didn't give up on that double leg shot. Turned the corner on Hoffman in the 3-0 lead for Lila Gillespie on mat number 2. Her teammate Arlie Romerman on mat number 4 at 118 pounds wrestling Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackle Street. Christensen up 3-0 on mat 4.
Final 15 seconds of the second period. No scoring in this. It's still 3-1. As a couple snap downs attempt here for Hoyless. Final couple ticks of the clock. They'll break apart. That'll do it for period number 2. Violet Hoyless will take a 3-1 lead into the final period on mat number 1.
And mat number 2, Hoffman able to get back to her feet in the first period. She dumps Gillespie over to her hip, trying to work some near fall off of this reversal. She does pick up the 2 reversal, 3-2 lead for Gillespie at the end of the first period, final 20 seconds.
Hoyless will start in the down position to begin period number 3 and give her an escape point. Upper lead now 4-1. Greer needs a takedown to try to force a tie with a minute and 40 seconds to go in the matchup.
So that's at the end of the first period. Lila Gillespie keeps the 3-2 lead going into the second period on mat number 2.
Hoyless once again with some snap down attempts. Throw by attempt by Greer. It's defended. Greer now looking to try to push the pace. Needs a takedown here. Trails by 3. Front headlock by Hoyless, looking for a snap down. Greer, double leg shot attempt. See if she can get the takedown. Sprawl by Hoyless, spin behind, get the takedown. As Hoyless now will up her lead 7-1, final minute of the matchup.
And mat number 2, Gillespie chooses a top position to start the second period. She has the crossface. She's confident in that top position, locks up the crossface on Hoffman. Hoffman catches the leg. Able to get Gillespie high up over the top. Gillespie back around behind her. She's up by 1 point on mat number 2.
Greer gets the escape point. She trails by 5 as the clock ticking under 40 seconds. Greer looking for a headlock, trying to hit it. Cranking, seeing if she can get the headed, but Hoyless able to pop the head out. It stays neutral with 25 seconds to go in the period.
And Gillespie locks up the cradle, picks up some near fall on Hoffman in the second period. Hoffman has the arm free, but Gillespie is able to keep the bridge up. Now Hoffman steps over the top, catches the arm in the head on Gillespie, working for a own pinning combination on mat 2.
Hoyless gets a takedown. She'll lead 11-2. Just put in a leg, ride out the couple ticks, and Violet Hoyless is going to the state tournament at 124 pounds.
So Hoffman with the reversal and the near fall coming to her. Gillespie still has near fall on her side, but right now the score shows 4-3 in favor of Hoffman. Gillespie with the high bridge on mat 2.
Mat number 1, Leah Dale of Devils Lake and Tia Hughley of Pembina County North, your 130-pound blood round matchup.
Gillespie able to keep that high bridge. She's been on her back bridging for about 50 seconds, trying to get it into this third period. And they do have near fall, but I think they're going to work that out with the coaches. Gillespie didn't receive her near fall with the cradle. So 8-3 is the score on the scoreboard. Official over to this table on mat 2.
So Dale with the takedown, Hughley with the escape point. It's 3-1, 30 seconds into the first period.
So the score of mat number 2 is 8-7 in favor of Veda Hoffman. She has choice to start the third period.
Dale with another takedown, make it up 6-1. He's looking for a turn, but Hughley able to get herself back to a base. 1:05 to go in the first period.
Well, off the whistle, good stand-up by Gillespie, able to clear the hips, just got pushed out by Hoffman. Back to the center for a restart. Gillespie in that bottom position. She's down by 1 on mat 2.
Dale staying in top control with a 5-point lead. 40 seconds to go in the first period, looking to put in a leg, see if she can ride from there.
So Hoffman works the armbar, catches the far wrist on the over the top on the far side, and potentially dangerous called by the official, Brady Storhog, on mat 2.
Hughley high hip gets the reversal. 6-3 is her deficit. 15 seconds to go in the first period. Looking to put in a half, see if she can run with it. Final 5 seconds of the period. Trying to stretch Dale out, see if she can get a turn, but to no avail. 6-3, Dale will take the lead into the second period.
Gillespie's been working in that top or in that bottom position. She's in a scramble with Hoffman. She had a couple opportunities to secure the escape, but Hoffman able to maintain control in the top position, yet she has the 1-point lead on mat 2.
Hughley with choice. She'll elect to choose the top position to start our second period.
Gillespie tries to isolate that wrist of Hoffman. Still broke belly down on the mat on mat number 2. Now stands up, clears the hands, and the 1-point escape. She ties it up at 8 on mat 2.
Dale trying to get out in front, seeing if she can get an escape point. Grabbing at the near leg, now trying to crowd Hughley, see if she can pop the head out. Does so, give her 2 points for the reversal. Up the lead now, 8-3.
And Gillespie's tied up at 8 with Veda Hoffman. She dropped down to a nice high crotch shot. Hoffman is able to sprawl away, and they go out on the edge of the mat to the restart. And with 15 seconds remaining, we're still tied up at 8. And no score at the end of the third period, going to overtime on mat number 2. Sudden victory between Gillespie and Hoffman on mat number 2.
Mat 1, Dale still with that 8-3 lead as the clock's ticking now. 45 seconds. They'll go out of bounds, get a restart in the center.
Mat number 224-pound consolation round match. We're tied up into overtime. The winner of this secures that trip to the state tournament. They'll place in the top 8 in the East region. Hoffman goes into Gillespie, pushes her out, and a stall warning now issued against Gillespie. They're off the restart. Wrestlers collar by Hoffman. Gillespie with an over on the far side. Hand fighting underneath. Gillespie drops down. Hoffman down blocks. Down to 10 seconds remaining in the sudden victory overtime period. That's Gillespie with the shot. Hoffman down blocks again. And they'll go into the second overtime. Still tied up at 8.
Going to the third period, Dale for Devils Lake still an 8-3 advantage over Tia Hughley of Pembina County North. That 130-pound second round wrestleback.
So in this overtime period, Veda Hoffman in the blue singlet, white trim in the bottom position. She immediately turns into Gillespie. Gillespie almost was able to hit her with a chin whip. Hoffman turns the corner. Gillespie goes back to the crossface over on mat number 2. Still tied up at 8. Gillespie keeps the crossface buried in. Hoffman tries to crack her down and get the reversal. At the end of the period, she secures a 2-point reversal. 10-8 your score. Another period of overtime to go. Gillespie will have choice.
Dale extends her lead with another takedown, so make it now 11-3, an 8-point lead. Leah Dale of Devils Lake, the 8th grader, looking to go to the state tournament. 1 minute and 10 seconds and ticking to go in that matchup on mat number 1.
So Hoffman has the 10-8 lead. Gillespie in the top position. Hoffman secures the arm and the elbow of Gillespie. Down to 15 seconds remaining. 2-point lead for Veda Hoffman. Gillespie's going to try to walk this cradle up. She has it over the top. She has it locked up. See if she can turn her. She gets Hoffman to her back. Gillespie at the end of the period will pick up maybe 2 near fall. The time it expired, the official will have to go to the table. But she did have the cradle locked up at least one swipe of the hand by the official. So still conferring over on mat number 2. Big decision by the official coming, and that ties it up again at 10. We're going into ultimate tiebreaker. And the choice to Gillespie. She's going to choose the bottom position. Hoffman will have to ride her out. Gillespie escapes. She wins. Hoffman rides her out. Hoffman will win. Trip to the state tournament on the line over on mat number 2. And a false start issued on Gillespie in the bottom position. She's been warned for stalling. Now a caution on the restart.
As Dale will ride it out, so Leah Dale for Devils Lake will advance at 130 pounds to the state tournament, defeating Tia Hughley of Pembina County North.
So Hoffman trying to get the ride out. She's in the top position. 20 seconds remaining. Gillespie pulls the outside leg. She stands up over the top of Hoffman, has Hoffman cracked down on her hip. She's going to have to try to get some separation. Hoffman can hang on to this. Gillespie just has to get a little separation. Final seconds tick off the clock between Hoffman and Gillespie. In the 1-point escape, and Lila Gillespie's going to the state tournament for the Lisbon Broncos.
Mat number 130-pound blood round matchup. It's Lakin Capon for the Central Cass Squirrels. Riley Litton of Fargo. That is your 130-pound matchup on mat number 1 in the blood rounds. Capon, an 8th grader for the Squirrels, 27-18. Lytton for the Stingers, a freshman at 23 and 21. As they wrestle, center of the mat, neutral position. Snap down attempt by Capon to no avail. Head taps. Battle for head position here in the center of the mat.
Here, mat number 230-pound consolation round mats. Kenzie Yost of Carrington, freshman 14 and 12, takes on Lydia Wolf of Southport, sophomore 13 and 17. She has her teammate over on mat number 4, Chanel Volk of Southport, the 7th grader, wrestling Bryn Larson of Grand Forks. Larson up 3-0 over on mat 4.
Over on mat number 3 in the South Gym, 136 pounds, Valley City's Valerie Acosta and West Fargo United's Alyssa Sheriff. No score in the first period. Out of bounds, they go on mat number 1 between Linton and Capon. We'll get a restart back to the center with 30 seconds to go in the period.
You are still scoreless in the first period over on mat number 230-pound consolation round match. It's between Yost of Carrington and Lydia Wolf of Southborder. 45 seconds remain in the first period on mat 2.
Shot attempt by Capon on mat number 1. Trying to suck it in, single leg lift Lytton up. See if she can bring her down. Got to do it safely, and does so. A 3-point takedown. Lakin Capon for the Squirrels, the first points of the matchup. 3-0 is her lead with 10 seconds to go in the period.
And that's a 3-point takedown coming to Kenzie Yost of Carrington. She's up 3-0 over Lydia Wolf of Southborder at the end of the first period on mat 2.
After the first period, Capon with the lead as choice goes to Lytton, her first choice, and she'll select the top position in our second period. Bottom set, top on, off the whistle, stand-up knee slide attempt by Capon. Lytton, though, able to follow into a sit-out by Capon. Lytton stays close, and out of bounds they go. No change. 10 seconds gone in the second period.
So mat number 2, Yost, at the end of that period, had the cradle locked up on Lydia Wolf, but ran out of time. She's going back to it again in this second period. She has the 3-0 lead in the top position, working the crossface into the cradle on mat 2.
Capon up to her feet, give her the escape point. Up her lead now 4-0. As Lytton with a throw attempt, looking for the headlock, but out of bounds they go, and they'll stay neutral.
So Kenzie Yost has this cradle locked up on Lydia Wolf. And it's tight, and the slap of the mat by the official. So Kenzie Yost of Carrington going to the state tournament on mat 2 at 130 pounds.
90 seconds to go in the second period after the restart. Capon and Lytton centering in that inner circle of the mat. Capon, bear hug right to the back, a 3-point takedown. Looking for some near fall points. Bridge by Lytton. Capon now trying to walk it back, see if she can scoop the head. Lytton bellies herself out, but it's 4 points off of a near fall. And Lakin Capon now extends her lead to 11-0. Looking for a breakdown. 2-on-1, wrist control, trying to roll it out. Head in the shoulder. Lytton was looking, trying to stand up. Instead, mat return, and Capon now will put in a chicken wing. Out to the side, see if she can run with it. Reaching through, grabbing it with the other arm. Now going to run around the head. Looking for some near fall points. A count of 4 will lock up a tech fall. Bridge by Lytton. Capon looking for the pinfall. Lytton able to belly herself out. But that is a 4-point near fall, and it's a tech fall. Lakin Capon for the Central Cass Squirrels is going to the state tournament at 130 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 236-pound consolation round match between Addison Zipke of Napoleon Gackel Streeter, the freshman, takes on Melody Kubat of Southborder, also a freshman. That's 136-pound consolation round match. In the first period, scoreless with a minute remaining. And mats number 3 and 4 updates 142 pounds. On mat number 3, Aaliyah Dakota of Northern Lights takes on Veda Carblum. That's scoreless in the first period. And now Dakota with a 3-0 lead on Carblum. Mat number 4, Emerson Fladia, Central Cass, a junior, has the 7-1 lead on Alexis Ranke, also a junior from Lisbon, on mat 4.
142, mat number 1, Kendall Kovar of Carrington, a senior at 20-15 for the Cardinals. Her opponent, Linnea Proctor of West Fargo United, a freshman at 17-16. That's your matchup at 142 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 2, Kubat of South Border warned with a stalling by the official. She drops down, little swipe at the leg on Zubke. And that's still scoreless at the end of the first period on mat number 2.
.40 seconds in neutral position, no score. Kovar and Proctor on mat number 1. Battle for wrist control. Now a collar and elbow tie-up for each wrestler. Kovar was looking for 2-on-1, a Russian tie, but Proctor able to get her arm back free. Now Proctor with the Russian tie, 2-on-1. Under a minute to go in the first period. Kovar, though, gets her arm back free as they wrestle in the center of the mat.
And mat number 2, Melody Kubat's on the board with that escape. Now 1-0, but Zubke takes her down. Has the 3-0 lead. Zubke in the top position, works a half Nelson on the far side. Now switches over to the near side. Kubat defending, belly down on the mat, right on the edge. It's a 3-1 lead for Addison Zubke of Napoleon.
Proctor with a snap down, front headlock. Spin out to the side and get the takedown. 3 points, 1 point for the escape by Kovar. But Proctor with the first points of the matchup and a 2-point lead with a dozen seconds to go in the period.
So mat number 4, 148-pound action update there. Alexis Ranke is down by 2 points to Emerson Fladia, Central Cass. Fladia in that bottom position there in the second period. With 7-5 your score, Emerson Fladia, Central Cass has the lead on mat 4.
Proctor wins the flip. She'll defer Kovar with choice, and she'll choose the down position.
So mat number 2, 136 pounds between Zubke and Kubat. 3-1's the score at the, in the second period with 30 seconds remaining. Zubke in the top position, goes back to the half Nelson, running around the head of Kubat. Takes her over, working a pinning combination on mat number 2.
Sit out off the whistle by Kovar into a switch. Tie up the score 3-3 in the second. Proctor, though, back up to her feet, looking for the stand-up. Trying to kick the leg out free, rolls and gets the escape point. Proctor will retake the lead at 4-3.
And for near fall coming to Addison Zubke with the pinning combination. She has the 7-1 lead going into the third period over Melody Kubat of South Border.
40 seconds gone in the second period. Proctor Kovar, a 1-point lead for Linnea Proctor of West Fargo United. Here at 142 pounds, winner goes to the state tournament. As a battle in the center, battle for head position, collar elbow tie, see if an opportunity presents itself. Shuck attempt by Proctor. Kovar was looking for then a headlock, but able to duck the head was Proctor, get the takedown. Upper lead 7-3 now. 50 seconds to go in the second period. Proctor with a crossface, grabbing at the far wrist as well. Kovar trying to work herself back up to a base. Proctor with the breakdown right back to the belly. 35 seconds to go in the period. 2-on-1. Wrist control here for Proctor, now out to the other side. Final 20 seconds of the second period. Proctor seeing if she can get a half. Instead, Kovar up to her feet. Mat return by Proctor. Final 5 seconds of the period. Proctor a deep waist, just going to ride it out. She'll take a 4-point lead into the final 2 minutes.
So mat number 2, 9-1's your score with 40 seconds remaining in the third period. Addison Zubke picks up another takedown, up 12-1. She's in the top position, goes to work underneath, spirals the wrist on Melody Kubat. Now with 30 seconds remaining, she's up 12-1 in the top position, goes to half Nelson on the near side.
Off the whistle, Kovar with the takedown. Cuts her deficit to 1, 6-3. Coach is saying to cut her, give up the escape point. She'll do that. It's now 8-6. Proctor with the lead. Kovar needs another takedown in the final minute and 40.
Your final 5 seconds on mat number 3. 12-1's the score. So Addison Zubke of Napoleon Gackel Streeter makes her way to the state tournament with her win by major decision over Melody Kubat of South Border on mat number 2.
Shot fake by Kovar on mat number 1. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Kovar needs a takedown. She trails by 2 at 8-6. Snap down. Proctor spin behind. Get the takedown. So Linnea Proctor for West Fargo United will up that lead now 11-6. It's a 5-point advantage. Final minute of the match on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, 148 pounds, Gabby Hunter from Devil's Lake versus Claire Lathrop from Breckenridge Wahpeton.
As Kovar will take blood time. Again, our blood time is from Bank North. Visit them online at banknorth.bank. Other action, mat number 3, it is Taylin Boder of Central Cass and Sophia Betts-Hillard of Larimore. That 155-pound consolation round, blood round matchup. Also at 155 on mat number 4, Gabriela Martinez of West Fargo United going up against Grayson Feist of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That is scoreless in the first period.
On mat number 2, Gabby Hunter is an 8th grader and with an 11-19 record, and Lathrop is a sophomore with a 14-21 record. Lathrop gets a 3-point takedown.
Again, the blood rounds, as we call them, the consolation rounds. The winners of these rounds guaranteed in the top 8, and that's what you need in order to go to the state wrestling tournament. Losers have their season come to a close. After this, the semifinals coming up after this round here on YourLiveEvent.com from Castleton. Kovar cut blood time, so 11-4. Kovar with the deficit. Final 45 seconds, was looking for a stand-up. Proctor, though, able to defend, follows, remains in top control.
And on mat number 2, Lathrop gets the pin over Hunter from Devil's Lake with 15 seconds left in the first period.
Final 30 seconds, Proctor for West Fargo United looking to ride out the final couple ticks of the clock. 20 seconds, looking for a breakdown, grabbing both ankles and brings Kovar down to her belly. Final 15 seconds for Linnea Proctor of West Fargo United.
On mat number 2, 155 pounds, Cora Hardley from Grand Forks versus Aubrey King from Fargo.
End of the mat as Linnea Proctor for West Fargo United. She is a state qualifier at 142 pounds, defeating Kendall Kovar of Carrington 11-7 on the decision. As Kovar being evaluated by trainers.
On mat number 2, they're in the neutral position. Trying to get that wrist control, get something set up here. Looking for some head position. Now they both go to the collar ties. And we got some pushing and pulling. Still trying to get something set up.
South Gymnasium, mat number 3, Nevaeh Sorensen of Carrington, a 3-0 lead over Reagan Kuhn of Napoleon. That's mat number 3 at 170 pounds. Mat number 4, 155 pounds. No score, Charlie Liedall of West Fargo United and Opal Hackle of Rugby.
On mat number 2, we're down to 35 seconds left in the first period at the 155-pound weight class. Still no score. They're both in the neutral position.
Again, thank you to all the sponsors that you have seen and heard throughout this broadcast. Whenever possible, please patronize these businesses. At the very least, stop on in and tell them thank you, as this coverage on YourLiveEvent.com would not be possible. The broadcast of this tournament game has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. 148-pound wrestleback blood round matchup. Gabriella McNamara for Hillsboro Central Valley going up against Catherine Russell of Valley City. McNamara for the Burros, an 8th grader at 8 and 15. Russell for the Highliners, a 7th grader at 21 and 12. Here at 148, winner to the state tournament.
On mat number 2, King started out in the top position. Hardley is trying to get a stand-up. King does a nice job of breaking her down to the mat.
Over-under, lap drop by Russell, right to the back. Catherine Russell going to look for the pinfall. McNamara trying to fight off of her back, cannot do it. Catherine Russell for Valley City is a state qualifier at 148 pounds. The 18-second pinfall victory over Gabriella McNamara.
On mat number 2, King's trying to throw that half Nelson in on the edge of the mat. Hardley's doing a good job of fighting that off.
£170 on mat number 1. Isabel Dutt for Central Cass. Ashlyn Michelson of South Border. Dutt for the Squirrels, a senior at 6 and 16. Michelson for South Border, an 8th grader at 5 and 19. Their wrestleback blood round matchup at 170 pounds on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, 52 seconds left in the second period. We're still tied at 0. King from Fargo is in the up position and looking to turn her over for some back points. King's working on that power half.
Still neutral position on mat number 1. Collar and elbow ties, battle for position. South Gym update. Alexa Taylor for Grand Forks at 190 pounds with a 3-1 lead over Amelia Adams of Hillsboro Central Valley in the second period. On mat number 4, Jocelyn James of TGU Towner, a 3-0 lead after the first period against Lexi Zubke of Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And on mat number 2, we just finished period 2, and we're still tied at 0s. We're going to go into the third period with King being in the bottom position.
Final 20 seconds in the first period. Dutt Michelson still neutral position, no score. This 170-pound matchup. Try to advance to the state tournament.
On mat number 2, King gets a 1-point escape.
Dutt with a shot attempt, sprawl by Michelson. Final couple ticks of the clock. They'll both run out of time. And so we'll go to the second period scoreless between Dutt and Michelson there on mat number 1 at 170 pounds.
On mat number 2, they're in the neutral position again with King ahead 1-0. They're both tied up, going heavy on the head. And a stalemate. Got to fix a headgear there on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, Alexa Taylor from Grand Forks ups her lead against Amelia Adams of Hillsboro Central Valley, 6-2. 30 seconds to go in the second period in that one. Mat number 4, Jocelyn James of TGU Towner now with a 4-1 lead over Lexi Zubke on mat number 4. Dutt in the top position, has the cradle, arch it back, going to look for some near fall points. See if she can get the fall, head in the temple, see if she can get the knee in the side and try to get the pinfall. For sure, Dutt's going to get 4 near fall points. Now going to hook the leg. See if she can get that second shoulder of Michelson on the mat and the pinfall victory. Official right there. Seeing if the shoulders touch the mat. Michelson trying to fight off her back, able to break the grip, does so, bellies herself out. Dutt keeps the grip, now gonna arch it back once again, see if she can get the fall this time. Same move, so official still holding the 4 near fall points. Dutt gonna arch it back again, look for the fall. 45 seconds to try and get it. Michelson trying to fight off of her back once again. And Michelson bellies herself out. And there's the 4 near fall.
And on mat number 2, King from Fargo ends up getting the win with a 9-0 win.
So Isabel Dutt for Central Cass now with a 4-0 lead. 15 seconds to go in the second period. Locking up a power half, loses the grip of it. Now Dutt gonna go to the other side. Final 5 seconds, gonna run with it, see if she gets some points before the end of the period. And no, but Isabel Dutt will take a 4-0 lead into the final 2 minutes against Ashlyn Michelson of South Border here at 170 pounds.
On mat number 2 at 190 pounds, Angelique DeLong from Northern Lights versus Jillian Parker from Carrington.
Dutt will start in the down position. Michelson will get a caution. That's her first. Bottom set, top on, off of the whistle. Sit out by Dutt up to her feet. Into a standing switch. They'll get the 2-point reversal, then the mat return. So make it 6-0 in favor of Isabel Dutt. 13 seconds into the third period. Update over on mat number 4. Tighter one as Jocelyn James now just a 2-point lead against Lexi Zubke, 7-5 in the third period. Alexa Taylor for Grand Forks, a 6-3 lead over Hillsborough Central Valley's Amelia Adams over on mat number 3. Dutt, half Nelson, running with it, getting the turn, now gonna look for the pinfall. Michelson gonna have to try to fight off her back, can't do so. And Isabel Dutt of Central Cass is a state qualifier at 170 pounds. A third period pinfall victory over Ashlyn Michelson of South Border.
On mat number 2, DeLong from Northern Lights versus Parker from Carrington. Still no score with 45 seconds left in the first period. They're in the neutral position. They're locked up in a tie-up. Looks like they both want to go upper body here.
We're starting our semifinal round on mat number 1 as it is Anna White for Central Cass and Macy Pupp of Pembina County North. This your first semifinal at 100 pounds there on mat number 1. White front headlock, snap down. See if she can spin behind. White, a sophomore for the Squirrels at 36-1. Pup for the Grizzlies, 34-12 on the season. As White able to get the takedown, she'll take a 3-0 lead.
On mat number 2, we're going to go to period number 2, still tied at 0.
As there's the pinfall, Anna White for Central Cass. She advances to the championship at 100 pounds.
Anna White of Central Cass advances to the final with her 150th varsity victory.
As congratulations, Anna White, now victory 150 for the Squirrel sophomore. Who will her opponent be at the 100-pound semifinal? Well, we're about to see as Kaylee Mueller for Mayport CG, Bria Brossart for Rugby, as Brossart with the quick 3-point takedown. As we wrestle 10 seconds in, Brossart with a chicken wing. Brossart is a sophomore for the Panthers at 48-7 on the season. Mueller for Mayport CG, a freshman at 18-5.
On mat number 2, 190 pounds. DeLong from Northern Lights started out the second period in the top position. They're still tied at 0 with 1:24 left in the second.
As Brossart on a turn, looking for the fall. Mueller, though, able to roll through, get back to her base, but it is a 4-point near fall. So Brossart ups her lead 7-0. A minute to go in the first period. Brossart back in on a chicken wing, looking to see if she can spin, get some more near fall points.
On mat number 2, Parker gets a 1-point escape, so she takes a 1-0 lead.
Brossart looking for some more near fall. Mueller seeing if she can get herself back to a belly. Now the turn, and Brossart seeing if she can get the fall. There it is, Bria Brossart. She is going to wrestle in the semifinals at 100 pounds. A first period pinfall victory over Mayport CG's Kaylee Mueller. So update for the matches going on right now. The semifinals will take place on mats 1 and 2. The third round of consolation matches, those will be on mats 3 and 4. So your semifinals right here on mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium here from Castleton and Central Cass High School.
On mat number 2, we have Parker from Carrington ahead 1-0 over DeLong from Northern Lights. And we're just getting to the end of the second period.
Mat number 1, 106 semifinal. Alois Jenner of South Border going up against Charlotte Croston of Pembina County North. Jenner for the Mustangs, a freshman, 30-8. Croston for the Grizzlies, a freshman as well at 37-13.
On mat number 2, moving on to the third period, they're going to start in the neutral position. They're both going for the tie-up right away, looking for a headlock possibly.
Front headlock, Croston. Jenner seeing if she can reach at the near leg. Still neutral position. Croston reaching through, grabbing at the far leg. But Jenner holding on to Croston's leg. Still neutral position. Croston looking to spin behind. There's the takedown. So Croston will get the first points of the matchup to take a 3-0 lead.
We've got a tight one down on mat number 2. Parker from Carrington is ahead 1-0 with only a minute left in the third period.
Croston, Jenner, this the 2-3 matchup. Croston the 2 seed, Jenner the 3 seed. And both wrestlers guaranteed no worse than 6th if you're in the semifinal round. Final 15 seconds. Jenner from South Border with a 3-0 lead.
On mat number 2, we're down to 35 seconds left. Parker from Carrington still hanging on to that 1-0 lead.
End of the period. Croston for Pembina County North with a 3-0 lead. She wins the flip. She'll defer. And Jenner choice. She'll go down.
DeLong shoots in on a single leg. And Parker's able to spin around to get a 3-point takedown with 5 seconds left in the third period.
Off the whistle, Croston crossface, seeing if she can lock up a cradle. Loses the grip of it. Now we'll just spin behind. Try to stay in control.
And Parker from Carrington wins this match on mat number 2, 4-0 over DeLong from Northern Lights.
Croston with the crossface. Once again, seeing if she can reach through, trying to get that cradle locked up. 30 seconds gone in period number 2. Charlotte Croston of Pembina County North still with a 3-point lead. Jenner, though, up to her feet, gets the escape point. Cuts into her deficit 3-1, a minute 15 to go in the second period.
On mat number 2, we're still in the consolation round at 250 pounds. Anna Thorpe from Ellendale Edgley Column versus Sabrina Haas from Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
Minute to go in the second period. Still 3-1. Croston with the lead for the Grizzlies. Collar and elbow tie looking for a snap down. Trying to push the pace is Croston. She's got a 2-point lead. As they wrestle center of the mat.
Mat number 2, Thorpe from Ellendale Edgley Columns trying to get the head position and work on that headlock.
Still neutral position. Croston working on a front headlock, grabbing at the near ankle. Final 10 seconds of period number 2. Jenner grabbing at the near leg. Croston with a crossface, seeing if she can get some points before the end of the period. Does so. And so Charlotte Croston will take a 6-1 lead into the final period on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, they're both tied up really tight, head to head. Haas seems to be doing a little more pushing right now.
I'll start neutral position. Begin period number 3. Croston has a 6-1 lead. As we wrestle on mat number 1.
That's the end of the first period on mat number 2. Thorpe is going to take the top position for period number 2.
Croston had a front headlock, but Jenner able to get it back free. Minute 15 to go in the third period.
On mat 2, Thorpe breaks Haas down. Looking for that half Nelson. Got the power half in. Trying to turn her over. And Thorpe ends up getting 4 back points. So she takes a 4-0 lead.
Jenner looking for a headlock. Croston able to roll through. Counters it. Headlock of her own position. It's a 3-point takedown. It's 9-1. Final 30 seconds of the match. Jenner going to have to try to fight off of her back. Croston can just try to stay right there. Pick up the victory at 106 pounds.
Thorpe's got that half in again, and there's the pin for Thorpe. Anna Thorpe with the pin with 57 seconds left in the second period.
Croston a 4-point near fall, ups her lead 13-1. Final 5 seconds of the match on mat number 1. And Charlotte Croston is a finalist at 106 pounds, a 13-1 major decision victory over Alois Jenner of South Border.
On mat number 2, we're moving to the semifinal round. Taryn Raisler from Kindred versus Avery Jacobson from Rugby. That's a 106-pound weight class.
112 pounds on mat number 1. Ava Litzy of South Border. Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United. This is our first 112-pound semifinal matchup.
On mat 2, Raisler gets a 3-point takedown. She's got her broken down to the mat. Throws that crossface in, looking for the crossface cradle. She's going to reset again.
Litzy from South Border, 8th grader, top, number 1 seed, undefeated this season now at 34-0. Carlson, a junior for West Fargo United, the 4 seed, coming in now at 19-21.
Raisler's got that chicken wing locked in. Looks like she's got the same wrist. She's going to come around the head here. Oh, she's looking for the double chicken wing. She's got plenty of time, 53 seconds left. Walking across the head, taking it slow. And they're counting back points on mat number 2.
Mat number 312-pound consolation round, Jalen Kerrigan of Pembina County North, a 5-2 lead over Carrington's Juliette Davis. Mat number 4, Isabel Baku-Elder from West Fargo United, a 7-1 lead over Tess Gross of Napoleon Gackle Streeter. As Litzy with a turn.
Razor's got the chicken wing again, looking for that far wrist. And she's got her over on her back for some back points. And that's the end of the first period. Raisler from Kindred takes a 7-0 lead going into period 2 at 106 pounds.
Final 10 seconds. Litzy now with a 6-0 lead, looking to get tack onto it before the end of the period. Final couple ticks of the clock. She'll just spin behind and retain top control. 6-0, Ava Litzy with the lead going into period number 2. As her choice, she'll go neutral.
On mat number 2, we're going to start the second period with Jacobson from Rugby in the top position. She's got the armbar in, trying to throw in that far half. Razor was able to stand up and get out of that. Jacobson does a nice job of breaking Razor down again. She's still got that armbar in.
Let's see, cross face, spin behind, get the 3-point takedown. So let's see, now we'll up her lead 9-0. 90 seconds to go in the period.
On mat 2, Razor's able to hit her stand up and gets a 1-point escape. So she extends her lead to 8-0. She's in on a single leg. And there's a 3-point takedown for Razor.
Let's see, just trying to salt this victory away here in the second period with a 9-0 lead. Halfway gone in the match. Minute to go in the second period as we'll get a whistle and stalling warning on Litzy. As official will say, got to get side to side, try to go perpendicular, try not to say parallel. And so she'll just say, let's start neutral, give Carlson her first point on the escape, 9-1. Litzy with the lead.
Taryn Razor gets the pin on mat number 2 to punch her ticket into the finals at 106 pounds.
Let's see, trying to spin behind, see if she can get another takedown and tack onto her lead. She does so, 12-1. Let's see with the lead for South Border. Mat number 318-pound, Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass, Bethany Schuldeis of Valley City. No score in the first period. Mat number 4, Emma Dutt for Central Cass, trails Jocelyn Corby of Fargo 3-0 after one period.
Mat number 2, semifinal match at 118 pounds. Danica Bennett from Pembina County North versus Victoria Sanchez from Valley City. Sanchez has a 3-0 lead.
Final couple ticks of the clock on mat number 2, and Ava Litzy will take a 12-1 lead into the third period on mat number 1.
On mat 2, Sanchez has the chicken wing in and the far wrist, and rolling her over to her back, getting some back points. Bennett was able to roll through that. She's trying to get free. Sanchez has not lost control. They give Sanchez her 2-point near fall.
Let's see with an escape point, so extend her lead 13-1. As a takedown was on the tech fall there for the South Border 8th grader. As we'll get a restart back in the center. Shot attempt by Carlson, sprawl by Litzy, front headlock. Grabbing at the far leg, locks up the cradle. 3-point takedown, and that'll be the tech fall. So Ava Litzy of South Border, she's going to wrestle for the championship at 112 pounds, a 16-1 tech fall victory over West Fargo United's Natalie Carlson.
On mat number 2, Bennett was able to get a 2-point reversal to close the gap. It's now a 5-2 lead. Sanchez leads Bennett, and we've got a Bank North timeout. Bank North blood timeout. Bank North has been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see values-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. Bank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. Okay, we've got the blood time all cleared up, and Sanchez is going to start out in the bottom position on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, Madeline Curlin of Lisbon going up against Elizabeth Ornis of Devil's Lake. This another 112-pound semifinal. Curlin for the Broncos, a 7th grader at 20-20 on the season. Ornis, a junior for the Firebirds at 23-13.
On mat number 2, Bennett has that chicken wing in, had the far wrist, was trying to walk around the head, but Sanchez isn't letting that happen right now. Now Bennett throws in the half Nelson. Bennett's doing a nice job of keeping Sanchez down on the mat.
Ornis looking to spin behind, does so, gets the takedown. So Elizabeth Ornis, the first points of the matchup. They're at 112 pounds. Gonna put in the crossface.
We've got another Bank North timeout, blood timeout on mat number 2.
40 seconds to go in period number 1. Ornis with the 3-0 lead. Run the half. See if she gets some near fall points. Grab the near ankle. Look to break Curlin down. Now has the turn. Scoop the head. Reverse half. And the pinfall. Elizabeth Ornis for Devil's Lake, the pinfall victory at 112 pounds. She will wrestle for the title, defeating Madeline Curlin of Lisbon.
That's the end of period number 1 on mat number 2. Sanchez from Valley City is ahead 5-2 over Bennett from Pembina County North.
Go to 124 pounds. Kendra Garcia for Carrington. Brianna Mayer for Central Cass. That is your 124-pound semifinal. Again, the semifinals going on mats 1 and 2. The consolation round, the third round consolation round matches are going on mats 3 and 4.
On mat number 2, Bennett from Pembina County North is a sophomore coming in with a 35-7 record versus Victoria Sanchez, a senior from Valley City with a 24-9 record.
Garcia with the takedown for Carrington. And she'll take a 3-0 lead. Garcia is a junior for the Cardinals at 22-5. Mayer for Central Cass, a senior at 28-7 on the season.
Bennett on mat number 2 is doing a nice job of keeping Sanchez down on the mat, trying different things, one side to the other. We've got a warning stalling on Bennett on mat number 2.
As Garcia will say, let's start in the neutral position. So 3-1 after the escape. Garcia back in on a shot attempt. And there's the takedown. So Kendra Garcia ups her lead now 3-0. 55 seconds to go in the first period. Garcia looking to ride tough on top, seeing if she can get a turn here. Couple takedowns in the first minute and 20 seconds. As Mayer bellied out. Trying to set something up in the top position. Has the arm, now draping it across the back. Trying to scoop the head, see if she can get a turn. Mayer hip down, trying not to go. Final 15 seconds of the period, edge of the mat. And out of bounds they go, and we'll get a restart with 11 seconds to go in the first period.
On mat number 2, Bennett's really working that power half, trying to get Sanchez turned. Sanchez, she rolls through it and trying to come out to the back door.
Mayer up to her feet, seeing if she can get an escape point before the end of the period. Garcia grabbing at that near leg, now into a double. No change. Garcia for Carrington, a 6-1 lead going into period number 2.
On mat number 2, we're down to 6 seconds left in the second period. Sanchez has a 5-2 lead over Bennett.
South Gym update, mat number 4. Violet Hoyless for Grafton has a 10-0 lead as that match just has gone final. As Hoyless will pick up the victory there on mat number 4. Now entering mat number 4, Haley Ford of Valley City is taking on Lila Gillespie of Lisbon, that 124-pound consolation round matchup. Mat number 3, Leah Dale of Devil's Lake taking on Taryn Gores of the Northern Lights. That is scoreless in the first period.
Starting the third period on mat number 2, Sanchez from Valley City will be in the top position. Sanchez trying for the tilt. No back points. That was close.
Garcia ups her lead, gets a takedown to start the second period. She's got a 7-1 lead. As both wrestlers down to a knee, now they'll pop back up, stay in neutral position. Minute and 20 seconds to go in the second period.
Sanchez on mat number 2 has the chicken wing in and that same wrist. And we've got potentially dangerous on mat number 2.
Final minute. Head tap, shot attempt by Garcia, double leg sprawl by Mayer, puts in a crossface. Garcia back up to her feet, double leg, seeing if she can finish the takedown attempt. Sprawl once again by Mayer, she puts on the crossface. And they'll break apart. They'll both get back to their feet. No change, no point. 7-1. Kendra Garcia with the lead. Final 30 seconds of the second period.
On mat number 2, Sanchez from Valley City is in the top position. She throws the legs in, getting back points right now. Looking for that pin, lifting her head up, trying to get the pressure on the shoulders.
Final couple ticks of the clock on period number 2 as Kendra Garcia for the Carrington Cardinals. A 7-1 lead going into period number 3.
Sanchez gets a 4-point near fall to extend her lead to 9-2 with 40 seconds left in the third period.
We'll go neutral to start the third period. Garcia, a 6-point lead. Minute and 45 seconds now. And the winner of this to the championship at 124 pounds. Mat number 3, Olivia Lindstrom of Devil's Lake, Addison Zubke of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. That's scoreless in the first period. Update from mat 4, Lila Gillespie of Lisbon has a 3-1 lead over Valley City's Haley Ford as they're just starting period number 2. Takedown for Garcia, up her lead now 10-1. Final minute and 5 seconds to go here at 124 pounds.
On mat number 2, Victoria Sanchez wins 9-2 over Danica Bennett.
Final 50 seconds. Mayer looking to go through the back door, see if she can get some points. Try to cut into the deficit. Grabbing into Garcia's near leg. Garcia with a crossface. Break her down, spin behind, retain control. No change as Garcia will retain a 10-1 lead. Under 30 seconds to go in the matchup.
On mat number 2, 118 pounds, Alyssa Nitschke from South Border versus Mallory DeVries from Central Cass. DeVries is a sophomore with a 27-6 record versus Nitschke, a freshman with a 28-7 record.
Final couple ticks of the clock, and Kendra Garcia for the Carrington Cardinals. She will be a finalist at 124 pounds, defeating Central Cass's Brianna Mayer 10-1. There on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Nitschke gets a 3-point takedown. DeVries from Central Cass is going to start out in the bottom position with 1:27 left in the first period. DeVries is trying to get wrist control there, working on a stand-up. Nitschke's got the arm bar in. Trying to run around the head. DeVries is doing a good job of fighting that off. And potentially dangerous. The arm that was behind DeVries' back went past 90 degrees.
All right, mat number 1, Alexa Schneider has the 3-0 lead. Defending state champion out here wrestling Alyssa Hoyles of Drayton. Schneider in the top position on mat number 1 with 1:14 remaining, 3-0 lead.
Over on mat number 2, DeVries is still trying to get her wrist control, work on a stand-up.
Mat number 4, 124-pound consolation round match. That's Haley Ford of Valley City. He's up 5-3 over Lila Gillespie. That's under a minute remaining in the third period. Currently Ford in the top position on mat 4.
And we're getting to the end of period 1 on mat number 2. Nitschke from South Border has a 3-0 lead going into period 2.
And mat number 3, 36 seconds remain in the first period. 3-0 lead for Alexa Schneider. She's in the top position. The senior with the 44-0 record, nationally ranked. Alexa Schneider works over the top, has the back ankle spike, now going back underneath on the near leg on mat 1.
On mat 2, they're starting out in the neutral position. Nitschke's got that 2-on-1. DeVries is able to break that.
That's the end of the period. Schneider takes the 3-0 lead into the second on mat number 1.
Nitschke goes heavy on the head. DeVries is trying to get there. DeVries gets her head back. They're still in the tie-up. DeVries tries the headlock. Ran out of mat space. They'll get a fresh start, neutral position in the center.
We're at the start of the second period, and Schneider picks up the takedown. She had the escape, and now another takedown, up 7-0. The 1:40 remaining in the second period on mat number 1. She's in the top position, works a cradle, trying to turn over Hoyles, who gets back up to her feet on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Nitschke from South Border versus DeVries from Central Cass. They're both struggling, trying to get their takedown set up here. Nitschke goes heavy on the head again. DeVries gets her head out, trying to get her head position, and she's in on a shot. Nitschke does a good job of sprawling. They're back to the neutral position. A lot of pushing and pulling down there.
Well, mat number 1 in the second period, 1:12 on the clock. Schneider has the 7-0 lead. She's in the top position, and a caution on Schneider on the restart.
And that's the end of the second period on mat number 2. Nitschke from South Border is going to go into the third period with a 3-0 lead.
An update from mat number 4. That was Haley Ford, winner by decision, 8-5 over Lila Gillespie. So Gillespie will wrestle for 7th and 8th place. Ford goes on to the consolation semifinals.
On mat number 2, DeVries is in the top position.
Schneider with 2 more points on the scoreboard. Now for near fall. Up 13-0 on mat number 1. Hoyle stands up trying to clear, but Schneider stays on her and takes her out with the mat return. Goes down hard to the mat here. Alyssa Hoyles gets back up on mat 1.
Okay, on mat number 2, they're going to get a fresh start here. DeVries will be on the top. DeVries does a nice job of breaking her down to the mat. She's going to the crossface right away.
In the final 5 seconds of our second period, Schneider in the top position, working that far corner edge of the mat. And they go into the third. 13-0 lead for Schneider.
On mat number 2 at 118 pounds, DeVries is doing a good job of keeping Nitschke on the mat. Trying to work on a pinning combination. She's got the 2-on-1 right now. Trying to roll that over.
Schneider with the takedown secures it in the victory for Alexa Schneider by technical decision over Alyssa Hoyles. 16-0 on mat number 1. Schneider wrestling for the championship at 130 pounds.
DeVries from Central Cass on mat number 2, still in the top position. She's down on that single leg, trying to pick that up. Nitschke is heavy on the head, and we've got a stalemate. We'll get a fresh start.
Well, mat number 1, 136-pound semifinal match between Grace Lamar, Central Cass, and Jasmine Ybarra, Carrington. Lamar, the junior at 19-9, returning state place winner for Central Cass, and Ybarra, senior at 34-8. Also returning state place winner for Carrington. That's scoreless in the first period.
On mat 2, DeVries has got that chicken wing locked in. Trying to get a turn here with only 15 seconds left. On mat 2, Nitschke gets warned for stalling. And Nitschke from South Border wins a close one, 3-0 over DeVries from Central Cass.
And mat number 1 with the minute remaining in the first period. We're scoreless between Lamar and Ybarra. Wrestlers holding the center of the mat, working through head and hands defense. Lamar goes back in with a collar tie, working that far wrist on Ybarra. Your mats number 3 and 4 updates in the consolation rounds. 136 pounds. Bryn Larson of Grand Forks leads Valerie Acosta of Valley City by a score of 4-1 in the second period. And then Giovanna Lima on mat number 4 for Grand Forks, wrestling Linnea Proctor, West Fargo United. Proctor leads that 3-0 in the second period at 142 pounds.
On mat number 2, 124 pounds, Avery Davidson from Northern Cass with a 30-10 record versus Marley Stremick from Pembina County North, and she's got a 45-8 record. Marley gets the first takedown for 3.
Remain scoreless at the end of the first period. Final 10 seconds between Ybarra and Lamar. Wrestlers not committing to any type of leg attack or movement up around the head and the arms as we go into the second period. Scoreless on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Davidson gets a 1-point escape. There's a minute left in the first period, so they're going to both be working on their takedowns. Davidson in on a fireman's carry, swims to a single leg. Stremick does a nice job of sprawling, coming around the corner, and Stremick gets a 3-point takedown.
And now down to a minute 40 remaining in the second period. We're scoreless. Wrestlers going head-to-head. The little elbow pass attempted by Ybarra. Lamar just holds the ground. Ybarra now back to the center of the mat. On mat number 1, scoreless with a minute 25 remaining in the second period.
On mat number 2, they're off the mat with 24 seconds left in the first period. Stremick has a 6-1 lead.
Well, Ybarra went back into a Russian tie position on Lamar. Lamar able to push Ybarra away. They're separated for a moment. Now back to the elbow pass and the Russian tie by Ybarra, backing up Lamar. Still no points in the second period between Lamar and Ybarra on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Stremick's working on that crossface. And that's the end of period number 1. Stremick is ahead 6-1 at the 124-pound weight class.
And final 40 seconds of the second period. Lamar with the level change in the shot. She tries to trip Ybarra on that far center edge of the mat. Ybarra with her back to the edge. Comes down block position. Lamar snaps her down and out for the restart. Back to the center of the mat with 31 seconds remaining in the second period on mat 1.
On mat 2, they started out in the neutral position. Stremick was working on her underhooks. Davidson was able to back away and get away from that.
In mat number 1, Ybarra with the single leg shot goes in on Lamar, who sprawls out. She has 5 seconds here to work for that single leg takedown. Lamar up over the top, arms locked around the waist. She's not going to give any ground, and they're going to go into the third period scoreless on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Davidson shot in, and Stremick did a nice job of sprawling, and no points were awarded.
Lamar with choice chooses neutral to start that third period, and they're scoreless. On mat number 1, that's a 136-pound semifinal match.
On mat number 2, we're down to 50 seconds left in the second period, both in the neutral position, trying to set up their takedown.
Well, mat 1, Ybarra goes back to that Russian tie. She's worked that a number of times on Lamar. Lamar's going to step in underhook. Ybarra drops down high crotch fireman's position. Lamar able to spiral the leg and block that shot attempt, and they go back to the edge of the mat to a restart back to the center on mat 1, still scoreless.
We'll get a fresh start on mat number 2. They're both in the neutral position with 30 seconds left in the second.
A little snap of the head and that elbow pass again by Ybarra on Lamar. Down to a minute 5 remaining in the third period. Still scoreless. Wrestlers in the neutral position on mat 1.
On mat 2, Davidson was in on a double leg, but Stremick was able to sprawl out of that, and they went out of bounds, so they've got a fresh start again.
Lamar, and with the knee pick, hit the outside single, was able to snatch that leg up on Ybarra. Now she goes a forklift waterfall position. She has Ybarra cracked down on the mat. Ybarra goes to the funk roll, grabs the ankle on Lamar. Here's scramble position on the edge. We're scoreless in the third period on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Stremick gets a 3-point takedown right at the end, so she has a 9-1 lead starting the third period.
Now Lamar had that single leg, snatched it up, but Ybarra able to sprawl hard on the edge, and we're back to the center for a restart as the wrestler's out with 20 seconds remaining.
On mat number 2, Stremick from Pembina County North has a 9-1 lead over Davidson from Northern Cass. Davidson's in the top position.
Off the whistle, Lamar took the single leg on Ybarra. Ybarra's able to sprawl out, steps back around. She's going to hook the ankle on Lamar. Lamar has to watch out here and not give up the takedown at the end of the period. 2 seconds remaining. Then we go into sudden victory overtime on mat 1.
On mat 2, Davidson throws Stremick to her back. Stremick's trying to fight off her back.
So we're sudden victory on mat number 1 with 45 seconds remaining in this period. Lamar had a couple single leg shots on Ybarra. Ybarra is able to defend both of those attacks in that third period. Now they're back on their feet with the sudden victory on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Stremick was able to fight off her back. Davidson does get a 4-point near fall, and Stremick gets a 1-point escape. Stremick's ahead 10-5 with 55 seconds left in the third.
And Lamar in on the single leg again on Ybarra. She goes back to that forklift. She's able to throw those legs to the side. Ybarra's hanging on here the final 5 seconds. Lamar trying to turn the corner. All she has to do is step across. And here it is, the scramble, and we're going into more overtime. Ybarra did a good job in the last second, caught the ankles and the feet on Lamar. She was trying to turn the corner. Ybarra chooses bottom position for the second overtime period. And Ybarra with a little rehearsal. Just kind of jumped the whistle there. It wasn't even set. So now back here in action on mat number 1. Ybarra off the whistle. Hit that stand up. Tripod's up. Lamar drops down to leg. No, neither wrestler's been warned for stalling. 1 point escape for Ybarra on mat number 1. She has the 1-0 lead.
On mat number 2, 55 seconds left in the third with Stremick with a 10-5 lead.
Mat number 1 semifinal match going into another overtime period. This time Lamar with the choice. She chooses the bottom position. She's down 1-0. And updates from mat number 3 and mat number 4. That's Emerson Fladia, Central Cass on mat 4. Wrestling Lexi Ray of Grand Forks. That's scoreless in the first period. And then mat 3 is Catherine Russell of Valley City. She has the 7-0 lead over Claire Lathrop of Breck Wap Storm. That's in the first period with under 30 seconds remaining. Ybarra going for the ride out. She has 5 seconds here. Lamar not able to get anything going off the bottom. And Jasmine Ybarra advances to the championship match at 136 pounds. She wins by decision 1-0 over Grace Lamar.
On mat number 2, we're starting out in the neutral position. Stremick is ahead 10-5. Davidson was in on a shot. Stremick was able to work her way out of that. Davidson in on a shot again. They warned Stremick for stalling. Stremick's got a nice sprawl. Davidson's trying to drive in on those legs.
Here's mat number 1, semifinal matchup, 136 pounds. Kaylee Kurtz of Grand Forks, the number 1 seed at 34-6. A sophomore takes on Emerson Schwab, a junior, the number 4 seed at 136 pounds, 33-5 record.
On mat 2, Stremick gets a 3-point takedown. And she's going to win that match 13-5 at 124 pounds.
And mats number 3 and 4 updates over there. Central Cass with 3 of the 4 wrestlers on those mats over in the South Gymnasium. Mat number 3, Isabel Dutt wrestling Aubrey Coonsey of Central Cass. That's scoreless in the first period at 170-pound consolation round match. And then mat number 4, Emerson Fladia, Central Cass wrestling Lexi Ray of Grand Forks. That's also scoreless in the first period.
Mat number 2, 130-pound semifinal. Deegan Kirschman from Valley City with a 33-10 record. She's a junior versus Shayla DeBlair from Grand Forks. She's a sophomore with a 29-3 record.
Here's Schwab working on the inside of Kurtz. Kurtz was able to hit double under. Schwab driving in, has the legs on, or had the arms or hands hooked around the back of the legs on Kurtz. Kurtz does a good job defending. She backs up. Schwab stuck underneath on mat number 1.
DeBlair has Kirschman on her back, looking for that pin, putting the pressure on. And there's the pin. DeBlair gets the pin with a minute 20 left in the first period at the 130-pound weight class.
So Kurtz and Schwab back to the center for a restart. And a locked horns there. Schwab goes double overs on Kurtz. Kurtz able to work inside. Now in the inside tie by Kurtz as time expires in the first period. We're scoreless going into the second on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, 142-pound semifinal weight class. Naomi Miller from Kindred versus Miley Christensen from Valley City.
And off the whistle, there's Schwab in the top position. Kurtz in the bottom. Schwab goes crossface on Kurtz, who's trying to stand up. She's able to get to her feet. So Kaylee Kurtz scores the 1-point escape, up 1-0 against Schwab on mat 1.
As we move forward into the
Mats number 3 and 4, Isabel Dutch, Central Cass, has the 3-1 lead over Aubrey Coonsey of Central Cass in the second period. And mat number 4, Emerson Flady, is still scoreless with Lexi Ray of Grand Forks in the first period on mat 4.
On mat number 2, no scores yet. Still 0-0. We've got Miller from Kindred versus Christensen from Valley City. They're tied up pretty tight right now.
Schwab and Kurtz back to the center of the mat. Kurtz with the inside tie on the near side. Schwab trying to work in the collar and an under on the far side. Still 1-0 lead for Kaylee Kurtz over on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, they're still trying to set up their takedown or looking for a throw here. Miller goes in for a fireman's. Now she's trying to back out. Christensen's heavy on the head. Christensen's trying to turn that corner.
And Schwab doing a good job of working the head here on Kurtz. Gets her down to her hip and just off the mat as Schwab was turning the corner. Not able to score on the edge. 1-0 lead for Kaylee Kurtz back to the center of the mat with 12 seconds remaining in the second period on this restart.
And we're back in the center on mat number 2 with 25 seconds left in the first period with no score.
And we go into the third period. Here with Schwab and Kurtz. Schwab has choice and looks like maybe some type of injury time or Blank North timeout over here on mat number 1 to Schwab. A little medical attention over on mat number 1 for your Bank North timeout. Bank North has been trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what values-based banking can do for you, visit ibanknorth.com. That's iBank North, member FDIC and equal housing lender. That was your Bank North timeout on mat 1 as we're back into action. Schwab in the center of the mat.
On mat 2, Christensen starts out in the top position. She's able to bring Miller down to the mat again. On mat 2, Miller's standing up, trying to get her hand control, and they run off the mat.
Schwab at the start of the third period chose the bottom position with Kurtz, who locks up an armbar. Schwab stands up in a potentially dangerous call with that arm trapped across the body of Schwab. They're sent back to the center for the restart. 1-0 lead for Kaylee Kurtz of Grand Forks on mat 1.
On mat 2, Christensen still in the top position, doing a nice job of keeping Miller down. Miller tried a couple sit-outs.
Kurtz able to maintain riding position. She hooks up a chicken wing on Schwab and tilts her over. Schwab didn't really feel that coming on, so Kurtz is able to take advantage and pick up some near fall. Has at least 3. Schwab working for the reversal, so 4 near fall coming for Kaylee Kurtz. Schwab doesn't have the reversal yet. 5-0 lead, Kurtz in the lead with a minute remaining over on mat 1.
On mat 2, Miller gets the 2-point reversal, and she also gets Christensen gets a clasping call, so Miller gets an additional point. So Miller has a 3-0 lead with 30 seconds left in the second period.
There's Schwab still not awarded any points over on mat number 1. And the stalemate called, and 1 point for Schwab. She's down by 4 points, 5-1's the score with 38 seconds remaining in the third period. They're in the neutral position on the restart on mat 1.
We got a tight one down on mat number 2. Christensen gets a 2-point reversal, so Miller's ahead 3-2 with just 5 seconds left in the second period. And that's the end of period number 2 on mat number 2. Miller from Kindred will go into the third period with a 3-2 lead.
And 14 seconds remaining over on mat number 1. 5-1 lead for Kaylee Kurtz. They're back to the center for a restart. Schwab takes a look at the scoreboard, and Kurtz off the whistle catches Schwab flat-footed. Takes her down to the mat for the takedown. 8-1's the score. So Kaylee Kurtz onto the championship match. At 136 pounds, Schwab drops down to the consolation semifinals. That's a result on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Miller from Kindred started out in the up position. Christensen's in the bottom position. Christensen's trying to get her stand up here. Miller brings her back down to the mat. Christensen's going to stand up again, trying to get her hips free, and Miller gets the Christensen gets the 1-point escape. So on mat number 2, we're tied here at 3s with a minute left in the third period.
So mat number 142-pound semifinal, Brinley Hartosh of West Fargo United wrestling Lois Schneider, Central Cass. Hartosh throws down Schneider for the 3-point takedown. That was a hard return. Schneider tries to quad pod up, and she's run out here by Brinley Hartosh to the edge of the mat. Schneider stands up, turns the tables on her, circles back in, but no points off the effort by Schneider, and 3-0 lead for Hartosh on mat 1.
Still a tight one down here on mat number 2. They're tied at 3s with 30 seconds left. Christensen's trying to turn the corner to get that takedown. Miller's got the arm and the leg with the fireman's. She's just got to pop that head out. Christensen's holding on tight. Miller can't get that head out. No points yet. Down to 10 seconds left. Miller's still trying to pop that head out. And we run out of time. The officials are going to discuss it. Okay, no points were awarded, so we're going to overtime on mat number 2.
All right, over on mat number 1, Brinley Hartosh has pinning combination locked up on Lois Schneider. Central Cass Schneider has the left shoulder up just by a little bit, and it does it. The official with the win by fall there, Brinley Hartosh wins by fall for West Fargo United, and will advance to the championship match at 142 pounds.
On mat number 2, Christensen gets the takedown right off the edge of the mat to win the match. Christensen wins that one 6-3 in overtime at the 142-pound weight class.
And mat number 1, 148-pound semifinal matchup. Webberly Lachlan of Fargo takes on Madalena Chibutarano of Carrington. That match just underway with a minute 40 remaining in the first period. Wrestlers on their feet, working the center of the mat on mat number 1. In mat number 390-pound consolation round match between Alexa Taylor, Grand Forks, and Lillian Oster of Lisbon. That's tied up at 3 on mat number 3. That's in the second period.
Mat number 2, 148-pound semifinal. Clara Steffes from Lemoore, Litchfield, Marion versus Reagan Ulmer from South Border.
And Madalena Chibatronu working a single leg shot on Webbly Knocklin over here at mat number 1. Knocklin able to sprawl out, gets to have those legs quite a ways away from Chibatronu with the good sprawl, and she steps around back behind for a 3-point takedown. Knocklin up 3-0 with 40 seconds remaining in the first period. Now a 1-point escape for Chibatronu of Carrington. 3-1's the score on mat 1.
On mat 2, Steffes gets the 3-point takedown. Ulmer comes in with a stand-up, but Steffes still has control. Steffes keeps her control. They're going to stop the match, and they're going to get Steffes for a one, or Steffes was clasping, so Ulmer's going to get 1 point. So Steffes is ahead 3-1 with 39 seconds left in the first.
Another mat return for a takedown. 6-1's the score at the end of the first period. Webbly Knocklin in control of this match. Up 6-1 going into the second period on mat number 1. That's 148-pound semifinal match.
On mat number 2, we've got a Bank North blood timeout. Visit banknorth.bank.
So we're still 6-1 the score over on mat number 1. The 5-point lead for Knocklin. She's in the bottom position. Chibatronu trying to dig out that wrist on the near side. Has it spiraled, just not able to work it around behind the back of Knocklin. Now goes crossface over the top. Knocklin able to pull those hips up underneath her to her base. Now with the outside leg stand up, Chibatronu trying to keep her down. She's able to bring her back down to the mat with 1:05 remaining in the second period.
Okay, we're ready to go on mat number 2. Steffes is in the top position. She's got a 3-1 lead. Does a nice job of breaking her down to the mat.
Knocklin with the nice Granby roll throughs and on the top of, back to the top of Madalena Chibatronu of Carrington. She should. I think it's an 8-1 score for Knocklin. Not sure if they gave her that 2-point reversal. Now it's on the scoreboard. So 8-1's your score in the second period with 20 seconds remaining.
On mat number 2, it was Ulmer's choice. She's going to choose the neutral position. Steffes shoots in on a single leg. She swims to a double. She's still driving. She's going to back out of that. Ulmer gets the 3-point takedown. Ulmer's got that chicken wing locked up. She's looking for that far wrist. Getting ready to walk around the head. And now she's getting back points.
Yep, mat number 1, we're start of the third period. Your Webbly and Knocklin back in that bottom position. She was warned at the start of the period. She received a caution. She has the 8-1 lead on Chibatronu on mat 1.
Coming up on mat number 2, it is Cheyenne Helen for the Central Cass Squirrels. She's a senior at 17-1. Her opponent is Aubrey Boson of Breckenridge Wahpeton, a sophomore, 21-13. This a semifinal at 155 pounds.
Nochlin with the 1-point escape. 9-1's the score with a minute remaining in the third period. Wrestlers just off center of the mat. Chiba Toronto backs into the center. She has the collar on Nochlin. Wrestlers break apart. 9-1's the score on mat number 1 in the third period.
Helen with the takedown, a scramble. It winds up in a headlock for Helen, and now she's going to look for the pinfall. Plenty of time to settle in. 1 minute and 20 seconds to try to get it. Boson going to have to try to fight off of her back. Helen readjusts the grip. Over a minute to try to get the pinfall here at 155 pounds. Boson trying to arch free, able to turn, get herself bellied out, now up to her feet. And looking for a reversal. Snap down attempt by Helen. Got a 4-point near fall. And now more near fall points upcoming. 45 seconds. Cheyenne Helen for Central Cass looking for the fall at 155 pounds. Boson, though, rolling through and now trying to put Helen to her back. Helen gets to her belly. It is a 2-point reversal, so Cheyenne Helen now with an 11-2 lead. Final 25 seconds of the first period here at 155.
Yeah, mat number 1, that was Webley Nochlin. Winner by fall at 148 pounds. She advances to the championship match. That was from mat number 1.
Out of bounds they go on mat number 2, and we'll get a whistle and injury time there for Helen of Central Cass. As they'll bring the trainer out, get her looked at. In period number 1.
Yep, mat number 155-pound semifinal matchup here with Ava Carblum wrestling Jaylee Jetty of Devil's Lake. That match just underway here on mat number 1. Carblum goes underhook on the near side. Jetty backs out of that. Wrestler still holding the center of the mat with 1:35 remaining in the first period.
Over in the South Gym, mat number 3 is that match just gone final. So now mat number 3 will have our semifinals. Now moving on to all 4 mats. Mat number 3 at 190 pounds, a semifinal. Colleen Govergo of Fargo taking on Nevaeh Hipsack of Central Cass, that 190-pound semifinal. Mat number 470-pound consolation round matchup. Nevaeh Sorensen of Carrington, a 6-1 lead over Jocelyn James of TGU Towner. They wrestle in period number 2.
Well, mat number 1, we're still scoreless in the first period. 50 seconds remaining. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Carblum with the collar on the far side, trying to work a wrist control, opposite hand. The wrestlers break apart now with 30 seconds remaining. That's your 155-pound semifinal match on mat number 1. Here's Carblum, works over the top. She has the head caught on Jetty. Jetty falls down. Carblum chases her and gets on top for the 3-point takedown. The little trip misstep by Jetty sends her to the mat. Carblum pounces and scores the 3-point takedown with 5 seconds remaining in the first period.
Helen for Central Cass still being looked over. They're calling this head and neck, so they'll give her 5 minutes to be evaluated by coaches and trainers.
Carblum in the bottom position at the start of our second period. She has the 3-0 lead.
Over on mat number 3, Govergo for Fargo with a 3-0 lead as they wrestle 1 minute and 20 seconds to go in the first period against Nevaeh Hipsack of Central Cass, that a semifinal at 190 pounds.
And off the whistle, Carblum knee slides to the center edge of the mat and is able to stand up, hips away for the 1-point escape. 4-0 the score. Minute 35 remaining in the second period. Carbon with the collar, trying to go back over the top of the head.
Update mat number 4, Nevaeh Sorensen of Carrington, a 9-7 lead over Jocelyn James of TGU Towner, that matchup. Final minute of the third period.
Jaylee Jetty, the number 2 seed, she made her way into the semifinals against Carblum, winning by technical decision over Gabriela Martinez.
So Helen cleared to continue. Final 10 seconds of the first period. Boson in top control, looking to ride out, put in a leg. Has Helen bailed out. Final couple ticks of the clock. And that'll do it for period number 1. Cheyenne Helen of Central Cass, an 11-2 lead going into period number 2.
And Ava Carblum with the 4-0 lead, working back over the head. Here's Jetty, drops down to the single leg on Carblum. Carblum with her back to the edge of the mat, able to crack down Jetty and spins behind her for another takedown. So the heavy hips and the big sprawl with the goal behind. 7-0 lead for Carblum at the end of the second period.
First move goes to Boson, gets the escape point. 11-3 is her deficit as they wrestle in the second period. Now Boson in on a shot attempt, double leg. Able to finish it, gets the takedown. 11-5, shoot the half, see if she can run with it.
And we do have that Bank North timeout over here on mat number 1 with the 7-0 lead for Ava Carblum.
Helen, the top seed at 155 pounds. Boson for Breckenridge Wahpeton came in as the 4 seed. Looking for the update, it's 11-6 as they wrestle edge of the mat. And out of bounds they go, no change.
Bank North timeout now over on mat number 1. Carblum in the top position, and the caution going against Jaylee Jetty in the bottom position. Carblum with the 7-0 lead on this restart in the third period.
So Helen still in the down position. I'll get a restart in the center. Sit out attempt. That's defended by Boson. Going to ride tough on Chop. She trails by 5. But a reversal hill. Helen right to the back. There's the 2-point reversal. And now near fall points of coming. Cheyenne Helen for the Squirrels looking for the pinfall. Boson going to have to try to fight off of her back. Able to belly herself out, but it is a 4-point near fall as Helen will extend her lead at 17-6.
And Carblum is able to hold Jaylee Jetty down for the 4 count, picks up those near fall. She now has 11-0 lead in the third period with 1:10 remaining. Carblum in the top position, working the edge of the mat.
Boson with the escape point, 17-7. Final 10 seconds of the second period. Circle themselves, center of the mat, and that'll do it for period number 2. Cheyenne Helen a 10-point lead going into the final period.
Carblum warned with a technical violation for full Nelson. 11-1's the score. Back to the center for a restart. They're in the third period with 1 minute remaining. Little knee slide by Jetty. Carblum trying to spike the arms on Jetty. Now goes over the top with a crossface. Still 11-1 the score. Carblum up by 10 points with 40 seconds remaining.
Update from the South Gym, 190-pound semifinal. Sky Kopp for Grand Forks has a 3-0 lead over Nevaeh Buffett of Lisbon. That in the first period. 100-pound consolation semi-final round. The consolation semis, winners go for third, losers go for fifth. Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG, a 3-1 lead over Lauren Osmondstad of Central Cass after one period there on mat number 3.
And Carblum turns Jetty over at the end of the third period. Jetty trying to come back around the top on Carblum. Carblum will pick up some near fall, 2 near fall and 2 reversal. 14-3 is our final score. Ava Carblum moves on to the championship match at 155 pounds. And she'll take on the winner over here on mat number 2.
Helen with a 10-point lead in down position. Bosun was looking for a half. Helen was looking for a stand-up. Scramble results in no change as Bosun still in top control, but has to get moving here. Trails by 10 with 80 seconds to go there on mat number 2. Set out attempt by Helen. Reaching, grabbing at the near or the head of Bosun. Now able to face front headlock for Helen. Bosun back up to her feet. I'll let this sequence play out. No points awarded. As Bosun now pops the head, stays in top control. We'll get a whistle. And they'll say we have a clasp. So 1 point issued here for Cheyenne Helen.
And mat number 1, 170-pound semifinal match here. Cora Ulster, Lisbon Broncos, takes on Emily Novak of Grand Forks. That's scoreless in the first period. Novak with an underhook on the far side with 1:20 remaining in the first period.
See now semifinals, the 2 officials there. The second official, Brady Starr, giving the attention there to head official Trevor Kielsen during that. Leads to the 1 point for Helen. So now an 18-7 lead, but being looked at by the trainers.
And Novak with the 3-point takedown. She has the crossface on Ulster. Ulster belly down on the mat. Novak walks this around the head, working for the fall on mat number 1 with 45 seconds remaining. She has the pinning combination hooked up.
Mat 4, Sky Cop for Grand Forks extends her lead over Nevaeh Buffett, now 5-0 in the second period. Mat number 3, Kaylee Mueller from Mayport CG, now a 7-1 lead for Lauren Osmondstad in period number 2 on mat 3.
And that's a win by fall for Emily Novak of Grand Forks. Moved on to the championship match at 170 pounds. And out here at mat number 1, 250 pounds, Ella Sad, the junior for Lisbon Broncos. The number 2 seed, wrestling Ava Gullison, a Central Casa senior, 21-8 record. This is a semifinal match on mat number 1. Here's Sad working double collars on Gullison. Gullison pushing away on Sad, works back towards the center of the mat on mat number 1.
As Helen will medical default, so unfortunate to see for the Central Cass senior. But then Aubrey Bosun then will pick up the victory. So at 155 pounds, Aubrey Bosun of Breckenridge Wahpeton will wrestle in the championship match at 155. Update mat number 3, Kaylee Mueller now a 10-1 lead. And on mat number 4, Sky Kopp of Grand Forks a 12-0 lead. There on the matches on mats numbers 3 and 4.
And here's Ava Gullison. She catches Sad, throws her to her back, working for a fall here on mat number 1, trying to make it into the championship match, and she'll do it for Ava Gullison. Gullison, the number 3 seed, takes down Ella Sad of the Lisbon Broncos, wrestling for the championship at 250 pounds.
Mat number 2, Maya Sanchez for West Fargo United is senior at 21-18, going up against Kyle Wiley of Grand Forks, a sophomore at 18-9. This is the 2-3 matchup. Sanchez the 3 seed, Wiley the 2 seed for the Knight Riders. As we'll have injury time on Sanchez there on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 2, the kind of the bad hard luck mat right now inside the gymnasium. Move over to mat number 1, 112 pounds consolation semifinal match between Natalie Carlson, West Fargo United, and Julia Davis of Carrington. Official now working through something over there on mat number 1.
Mat number 3, Kaylee Mueller now with a 13-1 lead as they wrestle. Final couple ticks as Mueller will salt it away and pick up the victory in the consolation semifinal at 100 pounds. Mat number 4, 106-pound consolation semifinal. Avery Jacobson of Rugby going up against Asa Remke of Carrington. That match is getting underway on mat number 4.
And back to action on mat number 1. Juliet Davis up over the top, works a crossface on Carlson. She has the 3-point takedown. Points on the board now for Juliet Davis of Carrington. He leads 3-0. Winner of this match on mat number 1 will wrestle for 3rd place. Non-winners wrestling for 5th. Davis up over the top, throws in double boots on Natalie Carlson. Now just goes to the single leg ride on the far side. Carlson able to pull her down to the mat, gets her a little bit high, swims over the top for the reversal and near fall coming to Natalie Carlson. The score officially 3-2. We'll wait for the near fall. Now she switches up to half Nelson on Davis.
Mat number 3, now a 7th place matchup, so they're going to run the 7th place matches during this round as well. Grace English of Carrington going up against Eden Riddle of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. That's your 7th place match at 100 pounds. Reminder, we'll get you the full rundown of placers and state qualifiers here during a little bit later on tonight during our post-match show here on yourliveevent.com.
Yeah, we'll step away, take a word from our sponsors, and come back with more action from the 2025 East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Central Cass High School.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The World of Outlaws Kings Late Model.
The World of Outlaws Late Model Series is coming back to Ada in 2025. Mark your calendars for Saturday, June 28th.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Welcome to Ashley Super Value, your neighborhood grocery store where fresh, local, and delicious meat every day. From farm fresh produce to your favorite pantry essentials, they've got everything you need to keep your family happy and healthy. Craving something special? Their homemade sausage is perfect for any meal, and don't forget their irresistible homemade Coogan. Visit them today at Ashley Super Value or shop online at ashleysupervalue.com for your favorite local treats. Ashley Super Value, you're always first at Super Value.
Back here, yourliveevent.com as we continue on from the 2025 East Region Girls Tournament. Let's take a look at our Golden Harvest Tim Gazette seed sales scoreboard. Central Cass still your top team at 149.5 points, followed by Grand Forks, the Night Riders, at 132. Then Lisbon in third at 101.5 points. Carrington fourth at 96, and West Fargo United rounds out the top five at 92 points. That's a look at your Golden Harvest Tim Gazette seed sales scoreboard, 701-430-0877. Matches going on right now. We're running through the consolation semis and the 7th place matches. Mat number 1 is a consolation semifinal. The winners of the consolation semifinals again wrestle for 3rd. The losers will wrestle for 5th. Juliet Davis for Carrington has a 5-2 lead over Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United. Mat number 2, Jocelyn Corby of Fargo, a 3-0 lead against Jalen Kerrigan of Pembina County North. That is the 7th place match at 112 pounds going on right now on mat number 2. South Gym, mat number 3, Grace English of Carrington, a 7-0 lead over Eden Riddle. And mat number 4, 118 consolation semi, Mallory DeVries of Central Cass, a 3-0 lead over Fargo's Taya Ladlaw. All those matches going on right now on yourliveevent.com from Central Cass in the 2025 East Region Girls Tournament.
On mat number 2, Corbel from Fargo takes a 9-0 lead over Carignan from Pembina County North.
Davis for Carrington, a 7-4 lead. Final 40 seconds of the 3rd period. But Carlson in top control, looking for some points here, trailing by just 3.
On mat number 2, Carignan gets a reversal and ends up with the pin to win that match.
Final 10 seconds. Carlson needs to try to get a turn here. Out of bounds they go with 5 seconds remaining. As Juliet Davis looking to hold on and pick up the victory to advance into the 3rd place match at 112 pounds.
Mat number 2, consolation semifinals. 124 pounds, Haley Ford from Valley City versus Avery Davidson from Northern Cass.
Final 5 seconds on mat number 1. Davis grabbing at the near leg, and that'll do it. And so Juliet Davis, she'll wrestle for 3rd place at 112 pounds. 7-4 decision victory over West Fargo United's Natalie Carlson.
On mat number 2, they're both still in the neutral position, looking for that first takedown. And Davidson from Northern Cass gets a 3-point takedown on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, 112-pound consolation semifinal. Emma Dutt for Central Cass going up against Maddie Krellin of Lisbon. That is your 112-pound consolation semi, as Dutt with a quick takedown to take a 3-0 lead. Chicken Wing with the turn. Going to look for the fall early on here in period number 1. And there it is. Emma Dutt for Central Cass will wrestle for third at 112 pounds with a pinfall victory.
On mat number 2, Davidson is in the top position, working on that cross face. Trying to lock up the cradle. Ford does a nice job of spreading out so that she cannot lock up the cradle.
Mat number 1, 118-pound consolation semifinal. Danica Bennett of Pembina County North, a sophomore at 35-8. Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass, a freshman at 29-16. South Gym, Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackle Streeter, a 3-0 lead over Valley City's Bethany Schuldeis at 118 pounds in the 7th place match. 118-pound consolation semi, Mallory DeVries now with an 11-4 lead over Taya Ladlaw. Final 90 seconds of the match there in period 3.
On mat number 2, Davidson from Northern Cass goes into the second period with a 3-0 lead over Haley Ford from Valley City.
A pair of Jaguars on the mats as we speak on mats number 1 and 2. Shot attempt here by Bennett. Erickson trying to spall, putting in a crossface, reaching through, seeing if she can defend and try to stay neutral here. 55 seconds gone in the first period.
On mat number 2, Davidson gets another 3-point takedown. She's trying to run the half Nelson. She's got the near ankle. And they're going to get Davidson for a full Nelson, so Ford will get 1 point.
Scramble Jill still neutral. Erickson holding on to that near leg as there's the takedown for Bennett. She'll get the first points of the matchup. 3-0 is the lead. Put in a cradle. Get the turn, flip her over, look for the pinfall. As Erickson going to have to try to fight off of her back. 20 seconds to try to survive to the next period. There's the pinfall. So Danica Bennett will wrestle for third at 118 pounds. The first period pinfall victory over Northern Cass's Isabel Erickson.
On mat number 2, Davidson has Ford broken down to the mat. She's working on that crossface again. And we've got a warning stalling green. So Ford gets a warning stalling from the bottom position.
Mat 1, Bryn Larson for Grand Forks going up against Grace Lamar of Central Cass, 136-pound consolation semifinal.
On mat number 2, Ford tried to reach back and throw Davidson, but Davidson was able to get her head out. Davidson still in the top position with 15 seconds left. Davidson's trying for some back points here.
Lamar with a front headlock. Seeing if she can try to throw the cow catcher. 40 seconds gone in the period. Larson able to get back up to her feet. Snap back down by Lamar. Spin behind, get the takedown. Update mat 3. Christensen of Napoleon Gecko Streeter now with a 3-1 lead over Valley City's Schuldeis. That 7th place 118, 124 consolation semi. Violet Hoyles of Grafton a 3-1 lead over Brianna Mayer of Central Cass in the first period. As there's the pinfall for Grace Lamar. So the Central Cass Squirrel Jr. she'll wrestle for third at 136 pounds.
On mat number 2, we're in the third period, and Davidson from Northern Cass is ahead 6-1. She's in the top position right now.
£136 7th place match on coming up on mat number 1. Olivia Lindstrom of Devil's Lake, Valerie Acosta of Valley City. That is your 136-pound 7th place matchup. Davidson still with a 6-1 lead on mat number 2. Riding tough, Trying to stay in top control. Puts in a cross face. Edge of the mat. Under a minute to go in the matchup here at 124 pounds over on mat number 2. Avery Davidson looking to salt it away and pick up the victory as we'll get another stalling warning on 4. That's number 2, so Avery Davidson gets a point. Make it now 7-1 for the Northern Cass sophomore. No score, neutral position on mat number 1 between Lindstrom and Acosta for 7th place at 136. Stays neutral. Clock ticking now, a minute to go in the first period. Mat number 4, Hoyless Mayer now tied up at 4. Halfway through the period, number 2 there on mat number 4. Mat number 3, Christensen now a 6-1 lead. Final 50 seconds against Schultheis of Valley City on mat number 3 at 118 pounds.
On mat number 2, Davidson gets called for clasping, so Ford gets 1 point. Davidson's ahead 7-2.
Final 30 seconds of the period on mat 1. Lindstrom Acosta still neutral position. Center of the mat. Seeing if a shot attempt opens up here.
On mat number 2, Davidson gets another 4-point near fall, and that ends the match. Davidson wins 11-2.
Final couple ticks of the clock. Lindstrom Acosta, no score going to the second period on mat 1. As Acosta wins the flip, she'll defer, and Lindstrom choice, she'll go top.
Mat number 2, 130 pounds, Alyssa Hoyles from Drayton versus Taryn Gores from Northern Lights.
So we'll see what Lindstrom can do in the top position. She chose to ride to start off with period number 2. Gets a breakdown. Acosta now going to try to work herself back up to a base. Puts in a half. See if she can run with it. Hand fighting. Acosta doing a good job, able to peel. 80 seconds to go in the matchup.
Mat number 2, they're both in the neutral position still. Trying to set something up here, working on some hand control.
Escape point, so Acosta will get the first points of the matchup. Mat number 3, Lakin Capon for Central Cass. Deegan Kirkshinman of Valley City. That a consolation semifinal at 133 or 130 pounds going on mat number 3.
On mat 2, Gores gets a 3-point takedown. Hoyles stands up right away, trying to get her hips away. Hoyles gets a 1-point escape with 35 seconds left in the first period.
30 seconds to go in period number 2. Still neutral position. Acosta and Lindstrom here at 136 pounds. Stays neutral. And the final couple ticks of the clock, so Valerie Acosta will go to period number 3 with a 1-0 lead against Devils Lake's Olivia Lindstrom.
Got a tight one on mat number 2. Gores from Northern Lights is ahead 3-1 over Hoyles from Drayton. We're going to start the second period. And they're going to go in the neutral position again.
So Acosta will start in the top position to begin period number 2 with an arm, looking for a tilt, also with a deep waist, getting back points, official counting. So Acosta going to up her lead. Got a count of 4, now going to try to put in a half, see if she can try to transition it into a pinfall predicament. has a leg hooked. Now shooting the half. See if she can get the fall.
On mat 2, Gores gets a 3-point takedown, and Hoyles comes right back with a 1-point escape. They're in the neutral position now, trying to set up their takedown.
Lindstrom still trying to fight off of her back, but there's the pinfall. Valerie Acosta for Valley City. She finishes in 7th. Olivia Lindstrom will finish in 8th at 136 pounds.
Hoyles from Drayton in on a double leg, trying to pick it up. Gores was able to put that leg down. Hoyles in again on a shot. Hoyles is picking up that single leg, stepping through. Gores is trying to get that leg down.
Mat number 1, 142-pound consolation semi. Naomi Miller of Kindred. Liam Glynn of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. That's on the mat right now on mat number 1.
We're down to 10 seconds left in the second period on mat number 2. Gores from Northern Lights is ahead 6-2. Hoyles is in on a single leg, and that's the end of the second period. So on mat number 2, 130 pounds, Gores from Northern Lights is ahead 6-2 over Hoyles from Drayton.
Mat number 3, 136 consolation semi. Emerson Schwab of Lisbon and Addison Zupke of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. They're scoreless in the first period. Just getting underway, mat number 4, 142 consolation semi. Lois Schneider of Central Cass and Linnea Proctor of West Fargo United. Miller, single leg, trying to crowd, trying to stay close. Glynn reaching over. Miller now double leg, takedown. So Naomi Miller of Kindred will get the first takedown, the first points of the match. She'll lead 3-0 with 35 seconds to go in the first period.
On mat number 2, Gores is in the top position. Hoyles gets an escape for 1. So she closes that gap. Gores is ahead 6-3 right now with 1:15 left in the third period.
Glenn will get a reversal for the Thunder, so cut the deficit to 1 at 3-2. Final 5 seconds of the period as Glenn will ride it out. But Naomi Miller has a 1-point lead going into the second period on mat number 1.
We're going to get a fresh start here on mat number 2. They're both in the neutral position.
Mat number 3, Schwab of Lisbon, a 3-0 lead over Zupke of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. As now on mat number 4,
on mat number 2, Hoyles has tried a couple different shots. Just can't quite get in deep enough to get that leg.
And Schneider for Central Cass picks up the victory there on mat number 4. Mat number 4 now, 148, 7th place match. Emerson Filady of Central Cass, Clara Lathrop of Breckenridge Wapaton. That match is getting underway. Mat number 3, Emerson Schwab, a 7-0 lead now on mat number 2. As on mat number 1, still no change. Neutral position, Whizzer. Miller looking to get a headlock here. Glenn trying to pop the head out. Still no points awarded in this sequence. Halfway gone in the second period. There's the takedown for Glenn. So she'll take the lead now at 5-3 with 50 seconds to go in the second period.
All right. right, mat number 2, 130 pounds, 7th place match. Leah Dahl from Devil's Lake versus Kenzie Jost from Carrington.
Lynn still with a 2-point lead. Final 20 seconds of the second period. Now going to look for a turn. Miller, though, able to belly herself out. Lynn move forward, regain top control. Half Nelson attempted here by Glenn, short time. And that'll do it for period number 2. Liam Glenn of Allendale Edgeley Colm, the freshman, with a 5-3 lead going into the third period against Kindred's sophomore Naomi Miller.
On mat 2, Jost gets a 3-point takedown, and she's trying to lock up a cradle right now.
Miller will start in the down position to begin period number 3. Half attempted and will get a potentially dangerous called. No change. Minute 47 to go in the third period. Off the whistle, stand-up attempt by Glenn. Mat returned by Miller. Has Glenn bellied out. See what you can do on top, trailing by 2.
On mat number 2, Dale gets a 1-point escape.
Miller looking for the chicken wing. Glenn crowding, seeing if she can get the reversal. Miller out to the side, able to high hip, puts the chicken wing back in, also grabbing at the far wrist, loses the grip. Minute 15 to go in the match. Sit out by Glenn. Able to follow is Miller, has the arm, looking for a turn, got a count of 1, but then Glenn able to get herself back to a base while retaining a 2-point lead.
On mat number 2, Jost goes into the second period with a 6-1 lead.
Roll through into a switch, and Glenn will get the reversal. 7-3, Liam Glenn will take the lead. 40 seconds to go in the third period there.
Dale from Devil's Lake is on the top position. Got Jost broken down to the mat. Trying to work that power half.
Glenn with a turn, looking for the fall. 20 seconds to try to get it. There it is. Liam Glenn, the third period pinfall victory. So she'll wrestle for third at 142 pounds, defeating Kindred's Naomi Miller.
On mat number 2, Dale's got the chicken wing in, got the far wrist. Trying to run it around the head here.
At 142 pound, 7th place match. Giovanna Liam of Grand Forks. Aaliyah Dakota of Northern Lights. That is our matchup on mat number 1, 142 for 7th place. Mat 3, Cheyenne Elland of Central Cass. Charlie Liedall of West Fargo United. Mat number 4, Claire Lathrop of Breckenridge Wahpeton, a 4-1 lead. There's our just starting period number 3.
And on mat number 2, Jost gets warned for stalling. On mat number 2, we're going to go to period number 3 with Jost ahead 6-1.
As Liam Dakota, they'll get a restart back to the center. 50 seconds to go in the first period. At 142.
Dale from Devil's Lake in on a double leg. Tries to get behind. Breaks her down to the mat and gets a 3-point takedown.
Final 30 seconds of the first period. Liam Dakota still scoreless. Liam for the Knight Riders, a senior at 19 and 11. Dakota, a junior for the Northern Lights at 8 and 15.
And Dale comes from behind and gets the pin.
Final couple ticks of the clock of period number 1. Liam Dakota is scoreless going into period number 2. We'll start period number 2 as Dakota in the top position to start our second 2 minutes. Escape point. And so Liam will get the first points of the matchup, trailing 1-0. Scramble here on mat number 2 as Liam looking to tack on to her lead, grabbing the arm and able to move up and get the takedown. So Giovanni Liam will take a 1-0 lead, or excuse me, extend her lead now 4-0 as Liam now looking for a turn, scoop the head. Get out in front now, switch to the other side. Near fall points have coming. Giovanni Liam for Grand Forks, as the Knight Rider will get the pinfall victory, so Giovanni Liam will be the 7th place finisher at 142 pounds. Mat number 2, Lexi Ray for Grand Forks going up against Madeline Sibaturanu of Carrington. That's your consolation semifinal at 148 pounds. Sibaturanu, a junior for the Cardinals at 24 and 16. Ray, a junior for the Knight Riders at 20 and 16. £155 match underway on mat number 5. Sophia Betts-Hillard of Larimore going up against Jalen Jetty of Devils Lake. This is a consolation semifinal matchup at 155 pounds.
On mat number 2, CB Toronto is trying to lock up that crossface cradle.
Mat number 3, 190-pound consolation semifinal. Nevaeh Hipsack of Central Cass, Alexa Taylor of Grand Forks. That's your 190-pound consolation semifinal. 170 consolation semifinal, Jocelyn James of TGU Towner, Maya Sanchez of West Far United. That match just getting underway on mat number 4.
On mat number 2, Ray gets a 1-point escape, so they're in the neutral position. Siba Toronto in on a double leg, gets a 3-point takedown. She takes a 6-1 lead.
Still no score. Betts-Hillard front headlock, see if she can get a snap down. Jetty still on her feet, 40 seconds to go in the period. As Jetty will get her head back free, they'll break apart, stay neutral with 30 seconds to go in period number 1.
And Lexi Ray gets another escape.
Final 20 seconds of the first period. Betts-Hillard, Jetty still neutral position. Shot attempt by Betts-Hillard. Jetty with a sprawl, spin behind, get the takedown. So Jalen Jetty, the first points of the matchup. And that'll do it for period number 1. Jalen Jetty, the sophomore from Devils Lake at 17 and 10 on the season. She'll take a 3-0 lead against Sophia Betts-Hillard, a 8th grader for the Larimore Polar Bears at 16 and 9 on the year.
Siba Toronto on mat number 2 gets a 2-point reversal. That extends her lead to 8-2.
Jetty will start in the top position. We begin period number 2.
Ray gets a 1-point escape. They're back in the neutral position.
Jetty with a breakdown. Beth Hillard now trying to work herself back up to a base. As Jetty looking for a half. Now also trying to reach through at the far wrist. See if she can get a turn here. Beth Hillard, though, able to look away peel. As now Jetty on the wrist. Able to get a breakdown. Will drape the arm across the back of Beth Hillard with a minute to go in the second period.
On mat 2, Cibatrano has the single leg picked up. Ray is hopping, trying to get that leg down.
Jetty with a chicken wing on mat number 1. Loses it as Beth Hillard able to get back her arm free and work herself back up to a base with 30 seconds to go. Mat 3, Sky Comp of Grand Forks, a 7-0 lead over Kira Williams of West Fargo United. That 190-pound consolation semi. 257th place match, Sophia Peterson of Fargo, a 3-run lead over Anna Thorpe of Ellendale Edgeley Colm. They're at 250 in the 7th place match.
And that's the end of the second period on mat number 2. Cibatrano has an 8-3 lead over Ray from Grand Forks.
As a reversal apiece, Jetty with near fall points. Runs out of time in the period, but does get 4 near fall points. So it's now a 9-2 lead for Jaylee Jetty of Devils Lake going into the third period.
Ray from Grand Forks is in the top position, trying to bring Cibatrano back down to the mat. And Cibatrano gets a 1-point escape to take a 9-3 lead.
Jetty will start in the down position to begin period number 3. She's got a 7-point lead. Stand up, walk it back, able to get it up to her feet. See if she can peel the hands. Does so, turn face, get the escape point. Jaylee Jetty now ups her lead 10-2 with 95 seconds to go. Edge of the mat, out of bounds they go. Get a stalling warning on Beth Hillard. That's her first warning. As we'll get a restart back to the center with 1:24 to go.
On mat number 2, Lexi Ray throws a headlock. She got the 3-point takedown, and now she's getting the near fall. She's looking for the pin. 30 seconds left in the third period. She grabbed that far arm. She's going to try and rotate. And Ray gets a 4-point near fall to take a 10-9 lead with only 5 seconds left. And she gets a few more near fall points. Another 4 near fall points to take a 14-9 lead, or win, sorry.
Jaylee Jetty tacks on to her lead. She's now got a 13-2 lead. Final 30 seconds of the match on mat number 1. As Jetty looking to advance to the third place match at 155 pounds. 112-pound fifth place match, Madeline Krellin of Lisbon, Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United. That's going on right now on mat number 3. Mat number 4, the fifth place match at 106 pounds. Asa Remke of Carrington going up against Alois Jenner of South Border. That's your fifth place match at 106 on mat number 4.
On mat number 2, Aubrey Kunze from Central Cass versus Neva Sorensen from Carrington. This is at the 170-pound weight class, mat number 2.
190-pound seventh place matchup, Lillian Oster of Lisbon Jillian Parker of Carrington. Oster, an 8th grader for the Broncos at 6 and 9. Parker, a junior for Carrington at 8 and 13. Here at 190 pounds.
We've got a heavy tie up here on mat number 2. Now they're going for the wrist control. Looking for some head position.
Neutral position, mat number 1, feeling out here. Collar elbow ties. Seeing if a throw maybe opens up between Oster and Parker. 30 seconds gone in that matchup. Mat number 4, 106, 3rd place match. Avery Jacobson of Rugby, Isabel Baku Elder of West Fargo United. That match getting underway at 106 for 3rd place. 112, 3rd place match. Juliet Davis of Carrington, Emma Dutt of Central Cass.
We're down to 10 seconds left on mat number 2, and we're still tied at zeros. They're both in the neutral position still. Nobody's really been able to get a shot in yet.
Final 45 seconds of the period. Oster Parker still scoreless. Again, when we get the placing matches at the end of tonight, we'll get you the full rundown of all state qualifiers, the list of all top 8 placers in all 13 weight classes. We'll get that for you here before we conclude here tonight on YourLiveEvent.com. Final 20 seconds, still scoreless. As a battle in the center of the mat there between Oster and Parker on mat number 1.
Coonsey from Central Cass starts out the second period in the top position. She gets her broken down to the mat.
End of the first period, no score, as Oster will start in the down position.
Coonsey's got the power half in. Sorensen does a nice job of getting up to her base. Coonsey's got the power half in again, trying to get her broken down and taking her over slow. There's some back points, and there's the pin.
Parker chose the top position. Oster going to make her pay for it, as that will be the escape point. Lillian Oster, the first points of the matchup, a 1-0 lead. 30 seconds into period number 2.
Aubrey Coonsey from Central Cass gets the pin at the 170-pound weight class.
Mat number 318-pound 5th place match, Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass, Taylor Laidlaw of Fargo. That's your 5th place match at 118. As Jacobson for Rugby takes a 3-0 lead into period number 2 against Isabel Baku Elder of West Fargo United. They're on mat number 4.
On mat number 2, 250 pounds, Miley LaFontaine from Northern Lights versus Ella Sad from Lisbon.
Final 40 seconds, mat number 2. Oster with a 1-0 lead in neutral position. She'll also have choice to go to period number 3.
We're going to assign the 3rd and 5th place matches over on mats 3 and 4. And the championship matches will be starting on mats 1 and 2. We'll be running all of those together. So 3rd and 5th will be going over to mats 3 and 4. Championship matches will be starting here at 1 and 2 at the conclusion of this round.
So the announcement there, the 3rd and 5th place matches will now be moving to mats 3 and 4 in the South Gym. The championship matches will be right here on mats 1 and 2. So keep that for you. And again, we'll have a full coverage and we'll have a full rundown of placers a little bit later on here tonight in our post-tournament show right here on yourliveevent.com. So you get injury time on mat number 1. Oster still with a 1-0 lead as they wrestle in period just about ready to start period number 3.
On mat number 2, we're getting to the end of the first period here. They're still at zeros.
And also, if your matches are posted on the screens, that's the correct match you're going to.
So they're going to run through the posted matches of already on mats 1 and 2. Then when they get through those posted matches, that's when they're going to move to championships on mats 1 and 2. The announcement here. So Ulster will start in the top position. That was her choice to begin period number 3.
They're still tied up on mat number 2, trying to set something up down there.
As Oster with a turn here, going to look for the pinfall. And there it is. Lillian Oster for the Lisbon Broncos will pick up the victory. She will finish in 7th place at 190 pounds.
On mat number 2, we're down to 45 seconds left in the second period. Sad has a 1-0 lead. Sad is from Lisbon.
Mat number 1, 100-pound 5th place match, Macy Pup of Pembina County North, Lauren Osmondstad of Central Cass. That your 5th place match at 100 pounds. Pup for the Grizzlies, 34 and 14 on the season. Osmondstad for the Squirrels, a 7th grader at 28 and 10.
And that's the end of the second period on mat number 2.
Mat number 3, Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass, an 8-0 lead in period number 2. Mat number 4, Avery Jacobson of Rugby, a 14-0 lead. Final 30 seconds there for 3rd place at 106 pounds. Pup and Osmondstad neutral position, a minute to go in period number 1. This your 5th place match at 100 pounds.
On mat number 2, Sad will start out in the top position. She's ahead 1-0 going into the third period.
This is a rematch of a second round matchup there on mat number 1 as between Osmondstad and Pup. Pup got the better of Osmondstad there earlier on mat number 1 or in their second round matchup.
On mat number 2, Sad has the half Nelson in. Trying the power half, get off to the side there. And there's the pin for Ella Sad from Lisbon.
Pup trying to get the points before the end of the period to no avail, and so we'll go to period number 2. No score between Macy Pup and Lauren Osmondstad.
Okay, on mat number 2, we've got the 5th place match at 124 pounds. Brianna Mayer from Central Cass with a 28-9 record. She's a senior, versus Haley Ford, an 8th grader from Valley City with a 21-17 record.
Well, Tom from Bank North will take this opportunity. We'll get a quick break. Come back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Don't leave anything to chance with your home's heating system this winter. Trust Bears Home Solutions to keep your home's heating system running at maximum efficiency. From installation and maintenance to 24/7 emergency service, our team of friendly professionals are equipped to handle any heating equipment in your home. Rated the Red River Valley's top home HVAC and plumbing company. Bears Home Solutions. You need a bear in there.
I'm Molly, and I have lived here a little over 3 years now. I like the open spaces here and being able to go in and out. I like the fact that I don't have stairs or elevators. I just have most everything that I need close at hand.
For the last 25 years, Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties has been serving the real estate needs of Fargo-Moorhead and the surrounding communities. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, Carlita is ready to help you evaluate the market and make the right choice for you. Take the first step into settling into your next home by calling Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties at 701-367-5918. Experienced, confident, qualified Carlita Dietz.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Hey, welcome back to the 2025 East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament from Central Cass High School. As we are in our placing rounds, the 3rd and 5th place matches all on mats 1 through 4. We will have your Tim Kazed seed sales scoreboard, Golden Harvest scoreboard here from the East Region Wrestling Tournament. And look at our top 5 teams. In 5th place, you have Pembina County North with 111.5 points. Number 4 is West Fargo United with 117. 3rd place, Lisbon, 122.5 points. 2nd place, Grand Forks with 147. And in 1st place, Central Cass with 184.5 points. Those are your top 5 teams going into our placing rounds at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament. We have mats 1 through 4 in our in our placing rounds for 3rd and 5th place matches.
On mat number 2 at 124 pounds, Brianna Mayer is ahead 3-0 over Haley Ford.
Yeah, mat number 1 for 3rd place. This is Emerson Schwab wrestling Grace Lamar of Central Cass. This is a minute 30 remaining in the first period. That's scoreless. Schwab on a double leg shot. Lamar catches a head and arm on Schwab and throws her down for the three-point takedown. Schwab on the edge of the mat in the first period.
On mat number 2, Haley Ford gets a 4-point near fall. Takes a 7-4 lead.
And potentially dangerous is called on Grace Lamar on the edge of the mat. Had that arm bar with the hand up, just running parallel along the shoulder blade. Back to the center, Lamar with the 3-0 lead on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Mayer will start the third period in the top position. She's working on that cross face.
You're back to that restart or after the restart. Lamar in the top position has Schwab belly down in the center of the mat. Still in the first period with 35 seconds remaining. 3-0 lead for Grace Lamar. They're wrestling for third place on mat number 1 at 136 pounds.
Mayer on mat number 2 from Central Cass. Switching back and forth between trying for the crossface cradle and the power half. Looks like she might have the half in on the far side. She's going to let her up. They did not give an escape yet. Okay, now they give an escape 1.
So at the end of the period, Schwab tries to stand up and score, but a little bit too late on the Peterson roll as they run out of time in that first period. 3-0 lead for Grace Lamar. This is the number 3 seed Grace Lamar taking on the number 4 seed Emerson Schwab at 136 pounds for third place. Schwab chooses neutral to start the second period.
On mat number 2, Mayer gets the 3-point takedown and some near fall points right on the edge of the mat.
The mats number 3 and 4 in a fifth place match on mat number 3 at 136 pounds. Addison Zubke and Napoleon Gackel-Streeter is down by 1 to Bryn Larson. Larson has the 3-2 lead. And that's in the third period. That's for fifth place mat, 418-pound third place match. Mallory DeVries of Central Cass, a senior, is down 5-4 to Danica Bennett of Pembina County North. That's in overtime on mat 4, and that one did just go final, so it looks like Bennett picks up the win over DeVries of Central Cass on mat number 4.
On mat number 2, Brianna Mayer gets the pin over Haley Ford from Valley City for the fifth place match.
And Schwab ties it up with Lamar at 3 apiece with a minute 6 remaining in the second period. So Lamar will go into the bottom position. We're tied up with 1:06 on the clock in the second period. Mat number 1.
On mat number 2, 142-pound third place match. Linnea Proctor from West Fargo United versus Liam Glenn from Ellendale Edgeley Column.
And off their restart, the 1-point escape going to Grace Lamar. Now 4-3 lead. They're back to their feet in the center of the mat for the restart with 58 seconds remaining in the second period. Each wrestler with a takedown in the match. Lamar's coming in the first period. Schwab's in the second.
Proctor on mat number 2 is trying to get her 3-point takedown. Just can't quite get her head out there. And there's a 3-point takedown for Proctor.
Now with 30 seconds remaining on mat number 2, still 4-3 lead for Grace Lamar. Wrestlers back to the center mat, level change, double leg shot by Schwab. Lamar follows it back up with that head and arm combination. She has Schwab backing up. First time she was able to catch Schwab and throw her down to the mat for the takedown. This time Schwab was able to hold her ground. Now with the 1-point lead is Grace Lamar going back to the center for a restart with 12 seconds remaining in the second period.
And on mat number 2, Proctor's working for that cross-face cradle. Trying to bring her back. Glenn's doing a good job of fighting that off.
So we're going into the third period. The 1-point lead for Grace Lamar. Back to the neutral position. Lamar works over the top. Schwab drops down on a double leg. Backs Lamar off the mat. Snap down by Lamar. Schwab comes up. Goes arm around the head as they're wrestling that far edge of the mat. Over here on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Proctor still trying to bring that cradle back and was not able to get any near fall points. Glenn did a good job of fighting that off.
And wrestlers called out on the edge. Back to the center for a restart. 1:31 remains in the third period. 4-3 lead for Grace Lamar.
On mat number 2, Glenn from Ellendale Edgley Colm is going to start out in the top position. She's behind 3-0.
Now mat number 3, 142-pound fifth place match is Lois Snyder of Central Cass, a senior, 25-14, taking on Naomi Miller, a sophomore of Kindred. That's for fifth place on mat 3.
On mat 2, Glenn still in the top position. Proctor reaches back for her head. Glenn still in control. Glenn throws in the half, trying to get around to the side and run that half. And she throws the half in on the other side. She's going to hop around to the other side.
And there was Lamar with the headlock on Schwab. Schwab's able to slip through. Comes out on the backside with the takedown. She has the 6-4 lead with under 30 seconds remaining. She's a little bit high on Lamar. But she has the 2-point lead here for Emerson Schwab in the third period. And the 1-point escape for Lamar coming down to 5 seconds. Lamar's working the head and the arm on Schwab. Schwab backs up, and that'll do it at the end. And Emerson Schwab wins by 1 point, 6-5 by decision over Grace Lamar for third place at 136 pounds.
On mat number 2, Proctor from West Fargo United takes a 5-0 lead over Glenn from Ellendale Edgley Colm. She's in the top position. She's got a chicken wing in, running around the head, and there's some near fall points.
So mat number 3 update, 3-0 lead for Lois Schneider of Central Cass. That's in the first period, under a minute remaining for fifth place on mat number 3. And mat number 4 update, Clara Steffes of Lemoore has the 3-0 lead over Lexi Ray of Grand Forks for third place at 148 pounds. That match just going final on mat 4.
Mat number 2, Proctor from West Fargo United has a 9-0 lead going into the third period. They're in the neutral position. Glenn shoots in on the takedown, gets a 3-point takedown. Glenn's got that near ankle. She's driving. Now she's going for the cradle. Looks like she's got that cradle locked up, getting ready to roll that back. And Proctor peels the grip off.
We do have a championship match, looks like at 112 pounds on mat number 1 between Ava Lightsey of South Border and Elizabeth Ornis of Devil's Lake. Lightsey picks up the takedown. She's up 3-0. Lightsey with the perfect 35-0 record at 112 pounds.
Proctor on mat number 2 takes an 11-3 lead with 50 seconds left in the third period.
Well, mat number 355-pound fifth place match. Looks like Cheyenne Helen for Central Cass is back out there wrestling Sophia Betts Hilliard of Larimore for fifth place. That match just underway over on mat number 3 for fifth place.
And on mat number 2, Proctor will get a 13-3 win for the third place match.
Well, Lacy has the 6-0 lead for the championship at 112 pounds going into the second period on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, our first place match at 100 pounds, Anna White from Central Cass with a 37-1 record versus Bria Brozart from Rugby with a 49-7 record.
She's a sophomore at 49-7, Bria Brozart.
On mat number 2, they're changing levels. White tries the drag. Now they're looking for the wrist control, trying to set something up here.
Lacy up 6-0 with a minute 10 remaining in the second period. She's in the top position as a half. Nelson dug in there. Ornis able to counter that. Lacy goes back, spirals the wrist on the far side. Warning, stall warning issued to Elizabeth Ornis of Devil's Lake. She's in the bottom position. Now Lacy goes back to the half Nelson on the near side.
White is in on a single leg. She's got to lift it up high and comes in with a 3-point takedown.
Then Ava Lacy with that half Nelson was able to get those shoulders of Ornis flattened on the mat, and she's your champion at 112 pounds. So the 8th grader now 36-0 for the South Border Mustangs. He's your East Region champion at 112 pounds.
We're going to get a fresh start here on mat number 2. White, excuse me. White will be in the top position with just 15 seconds left in the first period. White gets Brozart broken down to the mat. She's got the chicken wing in. Looking to roll her for some back points. She got a 1 count but didn't get the 2.
She's a senior at 25-9, representing Valley City. That's Victoria Sanchez.
And that's the end of the first period. Anna White is ahead 3-0.
All right, we're going to go ahead. We'll step away here and get set up with a post-match interview here coming your way at 136 pounds as Lisbon Emerson Schwab is up here in the broadcast booth. So we're going to step away for about 30 seconds, and we'll come back with that post-match interview here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
All right, welcome back to YourLiveEvent.com as we're back here with our post-match interview. So I have Emerson Schwab here for the Lisbon Broncos. Emerson placed 3rd in the East Region Wrestling Tournament. You just came off a victory against Grace Lamar, where you defeated her, I believe by that score was 6-3 in that match. So you went down early in that match. Just give us your thought, maybe going into that, and then through that first period, as you hit that double leg shot, Lamar comes over the top with that headlock. What were you thinking at that point in the match, that early on, going down 3-0?
Well, when I was down, I just was like looking at the score, and I was like, I know I got to get this top 3. I just got to get another shot off, and I can get it. And I just just kept trying to power through and get my shot.
Yeah, so it sounds like you just kept your composure. You know, you knew that you still had a lot of time left there. You still had 2 more periods to wrestle with her. You and Lamar, you're not strangers by no means. You've wrestled a number of times in your high school career. So coming into the, into the East Region tournament, you were seeded number 4. You come away with 3rd place. So how do you feel about that going into the state tournament?
I feel pretty good about that. Hopefully I can get on the bottom side of the bracket. Go wake my way up to the finals, but yeah, it feels good.
All right, everybody, that is Emerson Schwab for the Lisbon Broncos, your 3rd place winner at 136 pounds here in the East Region tournament. She's heading to the state tournament starting on Thursday, the 20th and the 21st. You can see her in action at the Fargo Dome. And we will step away. We'll have another post-interview coming up here, this time with Lila Gillespie. She earned her trip to the state tournament. And we'll have that interview coming up. She wrestles 124 pounds for the Lisbon Broncos. So we'll step away for another break, come back with that post-match interview.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
All right, welcome back to yourliveevent.com as we're into these placing round matches. We do have championship matches out here on mats number 1, number 2. Mat number 1 at 118 pounds, your championship matches. Victoria Sanchez of Valley City taking on Alyssa Nitschke of South Border. That's a 3-1 score over here on mat number 1. And that looks like that's the wrong one because that's Schneider out there with the win by foul in her championship match. So Alexis Schneider wins by foul over Shayla DeBlair of Grand Forks. Schneider, your champion at 130 pounds. And then mat number 2, you still have Anna White out there for Central Cass wrestling Bria Brossert of Rugby. So Anna White looking for another state championship, or in the hunt for it. And she's in the lead 7-0 over Bria Brossert. So those are your matches out there currently on mats number 1, number 2. So we're here with our post-match interview. I have Lila Gillespie here for the Lisbon Broncos, and she's heading to the state tournament. So Lila, you found yourself in the top 8, and I had made my notes here. So you came away with the victory, an ultimate tiebreaker victory by a score of 11-10, which earned you that trip to the state tournament. I think that was in the blood round. Can you kind of take us through that match? That was just a good back-and-forth battle. And you took the full length, including the tiebreaker periods, to come away with the victory and earn that trip to the state tournament.
Yeah, I'd say it was pretty close the whole time. The thing going through my head was, I'm not going to lose this match. I'm not going to lose this match. And I would say I left everything on the mat. Yeah,
you truly did. And, I know that you work hard in practice and you put the time in the off season, and it's paid off today. And just that mindset that you had, that never quit attitude, helping you out to power through to that victory, just like you said, in the ultimate tiebreaker period. Was that just something? Was that a goal that you had at the beginning of the season as you entered the season this year? Was it to make it to the state tournament, or was it just come in here and wrestle and have a good season, and then move on to your senior? I guess it is your senior year coming up.
Yeah, I'm a junior this year, and I would say yes, getting to the state tournament was a big goal of mine. We go hard pretty often in practice, and I use that time to just push my limits, and I'm really glad I do, because that blood round match really pushed my limits.
Yeah, and anytime you go into overtime, and it is definitely a mindset that you have to have. Those are, some of the most difficult periods to wrestle are those overtime periods. You really have to dig deep, and sometimes you find that second win, and you pull out that ultimate tiebreaker win, and you did just that, winning by a score of 11-10. As you took that victory, what were you thinking now going into these placing matches, that you had secured that trip to the state tournament, And with that, what are you looking forward to as you head into the Fargo Dome?
Oh, as going to say, I'm pretty excited. I was there my 8th grade year and I haven't been since, so I'm really excited to just go and feel that environment again. And I guess at the end of my my blood round, I was pretty overwhelmed. And I was really proud of what I had done, and my coaches were too.
Yeah, definitely. You came in maybe with a lower seeded wrestler, weren't expected to come and to make it into the state tournament, and you come in the East region and you place in the top 8. And you're also heading into the dual tournament representing the Lisbon Broncos. So just as a team, we haven't really talked to any of the Broncos about how their dual tournament from last week. So you can just kind of give us a sense of how the team feels going into that dual tournament coming up on Saturday of the state tournament.
I think we feel pretty confident going into the duals tournament. I don't remember who we wrestled first.
I think it's Minot.
Minot, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I think we're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, that's a great achievement. Also on the girls' side, making it into your first dual team state tournament. And also for Lila, like you said, you made it to the state tournament as an 8th grader. You're coming back there as a junior, and the top 8 placement is here at East Region Wrestling Tournament. So everybody that is Lila Gillespie, state, qualifier here at 124 pounds for Lisbon Broncos. All right, and we will step away, take another word from our sponsors. We'll come back for more wrestling action from the 2025 East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament.
At Carrington Dental Care, they treat you like family. Meet Dr. Chaz Bauer and Dr. Jay Bauer, your friendly neighborhood dentists who care about your smiles. Join their family of happy patients. Whether it's routine checkups or cosmetic dentistry, they're dedicated to making your smile shine. Join the countless families who love coming to Carrington Dental Care, trusted by our community for years. Visit them online at thecarringtondentist.com or call 701-652-2801. Schedule your appointment today.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has broadened to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
All right, welcome back here, LiveEvent.com. These championship matches out here in mats number 1, number 2 placing rounds on mats 3 and 4, 5th and 3rd place matches on all mats, including here in the main gymnasium and over in that south gymnasium. And mat number 142-pound first place match is Brindley Hartosh, West Fargo United, wrestling Miley Christensen of Valley City. It's a 10-1 lead for Brindley Hartosh.
On mat number 2, Stremick got the pin over Kurtz from Grand Forks.
And we're in the 3rd period over here on mat number 142 pounds. That's 10-1 lead for Brindley Hartosh. They're in the neutral position. Christensen with the collar tie. She's going to go big with the headlock on Hartosh. Hartosh with the counter and takes Christensen down to the mat. Christensen needs some time to recover after that mat return by Brindley Hartosh here on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, 136 pounds, Kaylee Kurtz from Grand Forks versus Jasmine Yabera from Carrington.
Yeah, mat number 3, 250-pound 5th place match. That's Rihanna Kula of Fargo taking on Miley LaFontaine of Northern Lights. 1-0 lead for Kula in the 2nd period, a minute 21 on the mat, or on the clock. In the 2nd period, 1-0 lead for Kula Fargo on mat 3.
On mat 2, Kurz was able to get the 3-point takedown. She's on top right now.
Number 2, who is featuring from Grand Forks, a sophomore, 35-6, Kaylee Kurz.
Ybarra's trying her switch.
She is a senior at 35-8. It's Jasmine Ybarra.
Kurz followed her around, no points.
And still in some injury time there, that Bank North timeout. With injury time over on mat number 1, that's Miley Christensen with the recovery time. 13-1 is the score. Brindley Hartosh is up on mat 1 for the championship at 142 pounds.
On mat 2, we've got 35 seconds left in the 1st period. Kurz from Grand Forks is ahead 3-0. She's in the top position. Ybarra tried her stand-up. Kurz has got the chicken wing. She's grabbing the far wrist. Ybarra's fighting it off. We're down to 15 seconds left.
And still with the injury time over on mat number 1. 15-1 is the score officially for Brinley Hartosh of West Fargo United.
And Kurz was able to get a 4-point near fall right at the end of the second period.
And looks like mats number 3 and 4 have completed their wrestling or their bouts over there, so we should just be here in the main gym with our championship matches on mats number 1 and number 2.
My mistake on mat number 2, we're going into the second period, so Kurz has a 7-0 lead over Ybarra. Kurz started in the top position. Ybarra tried to stand up, wasn't able to get it. Kurz is working on that chicken wing again. Breaking her down to the mat. She's got that same wrist. She's going to try and get her down to the mat. Ybarra's trying to stand up. Kurz is trying to roll her over. Ybarra gets that wrist free. Now she'll be able to come up with her stand up. Kurz is doing a nice job of following that. And they're off the mat.
And mat 1 still going through a little bit of recovery time here for Miley Christensen. She's back up on her feet, so that's a good sign here on mat number 1. 142-pound championship match. Score is 15-1.
On mat 2, Kurz is going to start out in the top position. We've got a minute left in the second period. She's ahead 7-0. She's working on that chicken wing again. Ybarra wants to come up to a stand-up, trying to get that wrist control. There, Ybarra gets the 1-point escape. 30 seconds left in the second period. They're both in the neutral position, tied up. Trying to look for that takedown. Trying to set something up. Kurz has the 2-on-1. Ybarra's heavy on the head.
Kendra Garcia, weight class at 124. You wanted in the award stand. You get your medal. Kendra Garcia at 124.
And we're going to move on to the third period on mat number 2, 136 pounds. They're going to start in the neutral position.
It looks like mat number 1, they cut the injury time or the recovery time here for Christensen. Still being evaluated by the trainer out here on mat number 1.
On mat number 2.
With the top 8 at 130, please report to the award stand. Top 8 at 130.
Kurz only got 1 count, so she didn't get any points there.
We're back to action here with Brinley Hartosh in the top position. She has the 15-1 lead in the third period with a minute 39 on the clock.
On mat 2, Kurz has a 10-1 lead over Ybarra from Carrington with a minute left in the third period. Kurz has got that chicken wing in again. She's trying to grab that wrist. And they're off the mat with 44 seconds left.
And that match is over with the win by technical decision. 18-2, Brinley Hartosh is your champion at 142 pounds on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Ybarra is trying to get an escape. Kurz did a nice job of hanging on and getting back around there. Ybarra is going to reset, try for her switch. And they're off the mat with 12 seconds left.
And mat number 148-pound championship match here, Webbling and Auckland, wrestling Regan Ullman of South Border. That's Ulmer of South Border for the championship at 148-pound. That match just underway, minute 40 on the clock. They're scoreless in the first period. Wrestlers on their feet in the center of the mat.
And on mat number 2, Kaylee Kurz from Grand Forks wins the match 10-2 at 136 pounds.
All right, we do have another interview here for you, another post-match interview. As we have Maddie Krellen here for the Lisbon Broncos up as she secured her spot into the state tournament. Maddie, you came into this tournament, you're seeded number 6, and you placed in the top 6. You had a good run as you upset the number 3 seed, making your way into the semifinals. So coming into this tournament, were you a little bit nervous coming in here as a 7th grader? Did you have some big goals set? Or, how did you approach this mentally coming into this big East Region tournament?
I was pretty nervous. My goal was to make it to state, and I was nervous because there were some girls that have beat me before, so I was afraid that I was going to face up against them again.
Right, and that's just something that you have to overcome here mentally coming into some of these tournaments, especially coming in as a 7th grader. It is a little bit of a challenge when you're wrestling somebody that may be a junior or a senior, and you've matched up with them early in the year, and maybe the outcome wasn't what you wanted to. Had thought about right away as maybe they had beat you earlier in the year, but then you come into this East Region tournament, and maybe you settled a few scores going into state. So as a 7th grader, how do you look at coming in, I guess, next week into that state tournament starting on Thursday?
I want to try and place top 7 at least, but it's going to be difficult because there's going to be a lot of good competition there.
Yeah, you do. You're going to see the best of the best out of the East and West region at the state tournament. And just thinking as you progress here through the Lisbon Broncos program and where you started from in the Pee Wee wrestling ranks, how has wrestling gone for you so far as someone who's come up through the program?
It's been going good. I have started a good season this year, and I think I've improved a lot throughout the season.
Yep, and that's what you're looking for, just continuous improvement, whether wherever you started from at the beginning of the season, making your way, as you saw, I guess, the fruits of your labor, picking up that big win in the quarterfinals, stringing 2 wins together to make it into the top 6 and make it into the state tournament. And you as well will be representing the Lisbon Broncos in that dual team tournament. What are your thoughts being able to be the on the first team for the Broncos that is qualified for the dual team tournament?
It's really exciting, and I'm really proud of the girls for working hard and myself for working hard. We have pulled through a lot of situations in that dual region tournament.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Maddie Krellen, and she is a state qualifier here for the Lisbon Broncos. You'll see here on Thursday and Friday in the individual tournament, and then back Saturday for that dual team tournament on the girls' side, representing the Lisbon Broncos. And we will step away, take a word from our sponsors, come back for more championship action here at the East Region Girls Wrestling Tournament.
Central Cass School's mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The state-of-the-art STEM Center, along with our theater, music wing, early childhood center, wellness center, and athletic complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with their academics and activities.
All right, welcome back here at liveevent.com as we're back for more championship matches. Mat number 1, still at 148 pounds. That's Regan Ulmer up 3-0 over Webley Auckland of Fargo. in the second period with 30 seconds remaining.
Mat number 2, Carl Bloom now with a 3-1 lead. But Boson in the top position control. 90 seconds to go in the second period there. Mat number 2, that's your 155-pound championship match.
So Ulmer's in the top position, working underneath the arms with 5 seconds remaining in the second period. Trying to work the power half. Nochlin counters that. And they go into the third period, 3-0 lead for Regan Ulmer here on mat number 1.
Halfway gone. Carl Bloom still with the 3-1 lead, up to her feet. And give her the escape point. So Ava Carl Bloom, the junior for the Lisbon Broncos, now ups her lead to 4-1. 50 seconds to go in the second period. Neutral position. As a throw here, Boson right to the back. Carl Bloom gonna have to try to fight off of her back. Carl Bloom trying to bridge, Boson trying to get the pinfall, and there it is. Aubrey Boson of Breckenridge Wahpeton, the pinfall victory for the Storm. She is your region champion at 155 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 1 still 3-0 lead for Ulmer at 148 pounds championship match. They're in the neutral position with a minute 13 on the clock. Now they break apart, going back into it. Nochlin with the overtie, working over the head and the arms on Regan Ulmer.
170 pounds in the championship match. Emily Novak for Grand Forks, a senior, undefeated at 32-0. Her opponent, Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks as well, a sophomore at 19-9. As Novak will be in the green ankle band, able to get the takedown right to the back, going to try to walk the shoulders back and pick up the pinfall here at 170 pounds. Battle of Grand Forks Knight Riders here. Novak scooping the head, trying to get out to the side, see if she can pick up the pinfall victory. Plenty of time to settle in. 85 seconds to go in the first period.
So Ulmer with the stall warning by the officials. She has a 3-0 lead with 20 seconds remaining in the third period. Nochlin drops down on a double leg on the edge of the mat. They go out onto the hard floor, back to the center for a restart. With 15 seconds remaining, Ulmer is up 3-0 on mat number 1.
As there's the pinfall, Emily Novak for Grand Forks, the Knight Riders. She will improve to 33-0, getting the pinfall victory at 170 pounds. She is your champion at 170.
And Nochlin going in, and she's going to secure the takedown, and we're tied up on mat number 1. So Nochlin doesn't give up on it. Final 5 seconds. She secures the takedown, takes it to sudden victory on mat 1.
Again, stay tuned. Our post-match show, we'll talk with a couple of state qualifiers. We'll talk with Anna White for the Central Cass Squirrels, the champion at 100 pounds. We'll also talk with Northern Cass's Isabel Erickson and Avery Davidson. That coming up on our post-tournament show right here on YourLiveEvent.com.
And we're sudden victory overtime at 148 pounds. This is a championship match. As Webley Nochlin ties it up with the takedown, the final seconds of the mat or of regulation, sending it into overtime.
So we'll move the 190-pound championship match over to mat number 2. As some pins over on mat number 2.
In the final 10 seconds of this sudden victory overtime, Nochlin works over the head, has a chin caught, works into an underhook on Ulmer, and time runs out. Tied up at 3 going into the second overtime. This time with choice is Nochlin.
190-pound championship match. Colleen Govergo of Fargo going up against Nevaeh Buffett of Lisbon. Govergo is a senior at 32-4. Buffett a junior at 19-9.
Well, Gavirgo's teammate, Webbling Knocklin, in the bottom position on this start of our second overtime. She picks up the 1-point escape. Now 4-3 is the score. She has the 1-point lead with 13 seconds remaining in the overtime period.
So here at 190 pounds, neutral position.
And now Ulmer with choice. She'll try to tie this up with an escape. 2-point reversal will give her a 1-point lead. She's down by 1 point. 30 seconds on the clock. The winner of this is your champion at 148 pounds in the East region.
Throw attempt by Buffett. Gavirgo, though, able to duck the head, gets the takedown. She'll take a 3-0 lead. Shoots the half, gets the turn. Buffett going to have to try to fight off of her back, unable to do so. As Colleen Gavirgo of Fargo, she is your champion at 190 pounds.
And Knocklin stuck in the double boots on Regan Ulmer and kept her down on the mat. And it looks like Webbling Knocklin will go on and win this championship by a score of 4-3 over Regan Ulmer of South Border. At 148 pounds, Webbling Knocklin is your champion.
So our final championship match is the 250-pound matchup. Catherine Sullivan for Grand Forks and Ava Gullison for Central Cass. A couple of seniors. Sullivan for the Knight Riders, 30-6 on the season. Gullison for the Squirrels, 22-8 on the year.
We're moving fast and furious here, so appreciate it, ladies. With the top 8 at 148, please report to the award stand. The top 8 at 148, if you can make your way to
Feeling out process, collar and elbow ties there on mat number 1.
the top 8 at 190. The top 8 at 190 will follow the top 8 at
Gullison
148.
trying to get heavy hands. Throw attempt by Sullivan, looking for the headlock, and gets it. Sullivan with the headlock, the pinfall, and Catherine Sullivan, 33 seconds, defeating Ava Gullison. So Catherine Sullivan for the Grand Forks Knight Riders is your champion at 250 pounds.
That concludes wrestling, ladies and gentlemen. We will have some postseason awards to hand out.
So I'll do it for the wrestling action. We'll take a break. Then when we come back, our post-tournament show when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
The City of Hillsborough invites you to make Hillsborough your home. If you're looking for a new home or a job, check out the opportunities in Hillsborough and see what the community can offer you and your family. Enjoy a quality family life with community, education, church, entertainment, and more. For all neighbors and those driving through the region, we welcome you to come and shop with the businesses in Hillsborough. If you have questions related to services available in the City of Hillsborough, contact the Hillsborough City Office at 701-636-4620.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
At Dakota Heritage Bank, we know your schedules can get hectic, and you don't always have time to get to the bank during regular banking hours. We make it easy for you with mobile banking, online banking, and bill pay services that we offer for free. This is Michelle with Dakota Heritage Bank, inviting you to do your banking with us anytime, anywhere. Just go to dhb.bank or download the mobile app for convenient on-the-go banking, serving you with locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
All right, welcome back, YourLiveEvent.com. As we're wrapping things up here from this East Region Wrestling Tournament, we have our post-match interview, Dakota Heritage Bank post-match interview, as we continue our coverage this time with Ava Carblum of the Lisbon Broncos. Ava, just got done with your 155-pound match there in the championship match. You made your way into the finals here today, and this isn't your first run at a chance to go to the state tournament. As I believe you're a two-time state place winner for Lisbon?
Only once last year.
Okay, and you placed third last year at the state tournament?
Yep.
Right, so you're going back again, another trip to the state tournament. What does that mean to you, and what does that mean to your team, the Lisbon Broncos?
It means a lot to me, and I'm sure it means just as the same to my teammates as it does to me. I'm just really excited.
So as your expectations coming into the season, and then as you went through the season heading into the East Region, was this a goal of yours to make it into state or make it to the state tournament, or what other goals do you have out there that are still unfinished?
It was definitely a goal to make it back to the state tournament this year. I do have a goal of getting top 3 again, as I did last year, possibly second or first this year instead of just third.
Right, yep, totally understandable. That's a good goal for you. And also you had made it into the state tournament and the dual team side. Mm-hmm. So Lisbon, you guys put in a lot of work with the dual team going in, having the dual tournament over the Christmas vacation. And then you also, traveled over to Minnesota for a dual tournament and then an individual tournament. So how did that work into the grand scheme of things for the Broncos as far as being able to make it into this dual team tournament on Saturday?
I think it helped a lot, just getting more experience with duels since we didn't have as much last year and the year before. I think the more experience we had with duels and going to a different state, it just really helped us get to where we wanted to. Yep.
And as far as your mindset, do you have a little different mindset as you approach maybe the individual side of the tournament going into state as opposed to the dual team tournament, or you're just going to take it all in with that same mindset? You're just going to go out there, put everything on the mat, and let it all shake out in the end?
Yeah, definitely just going to go put it all out on the mat, leave it on the mat, just keep the same mindset of winning, wanting to do as best as we can.
All right, everybody, that is Ava Carblum for the Lisbon Broncos, as she is your runner-up here of the East Region at 155 pounds. And we will step away. We have more of our post-match interviews coming up just moments away on YourLiveEvent.com.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. Let's continue on with our post-tournament interviews. Let's talk with a couple of wrestlers here for the Northern Cass Jaguars. Isabel Erickson and Avery Davidson, both of them are going to the state tournament. Erickson for the Jaguars at 118 pounds finishes in 5th. Avery Davidson going back to the state tournament at 124 pounds. She places 3rd. Let's talk with them as they're both going to the state tournament. PLEvent.com, our post-tournament interviews, joined by Isabel Erickson and Avery Davidson for Northern Cass. Both of you going to the state tournament coming up on Thursday. We'll start with Avery, 124-pound, placing third here today. Just kind of talk about the tournament for you here this evening.
It was really good. I was really proud of how I wrestled, just wrestling hard matches all the way to the end and only drop into the number 2 seed. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, then we'll bring Isabel Erickson as well here. Kind of the same question, able to finish in 5th place. Just kind of talk about how exciting it is to go to the state tournament here tonight.
Oh, it's very exciting. I love wrestling at state. It's so much fun, and especially now that I have a teammate, it will be even better this year.
Yeah, just kind of talk about what that is. I imagine going in and around every single day. Practice, we'll start. Avery, just kind of talk about what you two kind of work on in the wrestling room each and every day.
Oh, we just push each other every day. We just work on everything, I guess. It's really nice to have another girl there with you, though, and hopefully next year we can get a lot more girls and have our own girls practice. That would be really awesome.
Yeah, similar question there. Isabel, just kind of talk about what it's like having Avery in and around the room each and every single day.
It's really good. When we practice even drilling, it's always fun, and sometimes we have a little fun with each other, and it's nice to have another girl to wrestle with this year.
Yeah, Avery, you kind of mentioned that there. Just kind of talk about the building of Northern Cass Wrestling right still in its infancy. Just kind of how important it is, like, for you to be in the state tournament and kind of hopefully get some more girls in and around Northern Cass to want to try wrestling.
Yeah, that would be so awesome for just me and Belle. We'd be getting better, and for our program to grow. We already have a few girls that say they're joining next year, so can't wait for that to happen. It would be really awesome for our program.
All right, now let's look ahead to next Thursday morning here. Isabel, first for you. Just kind of what are your goals and what do you want to be able to accomplish here, the final wrestling tournament of the season there, state individuals getting underway next Thursday morning?
To wrestle hard and to work hard and to have fun.
Absolutely. Avery, kind of the same question. What are you hoping to accomplish coming up next weekend?
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. I hope I can go into the tournament seeded, but if not, that's okay. I'll just wrestle everybody the same.
All right, Avery Davidson, Isabel Erickson, Northern Cass, congratulations, both of you going to the state wrestling tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That is Isabel Erickson, Avery Davidson joining us. They are both going to the state tournament representing the Northern Cass Jaguars. They are your Halstead Telephone Company post-tournament connections. Halstead Telephone Company, they are how to connect online at halsteadtel.com. Let's run down here. We'll get you our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the tournament. Life Takes Energy, Energy for Life, Enbridge.com. Anna White for the Central Cass Squirrels, winning the region title once again. Two-time defending state placer, trying to go back to the state tournament. And now the goal for her is the championship three-peat for Anna White. Let's talk with her, our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the tournament. All right. Anna White for the Central Cass Girls joining us here. And Anna, first off, another East Region champion. Congratulations. Just kind of talk about how this Friday played out for you.
This Friday was really exciting. It was kind of difficult this morning because this is the first tournament that we've had to go to school before the tournament, so I was just kind of like iffy on that. But then once I got prepared for my matches, I just knew going out there, I would go out there and put my 100%, and the first 3 matches were pretty quick, but I did receive my 150th win during my semifinal match, and then during my finals match, I think like the pressure of today kind of threw on me, I guess, but I still went out there and did what I did.
And try to unpack that a little bit. First off, like you mentioned there, 150 wins. Just kind of talk about what that means to you here, and definitely the sky's the limit here for you moving forward the next couple of years too.
It means a lot to me. It shows me how hard I've worked for this, and it's just so surreal.
And then with that, like you mentioned there, kind of the day that it goes, right? Having to go to school here, then now being at the home tournament, just the emotions there, like you mentioned, kind of going on wrestling here at home for the East Region tournament.
Yep, it was kind of a lot to unpack, but I'm very grateful that I was able to persevere.
With that, a two-time defending state champion, obviously we know what the goals are here. Just kind of talk about, though, how the year has progressed, right? Obviously the target on the back throughout the season, but just kind of how you've managed that and kind of what you've been hoping to continue to build on and develop throughout the year so far.
This year is like I've gone through so much, but I'm just being able to work hard in the room every day really helps me work towards my goals, because I have such a great practice partner and such a great team, and that I know what I do in the room and how hard I work will show on the mat. So through this year, I just have put my 100% into the room, and I know that's going to work out for me in the end.
And you mentioned that with the team, right? Just talk about what it's like to be part of Squirrel Wrestling there, obviously, right? I know you last weekend with the dual tournament victory as well. Just how exciting it is to be part of the team and kind of what the teammates mean to you.
This team is like a family to me. I've been a part of Squirrel Wrestling for 4 years now, and I've really grown so much with it. We're so close, and these girls, they're all like sisters to me, and I could not imagine my life without any of them.
And so now moving forward here, what do you hope to work on this weekend? Kind of what do you expect out of yourself moving forward for next weekend at the state tournament?
I think as long as I put my 100% into the room this week, it will show on the mat this upcoming weekend, and I'm very excited because it's just going to be another great weekend.
Anna White, Central Cass Girls, congratulations on the region title. Good luck next weekend.
Thank you so much.
Anna White for the Central Cass Squirrels. She is your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the tournament. Again, online at enbridge.com. Take a break. Come back with more when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
The Northern Cass Booster Club is here for all Jaguar students from academics, arts, athletics, and co-curricular activities throughout the school year. You can find more information or become a Northern Cass Booster Club member today by scanning the QR code on screen now, or follow the Northern Cass Booster Club on Facebook for updates throughout the year. The Northern Cass Booster Club wishes the best to all wrestlers competing here throughout the weekend. And go Jags!
All right, welcome back, yourliveevent.com, as we're here with our post-tournament show in our Agassi Ag Precision Moves of the Tournament from Hillsboro and Drayton. That's for precision planning updates and information. Any questions, contact Precision Ag Enterprises in Hillsboro and Drayton at 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. And we're here with a post-match interview with Nevaeh Buffett of the Lisbon Broncos. Nevaeh, you find yourself at 190 pounds for the Broncos, make it your second trip to the state tournament. So give us your thoughts on that, coming back to the state tournament representing the Lisbon Broncos.
It's really great. I'm excited to go there. I get a second chance in making it to the second day, and it's glad to be there. It's time to prove people wrong and prove myself wrong that I can be there and do it.
Yeah, and this is your second year. You found yourself into the championship match this year, wrestling against another great wrestler, great champion in Colleen Gavergo from Fargo. So what do you as you faced that competition in that championship match, how did you feel going into it, and now with that result heading into the state tournament?
Going into it, I had the best self-confidence I had, but then once I got on that mat, all of it went away. I've been struggling with that for a while. I went in there just forcing things that I shouldn't have and got myself caught and made a mistake.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Nevaeh Buffett for Lisbon Broncos, wrestling 190 pounds. She finds herself as a runner-up here in the East Region Tournament, and you'll see her starting on Thursday at the state wrestling tournament at the Fargo Dome representing the Lisbon Broncos. And we're going to turn now to her teammate at 170 pounds. This is Cora Olster. Cora, you're coming back to the state tournament for the Broncos, making another trip. Last year you placed 8th at the state tournament. This year you find yourself with the top 6 finish at the East Region Tournament. So what are your thoughts as far as your accomplishments this far into the season heading into state?
I'm pretty proud of myself. I've worked hard. I've done a lot better this year. I've seen myself grow, and I'm excited to see what happens.
All right, and you're also part of that dual team for the Lisbon Broncos. This is, I believe, your third year wrestling now.
Yes.
And you made it to state last year, your return trip this year. You're making it to the state tournament on the dual team. So what are your thoughts as far as the Lisbon Broncos entering that dual team tournament?
I'm super excited. I'm excited to see how we do. I'm excited to wrestle as a team once again. Just have a lot of fun.
All right, so this is Cora Oster, and she's also a state qualifier for the Lisbon Broncos, and we're going to head that down the line here for, I guess, the Egg Precision moves on the match here with Ella Sad wrestling heavyweight. And Ella, I guess you have a little bit of a celebrity brother there with Coach Talon Sad, so I really want to find out here before we talk about your tournament today, what's it like wrestling there for Coach Talon as you're bringing your older brother?
He supports me really good, actually. He's kind of my mentor, I think. Revere's a good coach, too. I'm not dissing on Revere, but I think Talon makes me proud when I wrestle.
That is awesome. And I guess your wrestling journey maybe didn't start like some of the others, as last year you found yourself maybe not on the team right away at the start of the season, and then you did finally come out for wrestling, I guess at the urging of your brother.
Yeah.
And now you find yourself going to the state tournament once again. You're seeded number 2 coming in. I believe you placed 3rd coming out of this. So how do you feel about your season so far?
I placed 4th, but
placed 4th.
Sorry.
Yep.
But I think I've improved, I think, really well than I did last year. But I also did join like halfway through. But I think I'm really proud of myself because I have come far way, and I think that I could be up there, I think, at state this year. So
Yep, and I've seen a lot of improvement. You're a lot more aggressive on your feet, and then all that practice time, I'm sure, with Coach Talon has paid off for you as you're heading into the state tournament. So just like to hear your thoughts now going into the dual team side. You guys making your first state tournament appearance and being part of that for the Lisbon Broncos.
I think we're gonna do really well. As a team-wise, we build each other up, and I think that we have a very high likelihood of placing top 3. So.
All right, you heard it there from Ella Sad, looking for that top 3 place finish at the state dual team tournament. You also see her represent the Lisbon Broncos on the individual side as we head into that state tournament from the 20th to the 22nd at the Fargo Dome. As we wrap up our Agassi Egg Precision moves of the tournament, we'll step away for another break, come back, wrap things up here on yourlevevent.com.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Back here, yourliveevent.com, as let's recap it from Central Cass here, the 2025 East Region Girls Individual Tournament, starting with our state qualifiers, 8 state qualifiers per each of the 13 weight classes. 100 pounds, your champion, Anna White of Central Cass. Second place, Bria Brossard of Rugby. Kaylee Mueller of Mayport CG, third. Evie Satcham of Mayport CG, fourth. Macy Pup, Pembina County North, fifth. Lauren Osmondstad of Central Cass, sixth. Eden Riddle of Lemoore Litchfield Marion, seventh. And Grace English, eighth from Carrington. That's your 100-pound state qualifiers. 106 state qualifiers. Charlotte Croston of Pembina County North is your champion. Taryn Raisler of Kindred, your second place. Avery Jacobson of Rugby, third. Isabel Baku-Elder of West Fargo, fourth. Alois Jenner of South Border, fifth. Sixth place, Asa Remke of Carrington. Seventh place, Tess Gross from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Eighth place, Emma Shively of Rugby. Those are your 106-pound state qualifiers. 112 qualifiers, Ava Litzy of South Borders, your champion. Second place, Elizabeth Ornis of Devil's Lake. Emma Dutt, Central Cass, third. Fourth, Juliet Davis of Carrington. Fifth, Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United. Sixth place, Madeline Krellin of Lisbon. Seventh place, Jalen Carrigan of Pembina County North. Eighth place, Jocelyn Corville of Fargo. Those are your state placers at 112. State qualifiers, 118. Your champion is Victoria Sanchez of Valley City. Alyssa Nishki of South Border. Second place, Danica Bennett of Pembina County North will finish in third. Mallory DeVries of Central Cass, fourth. Fifth place, Isabel Erickson of Northern Cass. Sixth place, Taylor Ladlaw of Fargo. Seventh place, Bethany Schultheis for Valley City. And eighth place, Elise Christensen of Napoleon Gackel Streeter. Your 118 state qualifiers. 124-pound state qualifiers. Your champion is Marley Stremick of Pembina County North. Kendra Garcia of Carrington will finish in second. Avery Davidson from Northern Cass is third. Violet Hoyles of Drayton of Grafton is fourth. Brianna Mayer of Central Cass, fifth. Haley Ford of Valley City, sixth. Rio Haas of Devil's Lake, seventh. And Lila Gillespie of Lisbon will finish in eighth. 130-pound state qualifiers. Alexis Schneider of Napoleon Gackel Streeter, your co-senior athlete of the year, is your champion. Shayla DeBlary of Grand Forks is second. Fourth place, Deegan Kirkshinman and Taryn Gores of the Northern Lights, fourth place. Sixth place, Alyssa Hoyles of Drayton. And Lakin Capon of Central Cass. Your seventh place is Leah Dale of Devil's Lake. Kenzie Jost of Carrington will finish in eighth. 136 pounds, Kaylee Kurz of Grand Forks is your champion. Jasmine Yabara of Carrington will finish in second. Emerson Schwab of Lisbon, third. Grace Lamar from Central Cass, fourth. Bryn Larson of Grand Forks, fifth. Addison Zubke of Napoleon Gackel Streeter, sixth. Valeria Acosta of Valley City, seventh. And Olivia Lindstrom from Devil's Lake in eighth. 142-pound state qualifiers. Brinley Hartsock of West Fargo United is your champion. Miley Christensen of Valley City will finish in second. Linnea Proctor of West Fargo United, third. Liam Glynn of Ellendale Edgeley Calm, fourth. Lois Schneider of Central Cass, fifth. Naomi Miller from Kindred, sixth. Giovanni Lima of Grand Forks, seventh. And Angela Dakota of Northern Lights will finish in eighth. 148 pounds, Webelin Knocklin of Fargo is your champion. Reagan Ulmer of South Border, second. Clara Steffes from Lemoore Lynchville Marion. Lexi Ray of Grand Forks will finish in fourth. Catherine Russell of Valley City, fifth. Madalena Kieber-Taranu of Carrington, sixth. Claire Lathrop from Breckenridge Wahpeton, seventh. And Emerson Filady of Central Cass in eighth. Your 155-pound state qualifiers. Aubrey Boson of Breckenridge Wahpeton is your champion. Ava Carlbloom of Lisbon will finish runner-up. Jalen Jetty of Devil's Lake is third. Charlie Liedall of West Fargo United, fourth. Sophia Betza Hillard of Larimore in fifth. Cheyenne Helland of Central Cass, sixth. Gabriela Martinez from West Fargo United, seventh. And Aubrey King of Fargo is in eighth. 170-pound state qualifiers. Emily Novak of Grand Forks, your other co-senior athlete of the year, is the champion. She defeats teammate Kaya Wiley of Grand Forks, and she will finish second in the championship match. Cora Oster of Lisbon, third. Jasmine James of TGU Towner, fourth. Isabel Dutt from Central Cass, fifth. Maya Sanchez of West Fargo United, sixth. Aubrey Kunze of Central Cass, seventh. And Nevaeh Sorensen of Carrington is eighth. 190 pounds, Colleen Govergo of Fargo is your champion. Nevaeh Buffett of Lisbon will finish in runner-up. Sky Kopp will finish in third from Grand Forks. Nevaeh Hipsack of Central Cass will finish in fourth. Kira Williams of West Fargo United, fifth. Alexa Taylor of Grand Forks, sixth. Lillian Oster from Lisbon, seventh. and Jillian Parker of Carrington will finish in 8th. Those are your 190-pound state qualifiers and 250-pound state qualifiers. Catherine Sullivan of Grand Forks is your champion. Ava Gullison from Central Cass will be runner-up. Jalen Forey of Pembina County North will finish in 3rd. Ella Sad from Lisbon is 4th. Miley LaFontaine of Northern Lights is 5th. Rena Kua from Fargo will finish in 6th. Anna Thorpe of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe will finish in 7th. And Sophia Peterson of Fargo will finish in 8th. Those are the rundown. Those are all of your state qualifiers here on yourliveevent.com. Take a look at our team scores here. Your East Region champion is the Central Cass Squirrels, 196.5 points. Second place goes to Grand Forks at 168. West Fargo United third at 129.5. Lisbon will finish in 4th at 128.5. And Pembina County North will round out the top 5 at 127.5 points. That'll do it for us from Castleton here tonight in the 2025 East Region Girls Individual Tournament. A reminder for all you wrestling fans, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. is the start of the Boys East Region Tournament up in Grafton. We will have the full coverage for you right here on yourliveevent.com. Stay tuned as well. We'll have coverage on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from the Fargo Dome, covering all the local area YLE schools Thursday and Friday, as well as dual coverage for the Central Cass and Lisbon girls and the Carrington boys coming up on yourliveevent.com. Big thanks to Dan Weber as well as Brent Dick joining us here. I'm Brady Siebel saying thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great rest of your evening, everybody. This was the 2025 North Dakota High School Activities Association East Region Girls Individual Tournament. The broadcast of this tournament game has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. Thank you for tuning in to yourliveevent.com and have a great rest of your evening, everybody.